ẹ̀jẹ̀ mi ni ẹ kí n gbọ́ àkọ́bí ewé ayò ewé tún méje ìtún ló ní ọtún ẹ ṣe ìfà ló ní kan fà ẹ mọ́ra àìbínú gbogbo àtàrí gbogbo méjì ọkà bàbà gbogbo mẹ́ta ọkà wáṣẹ́ orí ló túmọ̀ ẹ̀dùn gbogbo ọ̀nà ní túmọ̀ ẹsẹ̀ akọni ìmọ̀ tú ìmọ̀ ọjọ́ ìmọ̀ ibi ni wọn kì í dálẹ̀ wọ́n bá lọ mẹ́lẹ́mọ́ wá fi jó ẹlẹ́mọ́ akọni wọ́n bá lọ gbé fèrè wá fi jó ẹrùkù bọ́wọ́ wọn bá tẹ̀lé wá fi jó aláre àwọn mẹ́tẹ̀ẹ̀ta parapọ̀ wọ́n wá jọ ń pẹ́ mọ́ ẹ̀ẹ́mọ́ olóko jẹ wọ́n pa Akíntọ́lá ọmọ Ògún wọ́n pàdé Ìyọ̀dà ọmọ Àtàràbọ̀bà Àkànbí wọ́n pàdé Ṣàtàdàdẹ ọmọ ọba Ìjẹ̀bú Mèrè Aṣíwájú Odògbólùkẹrẹ Ajagun lólòdì ọ̀run tó bá ṣe pé tìyẹ tó bá ṣe pé tìyẹ náà bá ń darí jọ wí àpérò ní kún gbọ́wọ́ ọgbọ́n ti ṣìgìdì máa gbé àbẹ́tì ló máa ń gbé àyàn tí ìlàyàn ewúrẹ́ Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ kó má gbàgbé ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́ Aṣíwájú Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ. Àkànbí.
Ọkọ̀ yẹn lárí ní mẹ́pọ̀ orí àyájọ́ ni. Ẹkú ló sọ̀nì ọ̀sán ní kan wò ó.
Ókè náà.
Tupẹ̀sẹ̀ fífi máa ń pẹ́. Àti pátápátá ló wẹ́ ní ìbọ̀gẹ̀ mẹ́wọ́n.
Ókè.
Ọkọ̀ yẹn ló fi fi. Wọ́n ní ìdílé ayá. Màmá mú sí na nwa m etogo kwa. Maka na nwa m jelu mba, o wee bute ike. Ọganihu na-ebutire nwanne m ọ na-emewe nke ya dịka akpa ya jọkwa.
Obodo jisi ike n'ụbọchị eruo na oyibo.
It's a free one, be free.
Soko sunu baby,
Ladies and gentlemen, sometimes you just have to act like you are drunk, like you are crazy. Confuse your enemies, confuse them.
Obodo say yeah we mo. Yeah we mo. Obodo say yeah we mo. No basa ni ga ponto mo. Iye di ogu geme. Okwitara kara mi nguru ma mi ga kwuru mu gwo ya baby mo. Abe mare.
Boy feeling.
Ayandaba. Sunu baby subaramia. Soko sunu baby subaramia.
Ase kwa nefo jabanye si akuna nyego mkambasi ozo. Since I was born, but now I am getting youth. Akuna motangu, akuna togabu.
And there it is. The music stops, one man appears, and the session begins. So the music stops, your host appears. I'm not one for airs and graces. I hate the word host because it confers a level of importance that I don't really say that I should be calling myself a host and all that nonsense. And I don't like to call it a show, because I'm not Liberace, I'm not Michael Jackson, I'm not a showman. So I prefer to call it a session. Let me call myself an anchor. That sounds a bit more steadied. Anyway, all that jazz. So the music stops, the session begins, and I appear on your screen. So only to tell you what I told you the last time, click on the like button just as soon as you're coming in. Subscribe if you haven't done that already. Hyperlink that says StreamYard invites you into the studio and all of that funky stuff. I'll use the $sign at the bottom of the screen to super chat towards the platform as well. So all those nice and pleasant things, click on like, that's compulsory. Click on subscribe, that is mandatory. If you want to come and join me on the screen, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard. And of course, if you feel inclined, use the $sign to super chat towards the platform. As I say, we anticipate 5 super chats per session. So I'm not quite sure how long this session is going to last. And I wasn't even intending to do a session at all today. I was just going to take today off and then go again tomorrow. But happy Sunday to you, Dr. Saktos, and Agbola, Abiola, and the rest of you. So I wasn't actually going to even do a session today, but a lot of people sent me this Reno Omokri interaction, and they are insisting that we review it on this platform. So that's essentially the whole session. Really, at least the bulk of the session will be wrapped around reacting to this Reno Omokri interaction with Seun Okinbaloye. So a lot of you may have seen it, some of you may have not, but whether you've seen it or not, we'll watch it together now and then we react to it. I think this is the first actual reaction that we're doing on the main session on the platform. So we try this and we see where it lands. So Reno Omokri, of course, it's a very controversial figure. Let's just call it that. It's a very controversial figure, and there's an element of Yemsin Wike to somewhat. Hold on. There's an element of Yemsin Wike to somewhat how Reno Omokri carries on his politics. It's on the books, it's a PDP functionary, but in practice, a lot of sympathy towards the Tinubu space. So a lot of people feel he's actually dog whistling to the Tinubu space. One, to remove that embargo of him coming back to Nigeria, although he's been to Nigeria recently, didn't spend more than 3 days. So he wants to be able to come into Nigeria without fear of arrest and all that. So a lot of his nice and pleasant words towards the Tinubu space is essentially wrapped around being able to make his way back into the Nigerian space. So a lot of that, and then a lot of it also trying to cross over in that double straddling sort of way that Yemsin Wike is straddling two political spaces both at once. So Yemsin Wike has broken that dog, and Reno Omokri wants to ride on that wave as well. So a lot of things going on with Reno Omokri, and a lot of it controversial. You know, his biggest controversy, of course, is the launch against the obedience space. So let's pick it up from here. I've fasted forward just a little bit just to cut out the introductory bits, and this is where it gets interesting. So let's pick it up from here. So let's join Reno and react to his interaction with Seun Okinbaloye. I'll be posting this video, of course, many times just to respond to what's going on.
Oh, you couldn't see President Tinubu because recently you've been a huge supporter and a campaigner for Bola Tinubu.
No, that's not correct. I'm not a campaigner for Bola Tinubu. I'm not even a supporter of Bola Tinubu. I believe in the principles of.
All right. I won't go to pause it there, but let him land that point and then we'll see what we're making of it.
Benjamin Franklin, the first Secretary of State of the United States, which says that patriotism is supporting your country all of the time and supporting your government when they deserve it. And for, I think, the past year.
All right. So let's pause it there. He said he's not a supporter of Tinubu. He's somewhat a supporter of Tinubu because he went to verify his credentials at Chicago State University at his expense and is always applauding policies put out by the Tinubu space. Just gushing endorsements all of the time. So he's very much a supporter of Tinubu. But what is inviting is the sum total of what Abraham Franklin or whatever it is that I just said, that the love of your country should be greater than your hatred of the president. So essentially, that is what he's saying. Let me just bring it back a tad.
My former boss, former President Jonathan, and I went to sleep at the Hilton. Next morning, I was out of the country.
Oh, you couldn't see President Tinubu, but because recently you've been a huge supporter and a campaigner for Bola Tinubu.
No, that's not correct. I'm not a campaigner for Bola Tinubu. I'm not even a supporter of Bola Tinubu. I believe in the principles of Benjamin Franklin, the first Secretary of State of the United States, which says that patriotism is supporting your country all of the time and supporting your government when they deserve it. And for, I think, the past year, well, from what I've seen, Bola Tinubu's administration deserves my support because a lot of the things that they're doing were things that my party said they were going to do, things that I even put together for my party, like floating the naira, removal of subsidy, the student loan idea, and a number of other things that they're doing in the security architecture. So it's not campaigning for him. And the reason why I wasn't able to see the president, or rather why I wouldn't see the president, if you recall, I came to Nigeria before the verdict of the Supreme Court. So at that time, there was still a legitimate challenge to the presidency or to the president. And so, I mean, being that I'm a personal friend, very close friend of Waziri Atiku Abubakar, I felt it would have been an act of betrayal for me to agree to see the president. The opportunity was there, it was presented to me, and I turned it down because, I mean, it would have been a completely different matter if I had come after the Supreme Court verdict.
All right. There's somewhat of a disingenuity in that comment. He says he's a very close friend of Atiku Abubakar. Atiku Abubakar is still unaccepting of the Tinubu presidency, and he also still nurses the ambition of going again in 2027. So it's either you stick with all the way or you abandon totally. So you cannot be a friend of Atiku Abubakar, but then endorsing and gushing and praising the Tinubu administration. So there's somewhat of a bit of a disingenuity in that comment by Reno there.
But a lot of, when you say you're not a campaigner for Bola Tinubu, but you've been going around and talking about his policies, how he's, I mean, you've said a lot of things. In fact, when you went to Chicago, you came back and you started talking good about Bola Tinubu, someone that you have opposed, and those people will believe that something really has happened. It's changed Reno's mind. Maybe according to those who oppose you or your opponents, they said, look, you have been compromised because what you say you wouldn't stand for, things that you're already talking about and you're supporting. You've been talking about gleefully about how great Bola Tinubu is, someone you have spoken against in the past.
No, that's not accurate. I've never said how great Bola Tinubu is. And to go exactly, or rather, to go to your point, I did go to Chicago. I went to Chicago September 18th, and then I visited the University of Chicago State University September 19th. Now, I went there with the aim of exposing Bola Tinubu as a fraud and as somebody who was claiming a degree that he did not have. When I went there, I did a recording of myself there. A lot of all these other people that talk on social media and then the bamboozle Nigerians. They didn't go there. I went there. And when I went there, I was told in no uncertain terms by the powers that be at that university that this man did attend the university. I was showing documentary photographic evidence. And so if you look at my statement before September 19th, I was saying that Bola Tinubu did not attend Chicago State University. After September 19th, I said, listen, the man did attend Chicago State University because I'm not going to lie and say that a person did not attend a school that he attended. Now, I went there September 19th, September 18th and September 19th of 2022. And then 3 months later, in December, I was protesting Bola Tinubu in front of Chatham House. So if I was compromised, how would I now, 3 months later, be protesting against Bola Tinubu at Chatham House? I mean, the Chatham House event was even more famous than the Chicago State University event. It's just that I'm not going to oppose Bola Tinubu on the basis of a lie. Now, having said that, when he assumed office, the policies that we said we were going to do, the man is doing them. Floating the currency, I was one of the first people to champion that. Removal of subsidy, I've been in support of that since the Obasanjo administration. Student loan, I've written about that. I said that bandit leaders should be killed. The man has killed Ali Kachala. He has killed Boderi, who has been terrorizing Kaduna. He has killed Sani Dangote, who was terrorizing Zamfara and Jigawa. So obviously, when he does.
All right. So we've noticed somewhat of a slowing down, or I won't say regression, but the incidence of insecurity has certainly petered down in Nigeria. We all know that. And the way these people have been going about it, they've been going about it frontally but silently. Remember under Buhari, every single day it was 10 incidents. Yesterday, 50 people killed in Plateau. Today, 30 people killed in Benue, and then the next day, 105. Every single day, it was just. It was, but the Buhari, the Buhari years were bloodshed years for Nigeria. He just came to shed as much blood as he could, but now we are seeing somewhat a slowing down quite heavily of incidents of insecurity. The last one we had was those are students in Kaduna, and that was anomalous to what we've been seeing since Tinubu took over. So it quietened it down, and then we had one flashpoint, and then after that flashpoint, they redoubled. And what Reno Omokri is telling us here is that they are going on frontally against the lead spaces of all of these terrorist spaces, and they are eliminating the leaders there. So this is what is going on, and nobody can equivocate that we're seeing somewhat results in the insecurity space.
In the currency, I was one of the first people to champion that. Removal of subsidy, I've been in support of that since the Obasanjo administration. Student loan, I've written about that. I said that bandit leaders should be killed. The man has killed Ali Kachala. He has killed Boderi, who has been terrorizing Kaduna. He has killed Sani Dangote, who was terrorizing Zamfara and Jigawa. So obviously, when he does those things, I will praise him. General Muhammadu Buhari was our president for 8 years, 17 times publicly. When he did things that were right, I praised him. That is how I am. I will support my country all the time, and I'll support my government when they deserve it.
Do you know what your opponents are saying?
I don't care what they say.
No, but they are saying that you only switched your position, or you changed your mind because they've reached out to you and you have been compromised. That, I mean, simply put, you have been given money.
Okay, well, I mean, it's their own opinion, and I'm not going to be moved by anybody's opinion. But if they have any evidence to the fact that I've been giving money, let them bring it out. Let them come and say, okay, I've been giving money. No, I have not collected a dime from the Bola Tinubu administration, and I'm not going to collect a dime from this administration at all. I do have a brother in this administration. Malam Nuhu Ribadu. And Malam Nuhu Ribadu and I are so close. We've been very close even before he was in this administration. We spent time together in California over a decade ago. I mean,
is he the one who reached you to support this government?
So say that again.
Is he the one who reached you and convinced you to work for this government?
I mean, I wouldn't say that he reached me and convinced me to work for this government. I don't work for this government. However, when he was appointed as a national security advisor, I did say publicly that as long as Malam Nuhu Ribadu is in this administration, that I will give Nigeria all my support. I said that publicly. I did not hide that. Malam Nuhu Ribadu is not the kind of person that will give anybody a dime. I am not sure. I can't speak for him, but I don't think that Malam Nuhu Ribadu is. I don't want to embarrass him, but I'm not sure he's a rich man.
So, because of Nuhu Ribadu, that's why you're supporting Bola Tinubu's government?
I'm not supporting Bola Tinubu's government. I'm supporting Nigeria. And as far as this government.
About whatever you are engaged in, are you saying that nobody convinced you about speaking about Bola Tinubu?
Well, okay, let me put it this way.
All right, I'm going to be skipping through it quite heavily because I'm going to be skipping through it quite heavily because there are some boring bits. So this is somewhat of a boring bit. So let's go to this space.
Do for a living.
First and foremost, I have the most subscribers of anybody in Nigeria on X. I've got thousands of subscribers who pay $5 a month subscribing to me. Secondly, I have not an entertainment channel. I'm talking about a channel of business. I have more subscribers than anybody in Nigeria on YouTube. I'm not talking, and listen, I have to say this very clearly because some people, they hear one thing, they understand another. I'm not talking about entertainment. I'm talking about business. No other human being in Nigeria has as many subscribers as I do, on YouTube. Also, I'm a best-selling author. I sleep, I wake up, money enters into my account. Also, I'm paid to speak. I go to different countries to speak. I was in Kenya recently. I had my birthday in Kenya. I also spoke in Kenya.
All right. So let's stay in that space for a moment. You see, I too have always queried just how this guy is able to afford the lifestyle that he lives. He has a slew of women, always changing wives all the time, getting them pregnant and whatnot. He has a retinue of staff in the United States. He lives in a mansion in the United States. He has a very expensive house, at least the one that I know of, in the United Kingdom. Is all over the world, Ethiopia, Kenya, all over the world. So now, as much as YouTube may be paying him, they are certainly not paying him to afford the lifestyle that he lives. So nothing on social media affords him the lifestyle that he lives. The lifestyle that Reno Omokri lives is one off the back of the lootings from the Goodluck Jonathan era, when he was the Femi Additional of that space, and he looted countless of tens of millions of dollars, just looting for 6 years solid. So there is that. And then there is also the pass-on monies that is getting from people like Nuhu Ribadu under this administration as well. So what sustains Reno Omokri's lifestyle is corruption and corrupt wealth. Nothing to do with whatever. He may well have the highest number of YouTube subscribers and whatever, but that doesn't sustain the lifestyle that he lives. So that's an absolute categorical lie. What do you do for a living was the question. Let me actually take it to that question again, because I rather like that one.
Are you saying that nobody convinced you about speaking?
Anybody in Nigeria on X. I've got thousands of subscribers who pay $5 a month subscribing to me. Secondly, I have not an entertainment channel. I'm talking about a channel of business. I have more subscribers than anybody in Nigeria on YouTube. I'm not talking, and listen, I have to say this very clearly because some people, they hear one thing, they understand another. I'm not talking about entertainment. I'm talking about business. No other human being in Nigeria has as many subscribers as I do, on YouTube. Also, I'm a best-selling author. I sleep, I wake up, money enters into my account. Also, I'm paid to speak. I go to different countries to speak. You know, I was in Kenya recently. I had my birthday in Kenya. I also spoke in Kenya. I was paid. I just got back from Texas. I was paid to speak in Texas. So I do earn money from various sources. So money is, I mean, yeah, money is important, but it's not one of my problems. However, I would say that brotherhood, fraternal relations are very important to me. And Madam Ribadu being in this administration, I tend to look more kindly on this administration than I would have done an administration such as Muhammadu Buhari's administration.
So the question I asked you, Mr. Omokri, is did anybody speak to you, apart from you saying you never collected the money, did anybody speak to you about talking about this government? Did you have it? You are a huge supporter and a campaigner for Atiku Abubakar. Do you see it as some kind of disloyalty? Because that is what some of your opponents say it as, that you are very disloyal.
Well, I mean, I really don't care what my opponents say about me, but in terms of Waziri Atiku Abubakar, today is the 18th day of April. I am still probably the closest person to him, or rather one of the closest persons to him. He spoke to me yesterday. You know, we talk, we communicate. So, I mean, the problem of disloyalty only arises in the minds of, let's say, people that don't even know the man. I believe that you must have read what former President Jonathan said about me. He said that I am the definition of loyalty. You know, once I pick a person as a friend, I'm going to be loyal to that person. However, look, in this situation right now, I have a friend and brother, Madam Ribadu, in this administration. I also have a friend, a very, very close friend and elder brother, Waziri Atiku Abubakar, who contested against the president. So I got to manage those two relationships, and I'm doing that. But you people that don't know me, if they want to say that about me, then that's their headache. You know, I mean, I am a very, very forceful and strong-willed person. What people say does not affect me. You know, God did not put me on earth to live up to anybody's expectations.
If you were confronted with the option of choosing between Atiku Abubakar and Bola Tinubu, who would you go for?
I will resign from politics.
If you were presented from that with that opportunity, I mean that situation.
As the Lord is my witness, if I am told to choose between one or the other, I will resign from politics.
All right. So that's quite telling right there. I cannot imagine anybody that describes, pardon me, I cannot imagine anybody that describes his relationship with Tinubu in the manner that Reno Omokri describes his relationship with Atiku Abubakar, making this sort of commentary, making this sort of response to that question. He's told us now that he's the closest person to Atiku Abubakar in politics, that as early as yesterday, he and Atiku Abubakar still exchange words over the phone, and still from that, is telling us then if it is a choice between Atiku Abubakar and his arch rival in politics, Bola Tinubu, if it is a choice, he's telling us in one breath that is Atiku's right-hand man, and in the second breath, he's telling us that if it is a choice between Atiku and his arch rival in politics, he would not be able to make that choice. And he also tells us that he's loyal. So you see the color of this man.
Until both of them retire from politics.
Why so?
Because if I'm asked right now, between now 2024 and 2027 to make that choice, it will mean that I would have to go against my conscience and attack Bola Tinubu when he's doing things that I support. So I'm not going to do that. I'll just resign from politics. However, when it comes to 2027, now listen to me very carefully, Seun Okinbaloye. When it comes to 2027, if Waziri Atiku Abubakar is running again, then I am duty bound to support him. That is for the elections. And when I support a person, I'm not going to pull any punches. I will come out openly. I will come out vigorously. I will bring in my money. In the last election, I raised $50,000 for him. You know, I didn't go to meet him. I was collecting money. I will raise money and I will support him. But between now and then, this period that we have for governance, I'm not just going to start attacking Bola Tinubu for the sake of attacking him. No, I'm not going to do that.
But you think that the Bola Tinubu administration is doing well so far?
I believe that the Bola Tinubu administration so far is doing well. Look, I'm going to give you a couple of examples now. We said we were going to float the naira. Bola Tinubu has floated the naira. Now, if I begin to...
It is impossible. It is impossible for anybody to say that the Bola Tinubu administration is not doing well. In fact, it will be very difficult for anybody to argue that the Bola Tinubu administration is not doing the best job that any president has yet done within the Nigerian space. He has come into a country that was totally bankrupted and is fixed that within 9 months. Is reshaped the financial structures of that country, is built up the national reserves, he's tackled and is starting to tame insecurity, and there is a predictability to the country all within the period of 10 months. So impossible for anybody to argue that it's not doing well. The fact speaks.
To attack Bola Tinubu for floating the naira that we said we are going to do. What does that make me? Is it not a hypocrite? And then look at that. When the naira began to lose value very fast, what did the administration do? They moved against Binance. Binance was a platform for price gouging against the naira. $26 billion left Nigeria in a little over a year from Binance. They shut down that platform. They also revoked the licenses of 4,173 bureau de changes that were collaborating with unscrupulous officials in banks to also take advantage of the naira. And then they stabilized the value of the naira. The naira is now trading to this. I speak to you, the naira is trading at 1,020 naira to $1. That is a good thing. Why would I come and start being against that? Also, if you look, and I said it before, if you look at what they are doing in security, people can now begin from Abuja and travel to Kaduna by road, by rail, by air, without incident. Why should I attack that? You see, if you want me to start attacking the president just because, I want to, just because I'm not in office or because it's in another political party, I am not going to do that. In Nigeria right now, I'm going to tell you something. In Nigeria right now, the administration of Muhammadu Buhari was a conservative administration. This administration, Bola Tinubu's administration, even though they style themselves as APC, they are more in line with the economic and the political policies that we in the PDP espouse.
Right, that is absolutely right. Just to expand on what Reno is saying there. Yes, because a lot of people argue that there's no ideology in Nigerian politics, but there is ideology, but those ideologies are somewhat loose. So now, it's telling us then that the Buhari administration was a conservative administration. Of course, it was a conservative administration. It's a feudal northern religious social welfare sort of administration. That's the best way to describe the Buhari administration. It is a feudal northern religion-based social welfareism sort of administration with a heavy dose of corruption. So that is what it is. And if you look at the policy thrust of the Buhari administration, it was essentially about getting wealth to the people, trader money, cash transfers, all of this sort of. So that was his policy thrust. The policy thrust was never anything progressive about it. Even if he wanted to, he wasn't capacitated for it anyway. But the policy thrust of the Buhari administration was never anything about expanding the Nigerian economy. One, because that is not his ideological core belief. His ideological core belief is welfareism and religion. So it was never that. And even if he had the belief, he didn't have the capacity. So it was very much a steadied, conservative sort of governance wrapped around just extraction economy, just continues to harvest what is in the ground and spend the money. So there was no expansionism in that space. There was no blue sky thinking. There was no recalibration of anything within the country. There was no realignment. There was no progressive thought. None of those sorts of things. So a very much a feudal, conservative, northern sort of a governance. So now, Tinubu, also of the same party, very much a progressive capitalist sort of ideological thrust. So do you see, and that is the conflation that Reno Omokri is pointing out there. So Tinubu, a total contrast in instincts and worldview to somebody like Buhari. Tinubu is a progressive, Tinubu is a capitalist, Tinubu is a globalist, and Tinubu is a libertarian when it comes to religion and culture. Tinubu is all about opening up the market spaces and letting it play out. And Buhari is all about conserving and protecting and shrouding in mistake and mystery. So that's the that's the distinction that Reno Omokri was making there. But because he was so casual in saying it, you might not have understood the full expansion of what he meant.
So if the Tinubu government continues in this trajectory that you have described, which you think that it is good, they're on the right pedestal, and they're doing well, that is according to your own analysis. And for some reasons, they kept it up, and they keep it up, and they to the very end of this, the 4 years, and they're doing well, and everything goes well. Security is very well done. Economy is in top notch, and every other thing is well. Would you still change your mind, or you still retain the notion of supporting Atiku Abubakar against Bola Tinubu if he wants to run for a second term, and if Nigerians think that Bola Tinubu has done well after the first 4 years?
Well, it's a matter of principle. It's just a matter of principle. I would not want to be the kind of person that will now abandon my friend who I encouraged to contest in 2019. I was personally responsible for choosing his running mate. Peter Obi cannot deny that I was the one who recommended him to Waziri Atiku Abubakar. Waziri Atiku Abubakar asked me to help him choose a running mate. I called former President Jonathan. I discussed with him. Former President Jonathan told me, look, it must be Peter Obi. And then I told former President Jonathan, look, I cannot just give this man only one name. And so we padded the list with some other people's names, and then we put Peter Obi's name and then made it so rosy. And Waziri Atiku Abubakar chose Peter Obi. After the man has done me that kind of great honor, then I'll now turn against him and begin to support his opponents for election. I cannot do that. I will not like to be even friends with somebody who can do that. Rather than do that, I will just basically resign from politics. If Waziri Atiku Abubakar is going to contest in 2027, if he is able to get the presidential ticket of our political party, that is People's Democratic Party, I am, look at what I'm missing, duty bound to support him.
All right. So he said a lot of things there. So when Atiku Abubakar picked Peter Obi as his running mate 2019, yes, 2019. What Reno Omokri is inviting us to believe is that he was actually the one that put his name forward. Atiku invited him to recommend a name, and then he consulted with Goodluck Jonathan, as he just said. The name Obi popped to the top. And then, of course, he presented that name to Atiku Abubakar. So that is to tell you about the longevity of the relationship between Peter Obi and Reno Omokri. So all of this now new space that they both seem to occupy, this was not the space that they occupied traditionally, but very much so. Once upon a time, Reno Omokri was actually a very lost Peter Obi fan, and that is what he's just described.
Do you regret, according to your own statement, that you proposed Peter Obi to Atiku Abubakar? Do you regret taking that decision?
I don't regret it, because Peter Obi was the best person at that time. Peter Obi was, look, Waziri Atiku Abubakar has said this to me in private, and I'm going to betray just slightly his confidence. He told me, Reno, look, I did not know this man. It is you that knew him. He told me that, and this is an exact quote, I did not know this man. It is you that knew him. The man at that particular time was the right person for the job. But then in 2023, when he decided to contest privately, and he also cannot deny that, because, if I'm nothing at all, I'm a meticulous record keeper. I told myself, listen, if you contest, you are not going to win. The only thing that you're going to achieve in contesting is that you are going to split the People's Democratic Party votes and make it possible for Bola Tinubu to win. But you are not going to win. I told him that. So, if people are talking about, okay, I am commending some of the policies of the Bola Tinubu administration, recently, this same Peter
let me just pause it there for a microsecond. There is no soothsaying in what Reno Omokri just said there. It wasn't exactly it wasn't exactly predicting. It was not exactly predicting the future, or it wasn't even showing any form of astute insight. Any political observer knew, firstly, that Peter Obi was not going to win the election. Bringing up an ambition 6 months to the run-up, and then suddenly telling us. So it was never, and the only thing he would have succeeded in doing, exactly as Reno Omokri said, but he gets no credit for that because, of course, the only thing that Peter Obi would have achieved was just to split the PDP votes, especially in the Southeast. And that was exactly how it panned out. So no thrusting insight, no astuteness or acuteness in anything I just said there. It's just basic stuff that we all knew. Of course, Peter Obi was never going to win an election. Of course, Peter Obi's running was going to cut the PDP votes. And of course, when Peter Obi cut the PDP votes, Tinubu the APC, whoever APC was then, they would have won the election. And that was exactly how it panned out. So no astuteness or acuteness, no real insight. It's just a patacake stuff.
Was in, I believe it was in Bauchi State, and then he did a borehole project there in the community there. A lot of people lambasted him because of the quality of the work. If you go back and look at what I wrote, both what I published in the
sorry, I paused it because I wanted to show you something, but I can't find it immediately. And those boreholes, they told us that after 2 weeks it stopped pumping water. So it was even sort of Chinese-made boreholes. But I wanted to show you images of those boreholes. The locals in those areas are telling us that the boreholes are packed up.
The traditional media and on social media, I praised him and I said that this is going to promote peaceful religious coexistence. So I'm not just somebody who will just attack and attack and attack. I do it on a person by person and instance by instance basis.
Atiku Abubakar will probably going to be maybe by the time it's 2027, he's in his 70s now, running to his late 70s. Do you think at that age, if he decides to run in 27, is it the right thing to do?
Why would it be why would it be a wrong thing to do? The combined age of those who are contesting in the US presidential election this year, the combined age is 79 and a half. The combined age is 79 and a half in the United States, and this is the biggest democracy. In terms of not in terms of number, India is the biggest democracy in terms of number, but in terms of impact on the world stage, America is the biggest democracy. And so, if it's not a problem for America, why should it be a problem for Nigeria? This man, if he's going to run, he's going to come on board with institutional memory. He contested for the presidency multiple times, and then he was vice president. He contested for governorship. He's been successful in the private sector. So the man has a lot to bring on board for Nigeria. One of the reasons why Bola Tinubu is being very successful in his fourth year as president is because he was prepared for the job. Atiku is more prepared than Bola Tinubu because he's had a long time to prepare. So his age, I don't think it's going to be a factor. In fact, I think it's going to be an advantage.
All right. So that's somewhat that's somewhat of an inverted sort of comment there. That's just the best way that I can describe it. Of course, this age is not going to be an advantage. Atiku Abubakar is about 78 now. So by the time, and we all saw him on the campaign storms during this last cycle. He couldn't hold steady. Remember when he was trying to climb down only 4 flights of stairs, and he stumbled, nearly fell, only to be caught halfway by his security details. So Atiku Abubakar, he will be 80-something by the time the next election comes round. So of course, his age is a factor, And is state of well-being a factor too? They were even asking him to publish his medical records in this last cycle, and no matter how good his doctors are, you cannot hold back the size of time. So of course, his age is a factor. But anyway, let's carry on. So that's somewhat now him trying to show loyalty to Atiku Abubakar, not anything that he at all believes, but is trying to compensate for the gushing things that he's been doing to us, Tinubu, just to say I'm still loyal, sir. But that's a nonsense.
Why do obedience think that you always like to attack Peter Obi? Is it deliberate?
It's just the nature of the obedience.
All right. So let me attempt to answer that question before we. And by the way, I've not watched this interview. We're watching it organically together. So let me attempt to answer that question before Reno goes in to answer it. The reason why Reno Omokri attacks Peter Obi is quite simple. One, to signal to the presidency space that I'm for you. One, and secondly, because of the just how rude and wild and how toxic that place is, he wants to take it on. But more importantly, that's the money end of his social media business. He's attacking the Obi space, is what generates the. He's telling us now that he has the largest non-entertainment social media platform in Nigeria. And what generates those numbers are its attacks against the Peter Obi space. And with the numbers comes the money. And that is where he's making his money from. So very much so, the Peter Obi space has already bought him a house somewhere.
The base of the obedience is it comes from the southeast, and we know that the southeast. And I think this is probably the fault of the general Gowon government. After the war, there was no rehabilitation, just like what we've done now, in the Northeast, there's a lot of rehabilitation. After the war, there was no rehabilitation. So there's a lot of post-war trauma from that part of the country. Not everybody, but, there's a critical mass of people who have that. And so they are not able to make a distinction between, being against somebody because of certain issues. Or, for example, I'm going to give you an example now. A lot of them tell me, why didn't I support the best candidate? I mean, I ask them that, how can you say the best candidate? In terms of education, this man is the least educationally qualified. Waziri Atiku Abubakar has a master's in international relations from.
That's the maddening thing about that obedience space, that why don't you support the best candidate? We've gone through the record so many times. I don't want to regurgitate what we've said severally. There is nothing in its antecedents that suggests that Peter Obi is the best candidate, was the best candidate, or in the future will be the best candidate. We know his work history. We know he was a relative failure in Anambra State as the governor. We know that. We know that he's corrupt. We know that as well. We know that in terms of educational qualifications, it's just it's mediocre at not mediocre, but average at the very best. So there is nothing that he has that the rest of the other candidates don't have in multiples. So we're better educated than Peter Obi, of course. And in terms of life trajectory, where he's coming from to where he is, you might argue that Sowore has achieved more than Peter Obi. Certainly, you wouldn't even put Peter Obi in the same bracket as Kwakwanso, Bola Tinubu, or even Atiku Abubakar in terms of what we know and is documented as achievements in public spaces. So, of course, I mean, it's not what makes him the best candidate? Nothing at all. We know his history, but I'll let Reno answer that question.
The nature of the obedience, the base of the obedience is it comes from the southeast, and we know that the southeast. And I think this is probably the fault of the general Gowon government. After the war, there was no rehabilitation, just like what we've done now, in the Northeast, there's a lot of rehabilitation. After the war, there was no rehabilitation, So there's a lot of post-war trauma from that part of the country. Not everybody, but, there's a critical mass of people who have that. And so they are not able to make a distinction between, being against somebody because of certain issues. Or, for example, I'm going to give you an example now. A lot of them tell me, why didn't I support the best candidate? I mean, I ask them that, how can you say the best candidate? In terms of education, this man is the least educationally qualified. Waziri Atiku Abubakar has a master's in international relations from Anglia Ruskin University. Bola Tinubu has a first-class degree from Chicago State University. Rabi Musa Kwankwaso has a PhD in water engineering. This man has a third class, or maybe second class lower in, I think, in philosophy from the University of Nigeria. So in terms of education, he is not as qualified as the others. In terms of achievements while in office, it doesn't come close to any of them at all. So, but in their own mindset, there's a lot of emotional, there's a lot of sentiment, and it comes back to what happened, during the war. So I understand that. A lot of them are going to attack me. But look, at the end of the day, if you hold the election 10 times, Peter Obi is still not going to win. Peter Obi should go back and revisit what I told him. I told him that the best path to the presidency.
Okay. So now let's, devoid of emotions or sentiment, just review what Reno Omokri says there. If you hold that election 10 times, Peter Obi is still not going to win. So why has Reno Omokri said that? Is it because he hates Peter Obi? Is it because he hates the Igbos? Or is it because he knows the permutations of politics to arrive at that statement? So it has to be one of those three. He hates Peter Obi personally. Is Igbo hating, which is the currency that seems to be, this is the throw around phrase that we hear all the time now, or he knows the permutation of politics, and that's what arrives him there. So let's start from that last one. So if you look at the permutations of politics, there is no pathway to an Obi victory. Obi is not going to get the vote in the north. We know that. Everybody knows that. Obi is going to make minor incursions in the southwest, but is not going to significantly penetrate the southwest. We know that. So what's left for him? The middle belt, the south, and the southeast. So can that make him president? No. And if the elections run again, is it going to make as much gains as it did in the middle belt? No, because it's been exposed somewhat for religious bigotry and all of this underhand sort of politicking. So its stock has diminished in that space. And also now we have that Muslim president, and the heavens have not fallen. The country has not been Islamized. It's one of the most libertarian administrations outside of the Goodluck Jonathan. I think the Goodluck Jonathan was probably the most libertarian administration we've yet had in Nigeria. You could say or do anything without fear of being vested upon. And we're experiencing that now as well. So people have the freedom of expression, they have the freedom of movement, the country is recalibrating. So all of these things. So if the elections run 1,000,000 times, there is no pathway for Peter Obi to win. And the only sliver of a window was in 2023. Because in 2023, power was set to transit to the south, and that opened just the slightest edge of a window for Peter Obi. But in that 2023, it still stood no chance. But now, going forward, that window has closed because he's not going to win 2027. Because, of course, in 2027, the North is already looking to take power as quickly as possible back. And it's not going to win 2031 because, of course, power transits back to the North. So when is he going to win an election? When is he going to become president? Not between now and ever is that likely ever to be the case. So, and that is exactly what Reno is saying. If you run the elections 1,000,000 times, there is absolutely no window for Peter Obi to become the president. It's just basic stuff.
For him is to run as Waziri Atiku Abubakar's running mate, and then be loyal to him while he's in office. And then when Waziri Atiku Abubakar finishes his tenure, naturally the baton will change from the president to him. He didn't listen to me. Well, good luck to him.
Those who disagree with your own notion, that's what you believe. And that those who believe that, well, Peter Obi is perhaps one of the best president Nigeria never had. I mean,
Peter Obi is somebody that I know. It is ridiculous for you to say that Peter Obi is one of the best presidents Nigeria never had.
That's what the
It's not only ridiculous, it's also offensive. Because that is tapping into that Awolowo luster. You know, they often references that Awolowo is the best president Nigeria never had. So they are now co-opting that phrase and are using it for Peter Obi, which is an affront and an assault and an insult to the legacy of somebody like Awolowo. It's almost trying to draw an equivalency between somebody of the majesty and achievement of Obafemi Awolowo and our man from Oka who can barely utter words that cohere. It's an affront, and it's a dog whistle to ethnicism also.
Supporters, that's what the supporters of Peter Obi will think, that they think that out of all those candidates, they think he was the best man for the job at the time.
Let me address that, please. Let me address that. The only way you can judge somebody's future is by somebody's past. And if you look at Peter Obi in Anambra State, I mean, he was asked, now this is not me, Reno Omokri talking, he was asked his singular stellar achievement in Anambra, and he mentions the brewery that he put in Anambra, and that brewery is a loss-making brewery. Now, today,
all right, okay. So I think we're building up to where we want to be. That infamous now bet that is out there now. $10,000. Anybody that wants to pick it up, just knock on Reno Omokri's door. You only have to answer one question, and he's about to put that question to you now.
Stellar achievement in Anambra, and he mentions the brewery that he put in Anambra, and that brewery is a loss-making brewery. Now, today, I'm speaking to Seun Okinbaloye. I'm going to tell.
How is that even a possibility in a country that consumes beer almost as much as the Germans, which is Nigeria, of course? How can a brewery be a loss-making enterprise in an alcoholic country like Nigeria? Only Peter Obi can achieve that.
Nigerians, and especially obedience, I'm giving a challenge. I will give any obedient $10,000. If you want, I can produce money in cash. I will give any obedient $10,000 if they can name one school that Peter Obi started, completed, and commissioned while he was governor. One school.
All right. So that bet, that call out, that put out, that whatever it is that you're describing it as is quite specific. And I'm going to scroll it back just about 30 seconds, just so you hear the fullness of what he had to say. What Reno Omokri is saying is that he's putting $10,000 of his own money up in cash for anybody that can tell him or tell us, the wider space, a school, just one, no, not 10 schools, so because we hear human capital development, and all of this hellish noise all the time. So now let's boil that hellish noise down to a bet. $10,000 up for grabs. So what Reno Omokri is inviting is that if you can tell him a school, and this is quite specific, also, so you have to listen to the specifics of what is asking so that you can then answer it frontally. It's asking then if you can tell him one school, just one, that Peter Obi started, built, and commissioned, not in his first term as governor, not in his second term as governor, but in the totality of his 8 years as governor. One school that he started, built, and commissioned. Just one. And that is the bet right there. And if you can present that school for verification, $10,000, your account becomes richer by.
I'm speaking to Seun Okinbaloye. I'm going to tell Nigerians, and especially obedience, I'm giving a challenge. I will give any obedient $10,000. If you want, I can produce money in cash. I will give any obedient $10,000 if they can name one school that Peter Obi started, completed, and commissioned while he was governor. One school. So how can you say that a man like Rabbi Mr. Kwankwaso, who built 2 state universities, not one, 2 state universities, who built over 140 schools, who built 8 hospitals, how can you say that Peter Obi is better than that man? How can you say Peter Obi is better than Bola Tinubu, who took the internally generated revenue of Lagos State from less than 4 billion monthly to about 140 billion naira yearly, who built new towns in Lagos, who started the Lekki Port project, who started the blue and the red lights that we're now seeing, who was able to increase the.
The fact is, and we all know it because facts don't lie, there is no basis for comparison between Peter Obi and any of the frontrunners in the 2023 elections. His achievements, none that anybody has still been able to identify, if he has any, certainly pales in significance in comparison to any of the frontrunners. And the frontrunners, of course, Tinubu, Atiku, Kwakwanso. So there's no basis to make it. They're from different worlds. They're from, you say that Tinubu managed a big economy, but he did big things. Peter Obi managed a middle income economy, and there is no marquee achievement that you can go back to say this was a legacy. For an 80, Peter Obi told us that in the course of his 8 years, he managed 500 billion naira. 500 billion naira. So that's about what, 500-600 billion naira. That is what Peter Obi managed in 8 years. And there is no marquee anything as an indicator of that level of budget. So I mean, what are we even talking about?
GDP of Lagos until Lagos became the 6th biggest economy in Africa. Lagos has an economy that is actually bigger than Kenya and Ghana. So, I mean, on what basis are they saying Peter Obi is the best president Nigeria never had? It's when you build something on nothing, it's going to come crashing down.
So you think Peter Obi is a fluke?
Peter Obi is somebody that would have made a good running mate to understudy the president, to learn on the job, and then after doing that, then he will be prepared. But I mean, on his own, with his current achievements, look, the local government chairman of Etiosa local government in Lagos State has more achievements in governance than Peter Obi.
Would that be a fair statement to make, though?
Of course, it's going to be a fair statement. If you are talking in terms of projects, you're talking in terms of, okay, I'll give you an example now. I know for a fact that the Etiosa local government chairman has built, at least to my knowledge, 3 schools. Now, I'm asking you, Seun, and if you can't answer it, I'm asking Obedience to answer that question. Name one school that Peter Obi started, finished, and commissioned, and I'll give you $10,000.
All right. I hope that the Obedience will take up the challenge. But let's look at it. I mean, your comments about the situation in Nigeria, some would perceive it as a bit skewed, because you are not on the ground, you don't feel it, you don't understand how the economy works.
All right, let's pause it there for a moment. Seun says that he hopes that the Obedience will take up the challenge. Well, so far, so not. A $10,000 challenge, no response from Obi supporters 24 hours after. So this is Reno Omokri hammering it down. He wants to give you that model, but just show one school that he started, built, and commissioned. That's the challenge right there.
Because you are not on the ground. You don't earn from the economy. You don't feed off from the economy. You are not practically and physically involved in the economy. And those who will say, Reno is speaking because he's in the comfort of the United States home, or is flying around Europe and the rest of the world, you really cannot be able to be a good judge of what Nigerians are feeling. Those who believe that things are perhaps the most difficult in the last 20 or 30 years of their lives.
I'm going to address that. I'm an employer of labor in Nigeria, and then you could probably go to the Corporate Affairs Commission. Again, I'm challenging those independent and investigative journalists who hate my guts. I've got, in Nigeria, I've been able to build student hostels. Apart from building student hostels, I also have 1 or 2 things that I'm doing, of which I pay people in Nigeria monthly salaries. Those people, they pay taxes. And if Nigerians demand from those people, they can produce their taxes. So to that extent, I am involved in Nigeria. I'm able to gauge the economic temperature of Nigeria, because obviously you have to pay your staff above minimum wage. So if you are saying that, okay, because I'm not living in Nigeria all the time, I cannot speak about Nigeria, then what you're going to say is that you're going to tell all the people in the diaspora who have business interest in Nigeria to stop sending money to Nigeria because they are not fully Nigerians. And I'm sure the Nigerian government is not going to like that. To that extent, I'm probably even more of a stakeholder in Nigeria than some of these people that are criticizing me.
How do you assess? I'd like to get your view on what happened yesterday. And there's this back and forth, and we heard the Attorney General spoken about it. The prosecution of the former governor of Kogi State, Yaya Bello, and the manner in which things went, and the present Governor Ododo, and the EFCC is saying that there was an obstruction in their plan to arrest the former governor and try him. What is your view about what is going on? As a lawyer, though, and as a lawyer and a citizen and a political commentator, I'd like you to wear those hats.
Okay, now, I've got to be very nuanced here because a lot of Nigerians are not able to rise above their sentiments. So, first and foremost, I have to say that if Yaya Bello is accused of any crimes, I don't support him for criminal behavior. And I think that the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission are within their rights to want to invite him. And if they have a warrant of arrest to even arrest him, they're within their rights to do that. I don't think that, in Kogi State that he did the best job. I think that, he could have done a much better job, especially when he was chosen by General Muhammadu Buhari after the then candidate of the All Progressive Congress died. He was chosen specifically because he is a youth. And I don't think that he represented the youth to the best of his ability. I don't think that he's the best role model. Now, having said that, that is one aspect of it all. There's another aspect of it all that people have to look at. That is loyalty. Now, if you are a governor, no matter how much you perform and how well you perform, if you were involved in choosing, selecting, or in anointing your successor, and then you fall out with your successor, it says a lot about your discernment, about your judgment, about your person. Now, I admire Yaya Bello, not for all of those things that they're accusing me of. No. In fact, if possible, if it can be proven, I will condemn it. But I admire Yaya Bello for the fact that he's been able to anoint a successor who has.
What's your comment also on some of these social legal cases, the one involving the cross-dresser Bobrisky over the mutilation of the naira? Is being sentenced 6 months sentence, and you see the man they call chief priest, Cubana chief priest, he did not plead guilty, and he's been granted bail and the sum of 10 million naira with surety. And those who are arguing, Bobrisky pleaded guilty and he was given the maximum sentence. Look at Obi Cubana. Look at what's happening. And those who believe that, whatever is going on is some kind of witch hunt. I've seen some of your commentaries about Bobrisky, but let me get your view on those tendencies that we've seen in the manner in which the EFCC are treated the case. Those who believe that EFCC doesn't have a business prosecuting that kind of matter, but the manner in which the court has handled the case, what are your views?
Well, a lot of Nigerians tend to be very sentimental. And so, when you're talking about things in Nigeria, you got to bear that in mind. In terms of the legal process, what the EFCC has done is actually flawless. You cannot flaw them. And it is silly for anybody to say that the EFCC should not be prosecuting that kind of thing, because look at their name, Economic and Financial Crimes Commission. Mutilating abuse of the naira is a financial crime. And so when you have the EFCC doing that, they are actually fulfilling their legal mandate. Now, if you look at what happened with Bobrisky, I believe his name is Idris something. If you look at what happened, he also went to court. He was also given bail. But the only difference between him and this Cubana fellow is that he could not meet his bail conditions. And because he could not meet his bail conditions, he remained in remand. And then when eventually the case came up for hearing, he pleaded guilty. So there is no difference between what the EFCC has done between the Cubana chief priest and with Bobrisky. It's just like Nnamdi Kanu and Omoyele Sowore, When Omoyele's case came up in court, he was given bail, but he could not meet the bail condition. So he spent months in jail, not because the government wanted to put him in jail, but because he could not meet his bail conditions. As a matter of fact, the judge who was handling it to stop that tendency in our society. And they saw this as a loophole by which they can get at him without the Western powers coming after them for attacking LGBTQ rights. Former President Barack Obama and then Prime.
All right. I was actually going to skip through that, but I think he said something quite pertinent there. I think he's somewhat in agreement that the Bobrisky prosecution is actually more to do with his cross-dressing than the mutilation of the Naira, which is something that we've concluded on this platform as well. So let's hear him say that.
Including the family and the person of the former Attorney General of the Federation, Abaka Malami, they did not. They actually went, and this is an opinion of mine, after Bobrisky, because Nigeria's culture is vehemently against homosexuality and cross-dressing. Now, former President Jonathan took the action of signing into law a bill that criminalized homosexuality and gay marriage, and he paid a heavy political price for it. He was told almost to his face by former President Barack Obama and then Prime Minister David Cameron that they were going to get him, they were going to deal with him, because they put a lot of pressure for him to be like South Africa and some other African countries and accept gay marriage. And former President Jonathan said, no, I'm not going to do it. And they moved against him. You know, they refused to sell weapons to Nigeria. They turned against him. You know, Nigeria was not able to get loans that we needed. And it affected him. It affected his re-election campaign. Bola Tinubu is the savviest politician in Nigeria. I mean, the man is very savvy. They, and I believe this administration, wanted to get at Bobrisky to stop that tendency in our society. And they saw this as a loophole by which they can get at him without the Western powers coming after them for attacking LGBTQ rights.
Would that be right to say that it was because of Bobrisky's orientation? He said he's a male, actually. He's cross-dressing, but has it been ascertained that he's homosexual?
I don't know. I mean, I'm not going to make any judgment about that. I didn't say that, and I'm not going to say that.
You know, that's quite a point, actually, because cross-dressing does not necessarily... You may see it as deviant behavior, and it's not even deviant behavior, because if you go to the north, there's a borderline cross-dressing embedded in some of their cultures there. But cross-dressing does not necessarily mean homosexuality. There's a comedian in this country called Eddie Izzard. He's a various cross-dresser, and quite a virile man as well, according to at least what he claims that he is. But cross-dressing does not necessarily mean homosexuality.
But what I did say is that the government, I mean, they would want to keep that kind of tendency in the background. They would not want it to become mainstream in Nigeria, because if you look at our culture, there is no part of Nigeria that doesn't, that is not against that kind of lifestyle. So, you know, that is why they're doing that. You know, so this is a very fairly conservative country, especially, okay, I'm going to put it this way, you know, in northern Nigeria, they've got a conservative religion. In the southwest of Nigeria, they've got a conservative culture. So between these two places, you know, the north and the southwest, I mean, such a thing is not going to be countenanced. So you need a creative way to address it without alienating the Western powers. Who are you going to need, you know, to fight terror? Who are you going to need, you know, to maybe get loans when you need them, to get transfer of technology? You know, that's all I'll say about that.
Are you worried that maybe the homosexuality tendencies are on the rise in Nigeria?
Well, you know, I mean, I'm not going to say that.
Maybe, I mean, so the point I'm making, that those who will say those tendencies were there years ago, many years ago, but it looks like there are people who flaunt it on the social media.
Let me respond to you.
Yeah.
Let me respond to you. The whole point of being human is that we all have flaws. Everybody has flaws. The whole point of it being human is that we all have flaws. Now, the period of your date of birth, that is the hypocrisy. But other than that, I think they are doing a good job.
So, I mean, you look at this gentle man, this boy, very dark black man. By the way, he's been speaking about you and your brother. And you look at his situation. So let me, since you're very much interested about the affairs of the PDP, what is happening in the PDP? What is your view? And we see for the first time, side by side, former governor of Rivers State, Nyesom Wike, in the same room with former Vice President Atiku.
Sorry, I've fast it forward. I've fast it forward rather, just to get through the flippant sort of Bobrisky, whatever it is, and all those what we can discuss amongst ourselves.
Abubakar, and there was a scenario which went viral that we saw between Senator Dino Melaye and former governor of Benue State, Samuel Otom. And it looks like there is a very high intensity of tension that is palpable within the People's Democratic Party about the leadership, about the affairs, about the interests of some of the big wigs in the party, and how the party is able to move forward from there.
You see, that's my issue with Nigerians, being very sentimental and being very emotional. The same day that the People's Democratic Party came together as a united unit, Wike was there, Atiku was there, Damagun was there, Autumn was there, and then Senator Dino Melaye were there. Nobody threw punches. They sat down together and they were talking, they used words. That same day, what was happening in the All Progressive Congress? In Kanu, the world suspended their chairman, the national chairman, Ganduje. And then the states also came in and countered what they did. And then the stakeholders in the geopolitical zone, the Northwest, came and they did something contrary. And then some other people say that, okay, they are going to go to court. What is happening in the All Progressive Party more a shame than what's happening in the People's Democratic Party? Let's talk about that.
The loyalty of some members of the PDP, for example, what Dino Melaye was angry about, he feels that Mr. Autumn had come publicly to say he's supporting Bola Tinubu for 2027 and is questioning his loyalty. That those who believe that Nyesom Wike serving in the government of the APC of President Tinubu, the question is loyalty, and they believe that whatever is happening in Rivers State politics is questionable. What are your views about the ongoings, and especially how the leadership of the party is perceiving the Damagun situation, the Yocha Ayu situation? Is PDP able to come out of this?
Well, first and foremost, Yocha Ayu, Dr. Yocha Ayu is someone I know personally, and he has withdrawn his case from court. So there is no Yocha Ayu situation. With Damagun, we saw what happened with the party yesterday. So I stand by that. I don't agree or disagree. I just stand by it. But then, to go back to your point about Wike being in the Tinubu administration, in every PDP administration, beginning from former President Olusegun Obasanjo to our administration, former President Goodluck Jonathan, we always had members of the opposition in our government all the time. So former President Obasanjo had members of the APP and the AMPP in his administration. As a matter of fact, one of the people who was speaking for him at that time, Chukwuemeka Ezeife, who just recently passed away, was also an opposition member. Rochas Okorocha was an opposition member. He contested the presidency against the president. He was in our government. Not only that, Senator Bukola Saraki at that time was not a senator. He was a member of another party. He was in our government. Various people who were not in our party were in our government as the People's Democratic Party. So if we could accommodate people of other political parties in our government, then I don't think it's strange for Bola Tinubu to do the same in his own government.
So those who are opposing Nyesom Wike for being in the APC government, you don't agree with them? You think that they don't have a base for their arguments?
Invite them to your show and ask them.
Let me get your view about how things are going on with the PDP, and what do you think is the best way to handle the situation? Those who think that the PDP is not even playing its role as an opposition properly, and that the leadership in the party, and the party is also divided along the Atiku Abubakar divide, the Nyesom Wike divide. How do you think is best? I mean, there are those who will say Atiku Abubakar is perhaps one of the oldest of the lot, who are one of the founding fathers of the PDP. In his own stead, what do you think he can do to realign the forces and move the party forward?
You see, I said this, I think I said this 5 months ago. I said the biggest mistake that we made during the campaigns is that we did not make Wike the running mate. If we had made Wike the running mate, probably the election would have ended on a different note. Because Wike is a very forceful person. He's a very, he's somebody that you want on your side, because he can be very antagonistic if he's not on your side. So what I would say as a solution is that when you have two forces, and then both forces are not able to overwhelm each other, in chess, they call it a stalemate. In French, they call it détente. So you have détente. That's what they call it in French. When you have détente, when you have a stalemate, then the best thing that you can do, they say if you cannot beat them, join them. We need to align forces. We need to, there's going to be a way that where we can have compromise, where we can have a win-win situation. We cannot constantly be at war all the time and say, okay, because if we could defeat Wike, Atiku would have defeated Wike. If Wike could have defeated Atiku, he would have defeated Atiku. There is a stalemate right now. They have to find a way to work together.
Let's look at what we were saying generally in the country today. You've spoken gleefully about the situation of the economy, the FX specifically. You talked about Binance and what a view and how the government is addressing the situation. But the fact remains that the IMF has projected a decline in the foreign exchange external reserve. And the thing, those who think that some of the things that we are seeing right now, they are a bit more artificial, and they're just early signs or early signals of some policies of the government, that those who are afraid that may not last long. Do you think that the depletion of the foreign reserve poses a threat to the decline in the value of the naira?
Well, actually, you're inaccurate there. The IMF did not say so. The IMF actually projected that Nigeria's economy was going to grow faster and higher than what they had previously projected. So they said that Nigeria's economy initially was going to grow by 3%, then they upgraded our economy that was going to grow by 3.3%. What happened is that a number of publications, Bloomberg being one of them, had come up with sources that had told them that our foreign reserves had depleted over the past 6 weeks. And then I think that was yesterday, and even before he said it, people who are thinking, they all knew. The governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria had addressed that. Because if you recall, the reason why there was a major issue with the FDI situation in the country was because foreign airlines and multinational companies in Nigeria were being owed a backlog of FX. I think the amount was about $1.2 billion. And then in addition to that, there were also debt servicing obligations that Nigeria had. Now, if you take the payment that were now made to these foreign airlines and the multinationals and the debt servicing obligation that Nigeria had, that is where the depletion comes from. So it's not as if that the Central Bank of Nigeria is defending the naira, as these people say, or as was happening with the Muhammadu Buhari administration in the past. What with Muhammadu Buhari, $1.5 billion was being spent every month to defend the naira. That is not what is happening right now.
What do you see about the manner in which the Tinubu government is handling things, and what do you see for the naira's future?
Well, if the Tinubu administration continue to do what they are doing, continue to float the naira, continue with the fuel subsidy removal, not to shift any base, and then continue with the student loan bill, and then if they actually are truthful and are committed to this idea, where they say, okay, they are considering what they call it now, petitions from states about state police, then I think that Nigeria is going to do well. I mean, it's not just even me saying it. The IMF has upgraded Nigeria. Fitch International Ratings has upgraded Nigeria. Standard & Poor's has upgraded Nigeria. KPMG has upgraded Nigeria. So it's not just me. I mean, all over the world, people are seeing that Nigeria is actually going forward. So we're seeing right now that fuel subsidy removal is actually working, because Nigeria's fuel imports have reduced by about 57%, and local refinery has now increased by 12%. And then because of that, capital inflow into the country has improved. You know, for the last quarter, our GDP grew by 3.4%. If they continue doing these little things consistently, then I think the future is bright for Nigeria.
Just before we go, let me get your view that those, I mean, since sometimes you call yourself a pastor, are you still a pastor?
I'm an ordained pastor. I was with the pastor of a local assembly for about 4 years. And after I finished my pastoralship, I left Nigeria and I went back to the United States, but I'm still an ordained pastor.
What do you make of Odumeje, Prophet Odumeje, the Abido Sheikh?
All right, I was going to stop it there, but I'm curious to see what Reno Omokri makes of Odumeje. So let's hear his response. After his response, we play the Kegite music, starts the conversation.
The man is in the UK right now. What do you make as an ordained pastor? What do you make of that man?
Well, I mean, I tend not to devote. I'm not sure that it's a very good use of my time and resources to think or to even pontificate about a character like that. I would rather, maybe think about somebody that I believe is going to add value to me, or by thinking about him, I can also add value to my country. I'm not sure that I can apply my time and my resources to such a fellow.
Mr. or Pastor Reno Omokri, thank you so much.
No, Mr. is okay. Mr. is okay. Very fine.
Thank you so much.
You fear to answer, Pastor.
Also, you've earned it also. Thank you so much indeed for the time that you've spared for this conversation, and I hope that you've enjoyed every bit of it.
Thank you for having me.
All right. So that was that. So that's Reno Omokri. A lot of people insisted that we should have a look at this video. So, and I'm glad we did. I did not actually, because so many people were sending it in, I decided not to watch it beforehand so that I could respond to it organically, and it was well worth the effort to watch. So we played the Kegite music. You already see the panelists assembled, and then we just we do a quick round to see what people made of that.
Only water, only water, where they see my water. Hapa you don't come oh. Hapa oh night oh. Oro keke elemu ye o. Ide shodi ya keke elemu re o. Bobby master keke elemu re o. Chifu Waila ti keke elemu re o. Erukulele elemude. Erukulele egbe elemudodo jare o. Erukulele Ghana ti de egbe ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosonana ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosodúnkẹ́ ẹyẹ rẹ̀ ó dilé o. ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run méjìkọ. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. Ikuko ni real agbeche may death have nothing to do with us. So amen to that on behalf of myself and you, my friend. So we kick the conversation now. Off rather. We don't kick it on because it's not started. So we kick it off. And let's start it with Ekene. So we go Ekene, Ogbeni, and then Ajanle Koko will round it off. So Ekene, you're up first. Ekene, what did you? I'm sure you've seen it already. And so this is the opportunity. That $10,000, I'm sure it will buy 1 or 2 stocks for your shop. So now just the details of the school that Peter Obi started, built, and commissioned in the total 8 years that it was there. And then you and I will walk to Reno Omokri'S house and collect that $10,000.
I don't have time for that, one man. But I will tell you something. But before I start, one man, I send you a video.
Yes, I can't play it. Copyright.
It's not copyright. You can play it too. I need that. I need that because it's because of that video. This thing that I send you that video. So you cannot. You cannot tell me.
The owner of
there's nothing like owner. That's a Igbo music. There is nothing like you. Just play it. Nothing like copyright there. It's the video. It's the video I play on my phone.
Yeah, it's copyright protected. The people that sang the song will claim it. Do you remember
nobody? It's just a music now. How can they claim it?
Look,
just the music.
Hold on. Do you know that Bolojo music that I used to play?
Yeah.
Do you know that the person that sang that song, she claimed all the videos that we played it on. So all these things, they have copyrights, so yeah. But to what Reno said.
But that music, the owner of the music is dead now.
I told you already now. Do you want the video?
Okay.
I've just now explained now.
Okay, without the video, there is no way you can play it for me to hear the sound without showing it.
Ekene, I told you already, the music is copyright protected. If you want me to abandon the video to whoever owns that music, we can do that just to satisfy you.
Okay.
All right, to Reno, do you have any commentaries on what he said?
I have some commentaries, but I just wanted to listen to that video before I make my comment because this is not the guy I take serious because I don't follow him. I just had his comment about how he took people's money from YouTube and the subscribers. So that's what he do. So he do everything just to generate traffic. So I just blame the people that go to him or follow him. I don't follow him. He's a cunning man. So a cunning man is not my role model. So just see the way he's defending all his atrocities and his inferiority complex and the kind of attitude he is. If Tinubu performs very well the way you claimed, then why won't you support him in 2027? You still go back to Atiku Abubakar. Does that show sense to you? That just shows an upright person to you. That shows a man that doesn't have brain. Has lost integrity. So
but what about his challenge? What about his challenge? Because that's the real takeaway. That's what everybody.
And that challenge is the reason why I want you to play that music, because I don't want to speak too much. If I hear that music and I'm able to interpret it, I don't have to speak too much. You're
breaking up, Ekene. Can people still hear me? Because I can't hear anyone. Yes.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, Ekene is
having
problems. So one man I'm called to enter my phone. So one thing I can say is that P2B started a Barium campus from onset till the
campus.
Yes.
Campus.
Barian campus, yeah.
That
So,
was in the
and
bet. That
if
was in the bet now. That's not
I
the
don't know,
bet.
but if you that's a big project. It's not a small project.
No,
The
but
fencing,
you know, you always tell us about human capital development. Which one
yeah,
is
but I'm telling you the
greater
one I know.
yes, hold on. Which greater human capital development than education? So which school?
That is what I'm telling you.
We're not talking about a campus now that he built a classroom in an existing
It's
school.
a university now. It's a complete university now.
Did he start the university?
Yeah, the university has a section at
No. Hold on.
um,
No, answer the question. Did he start the university?
that
Kwakwanso
particular
built
section.
Kwakwanso built
Let me explain to
Yeah.
you now. Let me explain to you. That Anambra State University was at Uli before. So what he did was to move part of it at Ebariam, where they gave them land. So he now has to start that land, fence it, build all their campuses and everything and their lecture halls. So you have the science side at the arts, the people that study art studies at Uli. Now you have the science side at Ebariam, provided everything they needed in the science section. So what else? It's not even a small project. So he now renamed it Chukwuemeka Odumegwu Ojukwu University.
No. Let's not go that far. But
no, it's not going far now.
Don't run away now. Don't run away from the bet. Peter Obi spent 8 years as the governor of Anambra State. And what Reno Omokri is saying is not asking for 10 schools. He said 1 that he started, built, and commissioned. So you're not.
I just told you one.
Yeah,
I just told you.
Did he start
yes, I just told you.
Did he start
I just told you what he started and finished in the school.
Right.
You understand? So dividing the university into two. The university and they giving them an empty land, which he fenced and built them all the structures they needed there. It's not a project to you, and it's not a school project to you. I just give you an explanation, right. But I don't want to. No, that is it. And there are other videos of schools that he built. But you know the way this guy talk, he just talk because he wants to talk.
No,
you also have his video.
He's putting $10,000 up now.
Who is interested in his $10,000? I'm not even.
Well, maybe not you, but I am.
Maybe you can be interested in it. I'm not interested in his $10,000. I'm just here to speak for my candidate, so that people don't spread lies.
So in the 8 years that Peter Obi, you come here to tell us about human capital development.
That is it. The only thing I don't want to know. Hold on. One man. If you have.
The bedrock of human capital development is education, and you talk about human capital development all the time. Peter Obi spent 8 years in that state house, and you cannot think of one school that he started, built, and commissioned.
I just told you one, and you don't want to accept it. So if you don't want to accept it, let me finish my thought. You understand? I told you a man started.
Can I interject to Ekene?
Okay.
What happened? I mean, the way you describe it now, that school has been existing before Obi came in. So what Obi did was to add another campus to the school. He built them another, additional campus. So the school
in a new site.
Yeah, meaning that school itself was not a school that Obi Obi did not build that school from the beginning. You know when you build something from the beginning, that the idea of
Baba, let me
hold on now.
I know where you are going to. But I want to tell you something. Let me respond to it. I know where you are going to. Let me tell you something. It's just like let me respond to you. It's just like
let him land now. Why are you running away?
You have the floor.
Let him land, and then you can
Okay. What we are saying is that the idea to build that school is not an idea of Obi. The school already been existing before Obi came. Obi just built additional campuses, to expand the school. You understand? So what Omokri is saying is asking you obedient to come out with is that you guys should name one school.
Okay. It's just like when you come to
started from the beginning, that nobody has ever been beat before. That the idea to build that school is an
okay.
OB idea.
Okay, let me I have understand you now. Let me just respond to you.
Yeah.
It's just like when you come to Lagos State now, you have you already know the government schools in Lagos State, school controlled by the government. They're already existing. Let's say Awori College now, the one that I know. And you expect Sowolu to come to Ojo now and leave Awori College where they already have an existing land, existing structure for many years. For years, even before Obi was thinking to run for governor. Many schools in Anambra State already have structures. The CKC, the DMGS, a lot of, even the Bright Primary School in my village, the Ugube Primary School, all these schools, Bright Primary School was in existence. A Merchant of Life School was in existence before I was even born. So they already have their. Let me finish, Babaja. And these are government-owned schools. Their property already in existence. Then when you come to Awoli College, you go and remove it, or you go and establish a new one. Which state has done that? Other than rebuilding the dilapidated structure you already have in your government schools, which Obi did, that when he became governor, all the more than 40,000 schools in existence in Anambra State were rehabilitated and rebuilt, including the famous DMGS and CKC in Anambra State, that the latest structure they have today was built under Obi's government. So does it make sense to you? What the challenge the guy is putting to you, does it make any sense to you? Then let me finish, Babaja, let me finish. Then I was now telling you that even in rebuilding those structures that we have in most of our existing schools, which have been existing, they have their land, they have their everything, the dilapidated structure is there. Then Ebaliam now gave Uli a very big portion of land, acres of land, to extend their structure, because where they are sitting at Uli is a very small space. Then he now have to build that structure, what it has to be, fence it, build all the structure they need, and relocated part of that school to that Ibariam. Is that not how to rebuild a state in terms of a school infrastructure?
You are not answering the question, though.
Which schools has, let me finish one man. Which school has any state government in Lagos State has rebuilt apart from the existing one they have? Which one has they established? Apart from the existing one. Are you even making sense in your question?
Even
the Reno Omokri asking that question, is he even making sense?
Hold on.
It is making sense if you let people speak.
Yeah, one man, let me say this. So, Ekene, from what you have said now, so in all 8 years of Obi, he only improved on the existing school structure. It didn't build additional, even if it is one, it didn't build any one.
I mentioned to you one he built.
Now. Hold on, Ekene. From your explanation, he improved, he expand on the existing school. He did not build a single additional one to it that we can count that, okay, well, when Obi came in, we have 4,000 school. When Obi left 4,001 or 4,002, meaning that one additional school to the existing one or two additional school. That is what it will mean. He improved on the existing, it improved on them, it expand them, but it did not add additional to it. So that's what you stand for.
I didn't say he. I told you the one he added, which you said he did not. That didn't add up. It is you that said he didn't add. I told you the one he added, which he started on from scratch and finished it. You understand? Started it from scratch, go the fencing and everything. You don't expect him. Let me finish one man. You guys, I don't know if you are trying to. Let me finish now. Babaja has just made his comment. You wouldn't allow me to respond. You are just coming again, telling me to hold on.
Hold on. It's just so that you don't repeat 3 times what you've already said twice. You've told us that he built a campus for an existing university, and that's fine. So are you saying that that campus that he builds, it constitutes a school that he started from scratch, built and then commissioned? Is that your understanding of?
Tell me the school that Lagos State has built that is not in existence.
Well,
Can I tell you some? Can I tell you?
Tell me.
Okay, now, according to Omokri, he even mentioned a local government, a Tiosa local government.
That built 5.
That built 5.
That renovated, not built. That school was renovated. Go and check it. Those schools were in existence. I know a Tiosa local government very well now. I know the schools they have there. They were renovated. They were old schools which the guy renovated and made them new. So who are you trying to deceive? Because you want to do propaganda. I know a Tiosa local government very well. No school. Let me tell you, let me finish one man. Even this Awoli here is being renovated by state government. You now have some structure being put in there in Awoli here. So when they finish it, listen to me. I just want to tell you that I know is people. He will be telling that to the people that don't know a Tiosa. I know a Tiosa local government. All the schools that he mentioned that the local government chairman built was existing school which he renovated. I have a lot of schools here that is being renovated by the state government and the local government. What are you trying to say? The man didn't start a new school. He renovated the existing schools in the one because a lot of those schools here are dilapidated already. And the man renovated them, made them new. So this one now came and brought it up to say this man built more schools. Which school did he build? Who gave him the land? Who approved the land to him? So are you making any sense? And the man, I know Tiosa local government, I know those schools. The one in Awoli here is being renovated. The one in school bus stop here is being renovated.
You can't tell us you know everything about the Tiosa local government.
There is nothing like I can take it. Let me Babaja, let me say you are too old for this. And with all due respect, let me finish. No, there is nothing like is it not is a Tiosa? It's a Tiosa is it far from Ojo? A Tiosa is not far from Ojo.
Everything going on, you can't know all this.
There is nothing that I can know everything going on. A Tiosa is not far from Ojo. What are you telling me? Reno Omokri didn't know. Even Reno Omokri don't know any place. Let me finish. Reno Omokri that is telling you that don't know any place in Ojo. He doesn't know any place in Lagos State. He has stayed in abroad for many years. You cannot compare it to me living in Lagos State here in Ojo. Etiosa is very close to me.
How would you know what
I said I live? I say Etiosa. I go to Etiosa. You don't know where. Let me tell you. Because many times I don't know how we think here. The place I have my little thing is in Etiosa, local government. So nothing takes me too far from Etiosa. I didn't see any new school, only see renovated schools.
Okay, how many schools do we have existing in Etiosa now? How many schools?
Oh, that question is still relevant. The schools I know in Ethiopia are existing schools. If you want to confirm it, whenever you come to Nigeria, let me tell you. If you want to put your money, Babaja, put your money. Whenever you come to Nigeria, we go to Ethiopia. Then we know. There is nothing like asking me how many.
You don't
said,
need to
if you know,
don't mention the
if
number.
if you know the place, if you want to put your money, put your money. Anytime you come to Nigeria, come to Ojo, I will take you to Ethiopia. You know that Ethiopia is not far from me. Then we go and check the schools that were renovated there. How many years they have been in existence?
You are not answering the
you
question.
Understand?
How many schools do you know that is existing in Ethiopia? How many? Just mention the figure. You don't need to mention name. I don't need the name.
I just told you.
How many?
I just told you.
How many?
I don't need to tell you numbers.
Okay, so you don't know anything about Ethiopia then.
There is nothing I don't know anything like that. Even in this Ojo, the ones that I see, the ones that I know like
that you live, you cannot even know all the schools that exist in Ojo local.
Forget it.
You can't know.
Forget it. You don't know. You cannot tell me that I don't know what I'm saying.
Okay, how many in your
every school
exist in Ojo?
Every school in Ojo here.
How many?
Their wall is the one in school bus stop, the one in my 10. All of them are being renovated. Putting new structure by either the local government or the state government.
I can slow down. Do you know Ogombo community in Ethiopia?
Ogombo community?
Yes.
Where?
In Ethiopia.
In Ethiopia?
Yes.
What did he say there?
New schools now.
He didn't say new school. Bring up the headline. I saw it. Just bring it up. I saw the. Let me read it for you. Bring it up. Let me read it for you.
Okay.
Bring screw it up small. Screw it up small. He said, the fully equipped 3-floor structures completed with 15 ultra-modern classroom, 30 water system, was built by a committee of Wise of Lagos officials in partnership with State Special Committee to rehabilitation of public school to support academic output of the existing Ogomba Junior Grammar School. What are you telling me? Why do you do propaganda? Didn't I go to school?
It says Babajide Sanwo-Olu of Lagos State inaugurates the first senior secondary school in the
That's the headline there, but read the body of what you just brought out. Is that not an existing school being rehabilitated?
It's not an existing school. It's not a rehabilitation.
Is he not there? Is he not in the readout there? He said, let me finish. Bring it up. Let me read it again. If you are not seeing it. Bring it up. Let me read it for you. If you just bring it down small. Bring it down small. So that you stop all this propaganda. You said the fully equipped 3-floor structure completed with 15 ultra-modern classroom, 30 water system, toilet was built by committee of Wise of Lagos State officials in partnership with the State Special Committee on Rehabilitation of Public School to support the academic output of the existing Ogomba Junior Grammar School. So who gave how much did they buy the land there? And who gave them the land that they built in the school? Is it not an existing one? He said in rehabilitation of existing schools around that area.
All right. If you want me to respond, I can, but you will have to let me respond.
Respond to people. You tell people you want to tell. Because for me, I understand what I read.
No, you understand it the way you've chosen to read it. It says
there is nothing like the way you are.
Okay.
You understand it. You understand it the way you want to build it. You understand? I just read to you what is in the headline you brought out. So all this, I don't know if you hate a man, don't just because you hate a man, you bring something that doesn't make sense to the public. I told you every school in Lagos State is being renovated, rehabilitated. Because many of these schools have been existing since 1980, 1970. They have been mapped out, kept there. So what happens is that whenever the structure goes down, the state government or the local government chairman come and renovate it, build it up, which Obi did it on time. In almost all the schools, provided them buses, computers, and everything.
All right.
You don't know this. Even the famous DMJs and CKC, if you know the state of, because that's the school, that two schools, I know it very well. The two schools, I know it very well. If you know the state of that school before he became a governor and where he left it, almost all the structures there are new. He built almost most of them 3-story building, 2-story building, 4-story building, newly, from scratch, in the same environment. And you buy, and educated people buy to these guys' nonsense argument. Who wants his $10,000 for what? What do I need it for? I don't do nonsense things. I don't do nonsense things, and I expect more from you guys. I just gave you a video or music to play for me. You are giving me excuses because you don't want people to hear it. You don't want people to hear it. So you can say whatever you want to say. What we know what Obi did and how he did it. Continue to make your research, bring whatever you want to bring. I don't care. But what I know as far as public school is concerned, the only school that you can say that can be built from scratch is either a private school.
It has to be conversation.
One man, sorry, I joined just to come and ask a question. What's the question? What was the question that Ekene has been struggling to answer?
The question is, I'll try and ask it, but Ekene won't let me. The question is, Reno Omokri has put $10,000 of his own money up front, inviting, quite very, very specific. So I paused it when he was asking the question. I repeated it and I scrolled back just so that it was clarity. It said, if anybody, and you know, of course, the whole Peter Obi narrative, human capital development, others, and human capital development all wrapped around education. What Reno Omokri invited was that people should, if anybody can point out, not in the first term of Peter Obi or in the second term of Peter Obi, but in the totality of his 8 years that the Constitution allows for, if anybody can point out one single school that is started, built, and commissioned, that person, and he said it on Seun Okinbaloye's platform, he will give them $10,000 in cash. And that's the question to Ekene, and he got vexed. You know,
shouldn't that be easy money to make? $10,000 if he actually built a school from scratch. So I don't know why, because Ekene is just struggling and just shouting, being emotional. The guy did not build any brand new school from scratch. It's simple English language that everybody understands. Did you build something from scratch? Meaning you start, not renovate though. They said build from scratch. And if you build something from scratch, go and collect your $10,000. If you didn't build anything from scratch, then put up and keep quiet.
But Kulata, you called it in nonsense defense. But you, when somebody, you are trying to tell me that the ones that he built, maybe in your public school now, the building got dilapidated. Then he came, pull it down, rebuild a new one, maybe add some structures to it. And when people give you that evidence, you said he didn't build it from scratch.
That does not fit the definition of what Reno Omokri asked for.
But my own point is this, Kulata, how you educated you are, how many schools in your community were not in existence when your governors came in?
Oh, when Aregbesola, he built a boatload of brand new schools. A boatload.
Then you bring it out. Let us see also.
Schools that didn't exist.
Let me finish.
You can easily Google that. You can easily Google that.
I cannot Google it because one man also wanted to bring his own out. I read it. The one they built in it.
Hold on. Let them answer your question.
Let me finish.
Calm down. You've been yelling since. Calm down. When Tinubu entered, go and check Millennium schools, brand new schools, like 4 of them or something Millennium schools. So the fact that your governor did not build something doesn't mean you should get angry. He simply didn't build anyone. He renovated, but he didn't build anything brand new.
That's the kind of ridiculous thing I've had from many. It's just like let me read this to you.
You don't have an answer. Just admit you don't have an answer.
I cannot admit anything. I even told you the one he built from scratch.
You don't have an answer. You're struggling. If you don't know,
you're the one that don't have an answer. Let me tell you, you are the one that don't have what is. You don't know. You don't.
You are struggling.
I think people that say they educated, the way they think sometimes.
You are struggling. You are just.
There is nothing like struggling, Kulata. You see, you are one of my respected panelists.
Forget about all that one. That one doesn't matter.
Let me tell you. Sometimes the way you guys talk, I don't feel.
Can you name one?
I don't feel. If you hate somebody, just say it. I hate this man.
Just name one.
Don't
Answer Reno's question.
Bringing something that doesn't have any meaning.
You can't.
Who needs his $10,000?
I think at this point in time, it's safe to say you don't want
$10,000. It is people like you that need the $10,000, not me. I don't need it. You understand?
If I go make I move 10,000, why won't I make it? What's wrong with 10,000? I like money now, don't you? If just say you don't have an answer and then move on. No need to be yelling at everybody.
All right. Thank you.
So if you need the 10K, go and collect it. I was just explaining to you that many schools,
but
many schools you have in your.
Oh, okay. Wait,
no, one man. Don't say the way. Sometimes I don't know what you guys took Nigerians for. You take me Nigerians for a fool. You deceive Nigerians with the.
Oh, can you settle down? Hold on now. Hold on. I need the 10K, that $10,000. I need it. So you
want to tell somebody that this man didn't do anything? Wait. Then you bring up something that.
What are you doing now? We are not doing a shouting competition now.
I'm trying to tell you that you are beginning to. Let me tell you this.
No, hold on. Let other people speak now. It's not shouting now. We're not doing shouting. We're having a conversation. I need the $10,000. You don't need it. I need it. So you just tell me a school that Peter Obi started, built, and commissioned, and if I have evidence of it, I'll be knocking on Reno Omokri'S door tomorrow with my bank details and proof. So you don't need it. I need it. Tell me the school, and then I go and collect the $10,000.
Why are you busy, Michael? Give me a few minutes. I'm tackling some issue. I'm online. So, one man, what are you trying to say?
Yeah, I just said it now, but you were too busy chatting up babes, you know.
Yeah, you are just trying to. I don't know what you are trying to do, but you see, sometimes I laugh at you. I laugh at sometimes the characters I see every day. You understand? Reno Omokri, who is he? What is he trying? Who needs his $10,000? If somebody asks a senseless question, you need to know. You brought up and you said the schools in Ethiopia, and I gave you example that the schools in Ethiopia were rehabilitated. The existing schools in Ethiopia were rehabilitated, and you brought up something, and I confirmed it to you. You understand?
You did not confirm it. That wasn't.
Bring it again. I will still read it again. You are the one that brought it up. The point I'm trying to make? I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that Obi build this or Obi build that. I'm telling you that the existing schools we have in Anambra State will be renovated, added structures, provided vehicles, computers, and boreholes in those schools.
So Omokri is right. That is what we are saying.
Then no, let me finish. Babaja.
That is what we are.
Then you said he might be right to you. He might be right to you because you want to follow his own idea.
Not
you understand?
Hold on.
No, I just told you. I just told you that even in your own community. Okay, let me finish, Babaja. Let me finish to tell you how senseless he is. To tell you how senseless he is.
English now, additional school.
No, there is nothing like English. You ask questions that what is happening, what you have in occurrence in your own state. To tell you how senseless he is. He gave you an example of let me finish, Babaja. He gave you an example of a Tusa. Then one man went and googled a Tusa. I told one man that all the schools, most of the schools in Ethiopia were being renovated and rehabilitated, not building new ones, because those schools already have existing places. location, which they are, maybe the structures are old and they were renovating it. Even here in Ojo, I see them most of the time. You understand? The one man went and brought it out, and we read it here, and we confirmed that the schools in Etiosa, which this Mumu man, Reno, confirmed that Etiosa chairman built a lot of school. What we read here also said that the Etiosa own was also rehabilitated and renovated. So does that show that this might happen?
Can you allow me, please? Let me ask you just a very simple question. Okay, don't be angry. Did Peter Obi found in brand new school? I'm not saying did he renovate existing school. It's a yes or no. Don't do more than yes and no. Did he found or did he build a brand new school from scratch? Yes or no?
Yes, he built a Barian campus from scratch.
Iberian campus existed since year 2000.
Iberian campus, go and check it.
That's a campus of another. Let me.
Why did they do
No.
like this now?
Okay, Ekene, you've answered your
question. It's a school built
please
from.
now.
So
Let's dialogue.
you are talking about. Let me tell you.
Ekene, I'm begging you.
Okay, he built it. Let me tell you. He built this Ibarian campus from scratch. Name it Odumegwu Ojukwu University.
Yes, I understand.
You understand? So he found that. Let me tell you. He found that section, built a structure, named it.
Yes.
Odumegwu Ojukwu.
I understand.
So what are you telling me? I just told you now. I just told you that there is
okay,
one.
you told me. Can I talk now?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. So that Iberian campus was a school that was founded in year whatever that school is, was founded in year 2000. It built a new campus, right? It's an existing school. That means you don't understand the premise of my question and Reno's question, which is, did Peter Obi found a brand new school? Brand new, not
when you talk about founding something, you are talking about locating a new land, building a new structure in it, and naming it anything you want. Let me finish now. No, there is nothing like doing anything. Listen to me now. Listen to me, Babaja. When he's speaking, I was not talking. Let me finish my talk now. Then you interject now.
Finish that thought, and then we go on to Egbeni. I don't think we're going to get.
When you talk about funding something, you talk about locating a new land, building a new structure in it, and giving it a new name. You understand? Then I told you that he found a Barian campus. They gave him the land. He fenced it, built a new structure in it, named it Odumegwu Ojukwu University. In separation of the one that was existing in Uli. Because that one now has its own department, not attached to this one. This one now has a new location. Built from scratch, named it Chukwuemeka University. Chukwuemeka Odumegwu Ojukwu University. Apart from Uli campus. Because that Uli campus still bear the name Uli campus. But the one he built in the name of Chukwuemeka Odumegwu Ojukwu is still standing with the structure in it.
All right, brilliant. Thank you.
That does not qualify. Thank you, though.
So the $10,000 still stays in Reno's pocket. But Ogbeni, so that maybe you can collect the $10,000, Ogbeni. Yeah. Easy.
You see, when you see a Kenneth struggling with some questions, you cannot but just get more worried for the obedient guys. Simple question. But I know it's so funny that the obedient guys people are so consumed by their hero worshipping tendencies and what you could call solipsistic tendencies. Obi can do no wrong. Whoever is questioning Obi is attacking Obi. You know that kind of what you call maybe self-involved or egocentric tendencies is that too. And I wonder how I don't understand how, particularly the intellectuals among them, still reason with those guys in that space. I don't know. But I won't blame Peter Obi much. I think I blame his followers. Because what Reno Omokri threw into here is something very simple. Simple answer. Woman, what's so difficult in that question that tell me, and for me, it's not a definite indices or parameter.
You know, sorry, when do you know what the struggle is? The whole Peter Obi's narrative is wrapped around education. They'll tell you that he propelled that state to number one in XYZ. And then they'll tell you about human capital development and all of those sort of things, parameters that link to education. So that question now cuts to the very heart of their core narrative, that which school did they even build? And then that's why you see they're panicking.
But you know that number one, you know, and that's why I love the profession I belong to. We deal with empirical facts. If you have a superior argument and facts, everybody lay lows and we believe in it and everybody gets going until another person bring out any superior fact. And that was one of the reasons why I like my profession. What are your facts? Bring them on the table. And that's what Reno has been doing over time anyway. Today, I listened to what Reno is talking about. He's saying, look, that for the past government in Nigeria since 1999, they've been involving people from other political party in their party to be at core of their party and run the party, core of their government and run the government with them. And he mentioned, and he told them, okay, bring those guys that are blaming Wiki and others and let them come and bring their own contrary facts. Simple. And I don't understand why Okene is struggling with this. Let me give you an instance. Somebody asked me and said, did Obasanjo start any university or any tertiary institution from the scratch to the end? I will tell you, as much as I believe Obasanjo achieved a lot in Nigeria, he did not build any new tertiary institution in Nigeria. It's a simple fact. Take it anywhere, everybody know. If you ask of Yaradua, I will say the same thing. If you ask of Jonathan, I will tell you, no. Jonathan built 9 federal universities in Nigeria from the beginning to commissioning to employment, VC, everybody employed and keep them running. And Jonathan ensured that the first set got to, I think, part either 2 or 3. But he didn't graduate any sets because he left the government in 2015 and he couldn't graduate. It was Barry who graduated the first set. And if you now say, oh, it's a lie, and I'll start telling you, Federal University of Lafayette, go and check the history. In Nasarawa, Federal University Lokoja, go and share the history in Kogi, Federal University Kashere in Gombe, Federal University Wakari in Taraba, the one in Katsina is in Duzima, the one in Jigawa is in Duse, the one in his own state is in Otuoke, there. He has one in my state, in Oye, 4 years, he's there. He started it from the scratch. He put the block on, in fact, not even from block, he sponsored the bill to the National Assembly. He pushed through, they approved the bill. He went for the commissioning of each one. They put the first block on each other. He pushed everything through FEC. They approved. He built all the 9 universities from nothing to the last block that I laid in that school and commissioned it. And they started admission, enrolled them, JAM started giving them. And then, bam, today we have all those universities and we have all those campuses around. So what's big deal in that and say, oh, look, Peter Obi started some university from the beginning or some schools from the beginning to end. They measure the names of the school. Why are you struggling? Why, if not for the hero worshipping thing that you guys just find around Peter Obi, why are you struggling about it? And that's why I say, I wonder. Okay. And Reno Omokri did something. He compared Peter Obi. Don't forget that what Reno was trying to do there is that, look, the reason why I didn't go for Peter Obi, he said Peter Obi was not the best. And he has been saying these things not today now. Even during the election, he said, look, even when you look at their certificates, Peter Obi has the least of all qualifications. He said it. He said Peter Obi has third class or something like that in philosophy. And that when you look at others, and Konkoso had PhD, Wole had the SDP man, that one has PhD and is also a lawyer. Then when you look at Asiwaju Ahmed Tinubu, that one went to university in the United of America, had his BSc Honors, almost first class at that level. And then he looked at everything. He said, look, Peter Obi studied philosophy and he had, I think, third class or so. He said, that is the least for him.
2-2.
2-2. Oh, second class lower. And he said, that is the least in terms of certificates. Code facts, you can't argue against it, except you want to bring your own. So, and he compared, don't forget, I'm coming, let me quickly learn. And don't forget, he's comparing Peter Obi with those other candidates that also led some spaces in Nigeria. And on this platform before, because I took very good interest in Kano. Why? Because Kano is not too far from my in-laws' place. And I used to fly Kano. I used to stay over in Kano for a very long time, okay, during during Concourse time. And then I was part of Sagil. That's the guy who petitioned Concourse, who contested against Concourse. I was part of the legal team of Sagil against Concourse in that his first time election. So I know Kano very well, and I used to stay in Kano in Kano a lot, Tahi Hotel. And I've argued it here before. I said, look, when you're talking of Anambra, I used to go to Anambra, and I wonder that your the heaven that you said Peter will be built in that state, I still can't find it. Ekene is talking about the state university. They still have one today. You are talking of campus. Campus is not university. Campus is just a campus of a university. It's still the same Odumegwu Ojukwu University. Except you want to give us another name of another university that is there. It's still the same university you're talking about. But the question I keep asking, have you been to Kano before? Because particular Southerner, we have this tendency of thinking, oh, no, what is going on there? Don't mind them. This man compare Peter Obi to someone like Konkoso. And the question I keep asking is, have you been to Kano before? Do you know how many university Kano alone has? Kano alone. Do you know how many university that is there? Do you know they beat Anambra to it in terms of the universities that are in Kano? So all this our egocentric tendency that we have in the South, believing, oh, everything is on. That's what Reno is trying to tell you, that look at facts. In Kano alone, I can count for you. The few ones I can count from my head. Bayero State University. And mind you, Reno talk about schools that Concourse started 2 universities from nothing, from scratch to the end. Concourse started it. And I don't even know why it's because Concourse didn't even focus only on university. Apart from those 2 universities that Reno talked about, I know Bayero State University, Kano. I know Kano University of Science and Tech in Woody. I know Yusuf Maitama Sule University in that Kano. I know Sadatu Rimi University of Education in Kano. I know Nigerian Police Academy Woody in Kano that they moved to Kano. Not to talk of other private universities, all those Mayor and Basha American University, Skyline University, Asma has his own in Kano, Baba Ahmed has his own in Kano. That's the one that belongs to this PO deputy, Peter Obi deputy. There's Capital City University and a lot of universities in Kano. Those ones are private, but those ones I first read to you I first told you they are public universities. And Concourse, a one-time governor of that state, built 2 out of it. That's just the question Reno is trying to raise. And also, by the way, Concourse's strength was not even on this university because he didn't really believe in this university. Concourse believed more in monotechnics and all these colleges that are important to technicians and others. And that was where Concourse concentrated his efforts. We've talked about it here before, how many pilots that Concourse alone sponsored in his state, gave scholarship to go to India, China, and all this. And these are what Reno is saying, that put everything together. Let Obi tell you, hey, so much love education, fine, everybody, yeah, it's true. But come and tell me, how many monotechnic did you build from the scratch in your state? How many polytechnic did you build in your state? How many technical colleges do you build? How many college of agriculture do you build? How many college of hygiene do you build? These are the things Concourse build from scratch in Kano. I'm telling you. How many school of agriculture? How many school of ed technology? How many nursing school do you build? How many? These are the things. These are the indices, the parameters that Reno is bringing out. But it's so funny that when they are consumed with their, all these self-absorbed tendencies of hero worshipping, you start seeing them. As far as I'm concerned, Reno is a renegade. Reno is
Ogbeni, just give me 2 seconds, please, because you made me go back to check Kwakwan. So he established 2 universities, Kano University of Science and Tech and Northwest University. He established 26 academic and manpower development training institutes.
Yeah,
He established He established 230 secondary schools.
Yeah, from the scratch.
230 from
From
scratch.
the scratch, from nothing.
Man, you can't compare. Continue, Sha.
That is exactly what Reno is talking about. And he's saying, bring your facts if you have the fact. But is it the obedient? I've learned how to manage them these days. I've learned how to live with them. Well, they have come to stay in our space. They are not people you will find them everywhere in the street. Find them. So just try to know how to live with them, because they've been insulting Reno since then. And people have been saying, don't insult now, bring facts. Just simple facts. Anambra is a space of population of 5.9 million. Anambra has maybe 800,000 people more than my state. So Anambra is not too big. Anambra is the population density in Anambra is so thick that Anambra is not too big for you to now start missing infrastructure built by governor of how many years away. So, and the question we will still keep asking, which Reno has, which for me is not an absolute parameter to measure somebody's performance. But if your yardstick, like one man said, if your strength is education and manpower, these are the basic parameters. And Kwankwaso has demonstrated that in Kano. I've said it here before. Now, I met a man in my school while I was doing my PhD. He came here on Kwankwaso scholarship. And what has he come to study?
You don't have to go that far. We know a man together that is a product of that. Kojafar, he has told us severally that is a product of Kwakwanso's educational system.
This man told me when I was complaining, they won't give Southerners and this thing. I've tried PTDF for this why. The guy just laughed. He said, you see the way you Southerners look at North, you just think, oh, it's a desert. There is no. He said, but that look at me, that it was Kwankwaso scholarship that took him to India to study. And from India, he got the same Kwankwaso study. He said, so what is your home governor in Ekiti doing? Do you have any scholarship from your home state? So who should you face? Don't face your governor. Don't come and be facing Northerner because they are not your problem. They both give the state allocation. My own governor is giving me scholarship from it. And he was the one who first told me that Kwankwaso has sponsored more than 300 pilots. And they are all working presently in both Nigeria and outside Nigeria. Pilots. So please, I don't think this is an issue we should labor too much on. I'm yet to see one obedient to answer that question. And if they don't answer, it's simple now. Internet records and we all move on. Thank you, Oma.
All right, still staying with you, Ogbeni, and still staying with because the whole session is just about that Reno Omokri something, unless anybody else has something that they want to speak to. It was saying that that is it's still an Atiku functionary, but if Atiku and Tinubu came up to against each other, he couldn't make a choice. What do you think his politics is? Is it somewhat like a wicked style politics that he wants a foot in the sitting government while still pretending to be PDP?
Woman, Reno has always been saying that he's been in PDP all this while, but his loyalty is to Atiku. He has been saying it, that my loyalty is to Waziri. That's what he always called him, Waziri. That's his loyalty. So for me, what I see playing out here is this. I don't think he believes Atiku should contest again. And in case Atiku is going to contest again, he doesn't have a choice for now. He's still looking at it. And when you look at I remember the last time I heard Peter Obi said something a bit close to this and said, you see, he believes in development in Nigeria, and that's the reason why he's out. And that for him, whether he will contest in 2027, we know he's going to come out anyway. But that for him, whether he's going to contest in 2027 will depend on the trajectory of this government, the vision of this government, and the development, whatever it is, as at 2027. I think that's something Reno is trying to also say. Like, look, there is a government there. And as far as he's concerned, he believes that this government is trying its best. He believes that the government is unlike past governments. And then he still believes Waziri would have done better than Atiku, which is, yeah, that's where his loyalty lies. Nobody is a legitimate thing. No, I can't crucify anybody for that. But that he has not made up his mind yet. And I think it's a good one. I don't think, for me, I think it's too early. Like I've said before on this platform, whether Tinubu is going to win election 2027 smoothly depends on Tinubu himself. His own destiny is in his hands. He has to perform and convince many. When you go out and engage some obedience now, not the extremists among them, you know, like we've explained here before, obedience are of many colors. The one who can reason, the one who still reason well among them, you see them. You don't get them to be so dogmatic or rigid like before. You see some of them trying to say, okay, let's see whether this austerity thing and everything will come back a bit once we know where this government is heading towards, and once we begin to see things changing, then we'll know where to stand in 2027. And I think that's how it should be in any sane environment, any sane country. We shouldn't be so self-absorbed so much that we stick to one candidate. Even if the candidate is driving you to grave, you just sit by the candidate. The candidate cannot do wrong. The candidate cannot have bad past. The candidate is the best. Without him,
you know what really gets me, Ogbeni? That space does not allow for a nuanced conversation. We even had a little cameo of it with the Kenneth there. As soon as you start to push against it, they say, "Oh, well, yeah, they hate this man so much." Nobody hates him. I'm not sure that anybody really hates Peter Obi. In fact, if you remove the politics, a lot of people actually find him likable. They just don't buy into, you know, the way they quickly turn it into that sort of language, and then you don't get to, you know, to interrogate the nuance of the, you know, of his politics.
Do you know how funny that space is? You see the school that Christ the King school that Christ the King college that Peter Obi went to. That college was established by missionaries the same year my own secondary school. In fact, it was established just 1 year before my own secondary school, where the same set of missionaries, some of them were the one who came down to establish my own secondary. That's Christ School Ado-Ekiti, 1933. And while in Christ School, in our days, they used to refer to 4 major schools in Nigeria, okay, that were established by those missionaries back then, okay. That CKC was one of it. I think 1931 or so is his own. That 31 and 32. Our own 1933. There was another one in Ibadan. There's another one in Lagos. There were 4 majorly. So I was discussing one of them recently, and he was telling me it was Peter Obi that changed the face. And I see Ekene also saying it today. Peter Obi changed the face of that CKC. You need to see everything dilapidated. I said, what? Where do you guys get all these stories from? Those secondary school were Ivy League secondary school in those days that their alumni never allowed them to dilapidate. So at what point did it get so dilapidated that Peter Obi was now our savior that saved those schools? Schools that had been in existence more than 40, 50 years before Peter Obi even had the opportunity to go there.
Ogbeni, he handed it over back to the missionaries.
Yeah, that was it. But the alumni of those schools, they never allowed those schools to go down, even while other public schools were going down. When I gained admission to Christ School Ado-Ekiti, in those days you gain, and I'm still talking of 90s. Now I didn't school in 80s. My secondary school was 90s. So as at those 90s in Christ School that was created in 1933, I know it was the best that you can get in Ekiti. In fact,
somebody interject you now. The monologue you never do you.
I didn't target you now, if you remember. I just allowed you.
But you have to have some interjection. The monologue, you never do you. This newspaper you are reading here, never do you.
No, I'm not
Make we
reading
talk now.
newspaper
At least now, let it not be one man view now.
Ajale Kulata is interjecting, one man is interjecting. Now, if you want to interject, just interject now. Don't be.
You said we said DMGS was in a. Well, did I tell you that DMGS was not in existence when Obi came?
You said the CKC was dilapidated before Obi. That is Obi that
Yes, now that's his school. Now he gave them the best because that's where he studied. That's the truth. Even the two schools. Let me tell you. That's his school. That's where he studied. You understand? He gave them the best. Then that two school. If you see the kind of attention the two schools receive during Obi time, you marvel.
Yes.
Most of the new structures in that two school, most of the structures in that two were new structures he put in place. Yes. Because even that DMGS, that school is almost falling before he became governor. Because my cousin brother schooled in that school, so I used to visit it. So before they left, when Obi became governor, the way he transformed that school, those students were very happy for him.
Yeah,
you understand? You don't say those schools were there. If you come to Anambra State today, I don't think that there is any local government that don't have more than 3 schools, even before he became governor. So what's the need of all this baseless argument? Even in my own village, let me finish. In my own village, when you come to my village, I can mention numbers of primary and secondary school, and these schools were in existence even before Obi became governor. So what is the essence of just like what you are building today as a coastal road today, when we have a lot of federal roads that need an attention which government neglected, and they now go and start new project that we don't know till when they can when they're going, they now put it in 8 years.
Which of the federal road did federal government neglect? Can you give me one?
A lot of federal roads needs an attention now. Even this Bini or a road. Is it okay? Are you traveling there?
Has Bini or a road not be awarded? Should we stop other construction?
You should first of all complete it. It's just like what I said here. In Lagos State. Let me finish. You do what you commission first. Let people see your work. You don't be commissioning things because you want to. Don't be commissioning things because you want to grab land and all those things. It's just like in Lagos State here. You come to Lagos State. You say you want to connect the road to Sone. You mark out some buildings and brought them down. When the one, if you come here now, we'll show you the existing one, the kind of attention that it needs. Instead of you to maintain that one, you now go and create another area. You brought people's property down. You understand? And up until today, work have not started. And how many years did the government that brought those structures? And how many years did they have in office?
Hold on,
that's the nonsense. You have an existing structure. You don't renovate it, and somebody did it.
No. Ekene, don't do that now. Can you not do that? You don't usually do that now. So just bring it down so that it can be conversational.
I want to ask Ekene a question. He's already going to other topics. I like making my argument or my conversation very tidy, narrow it on one point. We can't be here and there and everywhere. It doesn't help us. So we are still on whether Peter Obi build any institution or any school from the beginning to end. Ekene has simply confirmed he didn't. What he simply did was to renovate some schools and put blocks and build blocks inside those schools. And he said, but there's a campus, which is a campus of an existing university. And he also renamed the name of the university. So, and my question to Ekene is this. When Kulata just read to you the achievements of Kwankoso with 2 new universities built from scratch, mind you, Kano has university, don't think they don't have, like all these your Southern, the way you think Kano now is desert. Kano University already, okay? He built 2 new. And look at all those monotechnic and those polytechnic, technical colleges, the health college and everything that he built 23 and all those lists. If you are objective and you are not hero worshipping Peter Obi, who will you pick out of the two? Who do you think should be the better performer? It is a simple answer now. Why do we have?
It's not a better. I just told you, just like the way you said, Kwankwaso build another university. That's how I told you.
Two.
Yes, we have. That's what I told you. We have an existing university. Then Obi now have to make it 2 by getting a land in Ebariam, build a new structure there, rename that one Chukwuemeka Odumegwu Ojukwu University. Still remain. The other one still remain. The other one still remain Uli Campus, because that name is not given to the other one. It's a new structure.
What's the name of the university?
All of them is Anambra State University now.
That is it now. So it's just one university.
So the one you said Kwankwaso build, they are all Kano State University.
No. Listen to us now. How can they be all Kano State University?
Tell me the name now. Tell me the name, because I told you the name of the one Obi build. I told you the name, the name given to the one Obi build. He specifically built it, starting from the scratch, both defensing and everything, and name it Chukwuemeka Odumegwu Ojukwu University. So tell me the one. But all of them, when we come to Anambra State, we call them Anambra State University because they are all in our state. So tell me the one. Let me finish. It's not in the same. If you know the kilometer you have to travel before you meet. No, it matters a lot now. It matters a lot.
You've made that point for about 5 times already now.
Yes, now, but you are trying to discredit now. It's still the same thing in Kano State.
No, it's not the same.
All right, let's carry on, and then we'll go on to Ajan Lekoko after that.
In that your university you're talking about in Anambra, they have the same vice chancellor now. Do they have different vice chancellor?
Ogbeni, let me help him. Ekene, memorize these names. Kano University of Science and Technology in Wudil.
Yeah.
Northwest University, Kano. Yeah. Those are the names.
So you see the names now, they are different, and you still have Bayero University.
Okay. Kano. When you come to Anambra, so let me give you the name. You have Uli Campus.
What's the name of the university?
That is Uli. That is the first, the Anambra State University. Uli Campus. You understand? Then the second one is Chukwuemeka Odumegwu Ojukwu University.
That's what
the
they
name.
changed Anambra.
Google it. You will see the signboard.
Hold on.
Google it. You will see the signboard.
Hold on, Ekene. Gentlemen, I'm going to need about half an hour. Or when you carry on after you Ajan Lekoko come in, then Kulata, then Adewale. I need to do something quickly. Carry on.
So it's very simple, Ekene. You know, what I know is that Chukwuemeka Odumegwu University was formerly known as Anambra State University. As we stand today, you don't have Anambra State University again. What you now have is Chukwuemeka Odumegwu.
The point, and that school is not in existence. The school, the structure, the foundation is not in existence when he became governor. That is the point.
But it's the university,
not the campus. Right? The school is not the campus. The school is not in existence. Chukwuemeka Odumegwu Ojukwu University is not in existence when he became governor. That's the point. Go and check it.
They changed Anambra State University name to it now. Is that true or not?
I told you that one. The name still remains there. That Uli campus is still there.
So are you saying you still have
if the two were to be the same? Let me finish. If the two were to be the same, he would have named the two Chukwuemeka Odumegwu Ojukwu University. But they were separated to show that this is his achievement, his structure.
So you are saying that if I open Jam Brocho, I will still see Anambra State University, but you are not correct.
Check it now. Check Chukwuemeka Odumegwu Ojukwu University. Then check Uli campus.
Google now. He said it's formerly known as Anambra State University. So it means Anambra University is gone. What you have now is Chukwuemeka Ojukwu University.
Odumegwu Ojukwu University. Then Uli campus. Uli campus. We have Uli campus.
Okay.
That Uli campus is the former site of that Uli campus is former site of Anambra State University.
Sorry.
Let me agree.
Sorry, one quick thing. Ekene, also I want you to manage the interjection so people get the chance to speak. I won't be here to be muting you or muting you. So let Ogbeni flow, Ajanle Koko, Kulata, and then Dewale.
Woman, let me even agree with Kenneth that he built one university. So will you say somebody who built 2 universities now, you rate that person lower than somebody who built 1? Is that what you are saying when you say Reno does not know what he's talking about? Somebody built 2 universities, not campuses, so institution. They have different VC, have different admin, have different dean of faculty, have different faculties and everything. And another one built 1. To be objective, who will you rate higher?
When you come to what you have to rate now, who comes higher in terms of that is check during the time they were governor, then we check out the number of out of school children in Kano State. We check the number of out of school children in Anambra State then. During the time he was governor. Check it, then you tell me who you would rate higher. It's not the structure, it's the impact. So if you tell me that the number of the structure is what makes education great, you're not making sense to me. So what you are going to tell me now in Kano State?
What's your understanding of a university? Do you think it's just a structure that makes a university?
But you're talking about structure now. What you are discussing is structure. What you are discussing is structure.
No.
So, but what you are trying to tell me, are you going to rate that person higher? The person that built more schools higher than the person that didn't build more schools?
Yes.
Then I'm telling you that is not what you are going to rate. What you are going to rate here is this. In Kano State today, how many out-of-school children do you have? When Kwankwaso was the governor of the state, then you give me how many of out-of-school children you have. When Obi was governor, it's only FTT.
Sorry,
it's only FTT. Anambra State has the least out-of-school children in Nigeria today.
The
least.
Hold on.
Population of Anambra.
Ogbeni and Ekene, can you guys?
Our population is more than 2 million.
Ogbeni and Ekene, please hold on.
So you don't. I don't even understand your argument.
Ekene, listen to people now.
Anambra, Kano is 15 million plus. Your state is just 5 million. And you want to be talking about
Ogbeni,
50 million. Now you give them 50 million.
Ogbeni, the metric. Can you guys listen to me, for crying out loud?
Yeah.
The metric you should be looking is improvement, because Anambra historically may have lower out of school children. So it doesn't mean Obi made a dent in the out of school children. You have to look at when they entered and when they left. What was the improvement? If Kano had a faster rate of people going back to school, then Kwankwaso was a better performer, rather than a state that historically always had low out of school children. So Ekene, that metric you're quoting is useless.
The metric is even there, sir, because we are number 26 when he became governor. But by the time he left, we became number 1.
Where's that?
Yeah, the metric is there now. Go and check it now. Check the record when he became governor. The time when he was about to become the governor of Anambra State, what was our position in the secondary school education? When before we are about number 26.
Not secondary education, out of school. Oh God.
Yeah, I'm telling you. Is that not the impact of what he did? That's the impact.
Oh God.
That's the impact of it.
Ajale Koko,
I don't even understand your argument.
You don't understand my argument at all, okay? You don't.
I don't understand it now because we are talking about the impact.
Okay, let me restate it.
What you should do is
let me restate
because
my argument.
you have your computer there.
Okay.
You have your laptop.
We're talking about what you should do. Calm down. This is not a shouting match. What we're talking about is out of school children. If it starts at X, I'm not talking about WAEC result. I'm saying out of school children. So if it starts at X for Kano, starts for X at Anambra. If Anambra always had kids in school, if Obi's improvement was just 2%, then it's 2%. If Kwankwaso started high and he improved it and it's still high, but it's a higher percentage, Kwankwaso performed better. That's what I'm saying. I'm not asking whether
you can even bring up that now. You can even.
Good evening, guys.
I give up, man.
Ekene, you are trying to prove your point, but you must let people talk. Let's Kolata talk. You have your flow with one man for so long. Please let people talk. You can interject, please. Yeah, Kolata,
my point is we want to see improvement. the impact of each governor. And the impact is, I mean, you came up with out of school children. I'm saying you can't just measure out of school children for a school that historically always had decent numbers of out of school children compared to the one. So we have to look at the improvement. And if Kwakwaso beats him, then Kwakwaso made a better impact on the education than the other guy.
Is you know, Ekene is trying to change the subject of the matter. We are not even talking about out of school children. We are talking about who builds from scratch till finish. Please, guys, let me say this, please. Obedience. This is, we are not in Pluto or in Mars. What they call the Kolata said earlier on, and Ogbeni, Anambra is just a small state. There's nothing you do in that state that will not be recorded. Look at what they said Kwakato did. But Kolata, do you forget? Ovi always tell us this thing. We just look after, like, this guy is amazing. What he did in Kano State compared to this Sing Praise Obi, it's quite different. Look at the numbers you just read now. Quite enormous. So can we give it to Reno? Reno would know what he's talking about. Yeah, up to you guys. Yeah. Kolata, I don't get all these Sing Praise.
See, Mr. Thomas,
Oh,
let me tell
Benny,
you this.
continue. I don't get power.
Kano, Anambra State, you can call it small state or whatever you want to call it. You understand? But the point still remain. You can check the metric of where Anambra State is in education when he became governor. Then you check where Kano State is in education when Kwankwaso became governor. Then you check the turnaround. Obi is not even about, it's not about 2% increase or so ever. It's more than 100% improvement in education. So whether you say Anambra State is small or whatever, we are talking about the achievement in education, what they achieve in education during their time as a governor. So I don't understand. You check even today, as of today, that metric still remain today that in the whole Nigeria, Anambra State still remain the lowest in out of school children, starting from the time Obi left office when he became governor until he left office up until today. Anambra State still remain the lowest, one of the lowest in out of school children in Nigeria. But before he became governor, we are the back.
For my brother, so we can cross-check. It's just a matter of checking.
Kulata should bring it up now. If I bring it up now, if you can Google it, even you can use your phone.
Let Benny continue. I don't get energy again.
Let me bring it up.
I don't get energy again.
Yeah, anybody can bring it up. Let's check it.
Anambra State Federal University.
Hold on. Yeah, let's Ogbeni, do you want to conclude? Then we'll go to Oroyo and the next people.
I just wish to conclude on this point because, like I've said, just to summarize, like I've said, it's not a question that should be too difficult for anybody to answer, except you know the truth. You just deliberately don't want to say the truth. Somebody came up. I roll out achievement of Kwankwaso to you with facts, with names, like I did about Jonathan. I can specifically tell you that in Ekiti, we never had any federal university until Jonathan became the president. He gave us one university. We still have it today. It has its own vice chancellor. It has its own faculties of about 8 faculties. They all have job creation, employment. People are earning living. People are earning certificates, and they are going to the labor market in it. And he replicated it 9 in the entire country. The man spent how many years? 8 or 9 years in government, not up to that, and left the government. So if we can talk about Jonathan's achievement, and we can talk about Kwankwaso achievement, we mentioned several universities here, Northwest, Kano University of Science and Tech, Bayero University, and all those universities, they are all there. And apart from that, the one that amazed me most about Kwankwaso was monotechnics, which he believed are good for his people. School on agriculture, nursing, earth and tech, polytechnic.
I heard about they have hygiene, something like hygiene.
Yeah, school of hygiene. They have a lot of schools, so he believes more in all these monotechnic thing. And you know, he will push to get all their certification and everything for them. He will build.
But obedience always shout woman index or capacity, all those they are. These all those they are.
Those ones is mentioning Tamos. Those ones is mentioning. If you come to nursing school, Anambra State has it in the highest during the time of Obi. So we know they shout. Yeah, the nursing. If you talk about the nursing school in Nigeria today, Anambra still remain number one.
How many nursing school that Kano alone has? How many do you have?
Yeah, you can check it now. When you talk about nursing school, so you go everything I'm saying here. Somebody said he's googling it. I still want the person to read. The person has he come dumped. I want him to pull it out.
Wait. Let me just read it so that you stop spilling out lies. Anambra State, I will read this for you. Federal University, 1. Nnamdi Azikiwe University. State, Odumedi Ojukwu University, Uli. Private, Mantona University, Okija. Second, Paul University, Oka. Third.
No, let me say, Abel, please, before you continue, Uli is private. Chukwuemeka Odumegwu Ojukwu University. Then you have Uli, private university, because it has not been divided. Continue. Just what I told Kulata before.
No, what are you saying?
Wait till now.
Did the person mention Anambra State University again? That's the university they converted, and that's what I told you.
No, it's the Chukwuemeka Odumegwu Ojukwu they converted. That's the Anambra State University. He now converted it to Chukwuemeka because that is his own legacy.
But it's no longer there is no longer Anambra State University. It's only one.
They have only one state university. They only have one state university. Finish.
I know now. I they go Anambra Wella now. Sometimes when they mention
which one you call
I wonder
tell us things.
Anambra are you people talking about? Is it different from the one we do go to?
Even this one you are talking, even my state, Ibori build this thing.
That's Uli you are talking about. That Uli you are talking about. Are you trying to tell me that it's the same place at with the Chukwuemeka University or the Odumegwu Ojukwu University?
Don't give up.
It is now. Is it not in Uli?
It's not the same place now. What are you trying to tell me? It's not the same structure.
I
told you what happened.
It's the same school.
Wow.
And has been changed to.
It's not the same. It's not the same anymore. It's not the same school anymore. You can go. Kulata, you say you travel to. Is it Kulata when you travel to Anambra State? You can go to Anambra State and ask questions. Go to Uli. You see where Uli is, the campus, how it is today, what they have turned the university to, and what they are using it for. Then you come to Chukwuemeka. You go. Let me. You go to Chukwuemeka Odumegwu Ojukwu University. You know what it is and what they are using it for.
General Thomas, let's change this topic. So my summary anyway is that when you have all these facts before you on the table and you are still trying to be diplomatic, let me put it that way in a very mild way, not to offend people.
Benny, thank you for managing that word.
I mean the diplomatic now.
Yes, that is like you be like ambassador. You are too diplomatic about this thing now. It's clear now.
No, it's nothing like being
ambassador.
There is nothing like being diplomatic. I'm telling you the fact. You understand? Okay. What I'm telling you is the fact. It's what I know. You understand?
Benny, guys. So today I know Peter Obi didn't build any school from scratch to finish. Oh my God. It's just
so the one I mentioned here, you didn't see it. You just want to say what you want to say, Thomas. The one where they switch you. Now, the person that say he wants to bring the position of Kano State. Kano State when Kwankwaso was governor, and the position of Anambra when Obi was governor, and when they left, where they left the state in terms of education, the person never bring it out. He's still reading university and still waiting for that.
Ekene, just give up. Just give it up. Yeah.
Give up what? Give up what? Thomas, I know they give up. For this matter, I die here. Because this matter, now me carry on for head.
Now you didn't wonder.
This one, I me carry on for head. Mr. One Man not run. I send that one music where he's supposed to play here. You know, play that music.
Oh no,
and I
will see one man don't run.
One man not run.
He said,
one man.
We die here. I like that.
One man, the rogo.
Yeah. But
Thomas, give me a little permission, please. I want to play one music. Let me know if you will
hold on.
get the music.
We can't just play music. Why? Because of copyright. We can't just play
No,
any
it's not
music.
video now. It's just so here an audio music then.
Audio, if it's the audio, we can't play just any. We have to check maybe it's copyright because they're going to find one man. That is why you don't one man don't play music anyhow. That is how YouTube roll. You can't just play people's music without their consent. You
So
can't do
I
that.
cannot be listening now and be listening to music now. You just hear my music.
No, you can't do that. There's copyright, my brother. You know now. There's copyright.
I don't know. And today I hear more. One man no one play my music. He gonna bring one kind argument copyright. I never hear more.
This will be yeah, if you don't know, I know.
Now today they hear this copyright to Tamoso, and today they hear them. Today when I say one man better music, may play for us, make we dance. You know one play the music again, they tell me say na copyright.
You have to copyright before we can play it. Because all those music you saw one man playing at the beginning, we've checked the copyright before playing them. You can't just play any music. Yeah. So it's very annoying and even it's very frustrating, Kolata, Ajale Koko, and everybody when they are singing praise of this guy. This guy is a total failure to me. It's a total failure compared to his
But
peers.
Amos, did you know when you do things halfway, that's how it is, because one man should have started by bringing the video of Reno Omokri when he was campaigning for be praising him, telling you many schools that he built and many things he did in Anambra State. You understand? You would have started from there, not just bringing this nonsense $10. I don't know whether if he has $10 that he's talking about. So he would have started from bringing the first video when he campaigned for Obi, telling us all the good things Obi did in Anambra State before bringing this one.
My brother, let it be conversational. Now, Reno has opened a portal for everyone to make money now. Please. That $10,000 you say you don't need, me, I need it. I am not a rich man. I'm just an average man. I still need more money. That $10,000, I need it. So tell us the school that he built from scratch to finish. Then be like me. I need a $10,000. I'm still begging God. I know.
Tell him that he built Chukwuemeka Odumegwu University. Just tell him like that. Tell him that he built. Yeah, go and tell you. Yeah, you can Google it now. If you need the $10,000, what you need is just Google Chukwuemeka Odumegwu. Who started it and who finished it. Then tell him that he built Chukwuemeka Odumegwu University. Then collect the $10,000. I've given you an expo. Yeah, I give you an expo.
Yes, I will
go and collect the money.
Yeah, conclude. So we go to other person.
That's bad answer.
Ogbeni conclude so we can go to the next person.
All right. So was Ekene still not letting people speak?
I will not let people speak.
No. Ekene said I'll die, go die here for that matter.
One man, you go sanction me today. One man. If you know sanction me today, I'm not going to leave your platform. If you know sanction me, I'm not going to leave your platform.
We will make you see the light. We will rescue you from Video B. We will rescue you.
You're not going to rescue me. You don't be rescue me now. For what I believe. You don't be rescue me. I die here, one man. I prepare, I never sleep since I come back from Olingo, where I go, from club, where I go. I just come back now, so I never sleep.
Club? Where do they go for club?
Okay, I see money no deal, Naija, and you dey go club, abi?
Look at that. I hope
they call themselves Christian, or they say you be Catholic.
I don't go kill myself now. Once in a while, you got
I hope you don't pray. But hold on, this naira mutilation thing, does it apply to strip clubs as well? Because of course that ruins that business, doesn't it? If they are not allowed to, is that not what they do in strip clubs? Kulata, you would know about that.
One man, can I say something before I'm at work? Just let me say something, please. Ekene, not to. I'm just trying to poke on you. One man, Ekene always come here. You guys are speaking grammar. Kolata, you are the first person. You guys are speaking grammar, and you put something on the screen Ekene just read it for us. I thought Ekene is a stark illiterate that can't
No
even
mind the
read.
Kenel. He goes school. Oh. He goes school. Don't mind
Oh
him.
my God! You read what one man put on the screen, and you are blaming. You are always saying we are speaking grammar, so you can read. You can. I know you can write.
He
You
read
can
it. He
read.
read it better than one man said.
He even read
He read it
very
better
clear.
than me.
My brother, my
Where
brother,
is
you
the
are one of
man?
the
You know, man.
elite. So that
Lagwaje,
one man.
PhD, the
All these
PhD from
graduate people,
OAU.
eh?
I
See,
get PhD
Okay,
from OAU.
okay. One man, one confused me with that reading before.
I
Ekene
must say
graduate.
this. I must say this. He said one man put it on the screen. I was thinking, what is this guy trying to do? And he read it very clear and clean. And so this guy will be looking as if maybe he's an illiterate. He can't even read. He can't write. He doesn't even know what education is. My brother, you are one of us. So you are one of the elites.
No,
That's what I have to say.
look, Ekene may have fooled you, but he never fooled me for one day. I know Ekene's quality. He cannot
One man,
pretend to me.
I was fooled. I was fooled.
No. Ekene.
Wow.
Look. Let me tell you something. We'll go on to Ajale Koko in a moment, but you have to understand that Ekene is an international businessman, an employer of labor, and a highly successful man. You cannot be all of those things without having, it doesn't fool me with all of these. Yeah, nobody. You don't fool. Not one day did you ever fool me. I know that you're a big boy, so don't worry about all that. Bunabalu.
You are among the elite, my brother. You are not a trader at all.
I'm a trader. I know the elite.
Yeah, trader. Don't worry. Yeah, trader.
Buying and selling, like they do a bill. Buy 1 naira, sell 2 naira.
You know, I have a lot of contacts. Do you know your activities in Banana Island? Do you know people have told me about it?
I beg one man. Which kind of talk with that one?
The plot of land. The plot of land is what I'm talking about. Banana Island. You think say I don't know? I know now.
Banana Island na Plantain Island.
The plot of land in Banana Island. I know about it. Don't worry. All your shenanigans in Lagos. I know about it.
One man, don't forget me. The best part of life is to be contented, and that's who I am.
That's true. Actually, you know the best part of life is to be happy, and then that happiness, you define it for yourself. If you are able to define your happiness for yourself, then you've cracked the code of life. But let's go on to Ajale Koko. Ajale Koko, we're talking about Reno Omokri and this explosive interview with Seun Okinbaloye.
Yes. Greetings to our listeners around the world. Click on the like button. Share and subscribe if you haven't done so. You see, Reno Omokri, for what he said, I think he has done a very good research on what Obi did, what he accomplished, what he failed to do before coming out with that information. And it's a challenge to the obedient, to come out with fact against what he said, if they really have anything. So, and it's surprising too that Obi did not build additional school to the existing one he met on the ground. That's it's very surprising. With all his campaign on education, I did this on education. Though, according to Ekene and to what he himself said during the campaign, that he improved on the facility, he expanded some school, he did that. So he gave them computer, which was, a good which was very good. So we have to commend him on that. at least I don't know how many other than Osun State that gave student appointment. I don't know how many schools that gave the public school student computer.
Is that the Yoruba for computer or Koimo?
Yeah.
Oh,
So,
all right. Yeah. Huh?
For laptop.
That's Okoimo. Oh, okay.
Yes.
All right.
It was tablets that Oshun gave them, not laptop.
That's
Tablet.
like iPad. He gave them.
Yeah, like iPad. Yeah.
So, so he did good, but for not building additional school to existing one, it doesn't mean anything. It's just, I mean, it doesn't mean that he failed in the area of education. At least for the existing one that he met, he improved on them. He expanded them. He equipped them, and he make them work better. So it's an achievement. So, but what?
Ajale Coco, sorry, I think that laptop that Obi gave was only a one-time thing. I don't think it was throughout his governorship. It was 2013 or something.
And I think it was a donation as well. It wasn't a purchase by the state.
It wasn't kind of like it was wrapped up with
laptop. He mentioned the name of the person that the company he purchased it from, the amount he paid, and it is distributed in every school. Is he going to the? What are you guys saying? Now, wow.
Okay, let me shut up. Ajali will continue. Ajali will continue.
The name of the company that he purchased the laptop from is there. The quantity of the laptop, 30,000 pieces of laptop to every secondary school in Anambra State. Eh? Wow. Continue, Babaja.
Okay, so we have to commend him for what he did, but the fact remains that he did not build additional school, according to Omokri. Whether Omokri is lying or not, obedient if they have fact to counter.
No, sorry, Ajale Coco. I think Omokri came preloaded. He came in with that specific. He held that as a bomb that he was going to throw into that interview. So I think he would have researched it before he threw it in.
No, I think, I agree with you. So, but in addition to that, Omokri has been all-time loaded when it comes to Obi matter, to rubbish Obi's record. If you follow him before the election, he said a lot of things about Obi to show that Obi is not that, is not qualified for the job. And he has done his job very, very well concerning areas of his failure during his administration. And he can say it anytime, any day, whether he's sleeping or just, anytime. So he knows areas where Obi failed against what Obi have been saying. That as areas of achievement. So,
Babaja, can I say, I'm the only opposition here, so you have to bear with me. That's why people complain that they hear my voice. If I allowed all this monologue without my interjection, everything would just go. You understand? So can I interject?
Go ahead.
Okay. The one that I told you that will be built, you can check it. That Odumegwu University, because he has the question, but I don't need the $10,000, so I don't have to take it too long. You understand? So you can, anybody that needs the 10,000 can go and check and Google it, who started it and who finished it, and who named it Chukwuemeka Odumegwu University. You understand? So, and another thing is that, are you not, one man, have you seen the video of Reno Omokri campaigning for P2B? Have you ever seen such video?
No, I saw it earlier on today. So yes.
Why you don't play such video?
No, because it's not necessary. I'm aware that.
Why is it not necessary now?
Because
you have to compare. You understand? Then when you compare, the man that speaks from both sides of the mouth.
No,
because you cannot campaign for somebody. You cannot campaign for somebody in 2019, said everything that he did, even in that education and everything, then come in 2023 and condemn him. And are you not seeing it in a way because Obi contested against Atiku and they lost, they got in the southeast, is what is affecting Reno Omokri. Even if you ask me in that interview, because he always say, if somebody didn't do well, why do you want him to be a vice president? Then after you give him presidency, would you reward a failure? He admitted in that interview that if Obi had been a vice, then after he would not become president. If he knows that Obi is a failure, why would he be giving Nigeria such advice? That after Atiku become president, they will now make Obi president.
Kenneth, shall I tell you what I think? But you have to let me tell you without launching at me. Reno Omokri does not resent Peter Obi. I don't think he does. But Reno Omokri, he doesn't actually see Peter Obi as the president. And even if he sees him as the president, he doesn't see the window for that presidency for him, as do a lot of people. In that 2023, everybody knew what was going to play out, and it played out exactly how people anticipated. Remember when Atiku said the best pathway to the presidency for the Southeast would be through him? There's some truth in that. If Peter Obi had subordinated himself to Atiku Abubakar, if Atiku Abubakar became president, there is a very, very good chance that Peter Obi could have succeeded him. But that was his only pathway to the presidency. It was never this renegade maverick. So that's what Reno is saying essentially, and that's what a lot of people think.
That is what I know that is affecting him, because if Obi had remained and never contested, he wouldn't have generated all this hatred from people like Reno, who campaigned for him. No, let me finish. No, whether you want to put it like that, that's how I see it. Whether if he campaigned for him in 2019, said all manner of good things. You saw the video. You said it's not necessary to play it. Well, it's your platform. Play whatever you want to play. Then he now comes out and say that Obi didn't build any school. He said a lot of things. It's not today that he started all this all this unnecessary comment that he's making about Obi and everything. But I don't bother. But people like me, I'm not even bothered if Obi becomes the president or not. But the fact still remains that in Anambra today, people like me and a lot of us will defend him when it comes to his performance, because he affected us so well. The music I told you to play, who sang it was Moro Konga Madoka, one of the renowned musicians in Anambra State. If you had played that music, though it's an Igbo music, but I would have explained it to everybody in this platform, that Obi brought peace in Anambra State. That they visited Obi and they asked him, Obi, what did you do for Anambra people when you became governor? Obi now begin to direct them. I would have want you to play that music. You saw where that Anyamene local government that I used to give you an example. He mentioned it. The local government he built for them, the maternity homes he built for them, and the roads he built for them. And he will take you around all the hospitals. All of them are mentioned in that music by Moro Konga Madoka. All the hospitals built by Obi in that music. Every achievement to Obi, a music of about 20-something minutes, was about Obi. And he now said that anybody that wants to rule Anambra State today must rule like Peter Obi, or that person don't have the capacity to rule. That's what the music is saying. The music is older than me. The person, that's the person that sang that music is older than me, and he's dead already. He's not there. He's not a young man like me. He's an old man who has already passed on to glory, and the music is still raining.
What of
you understand?
He was paid to play that music.
There is nothing like Obi. Nobody paid him to play it. You understand? Nobody. Nobody paid him to play it. Okay. You understand? The music is there. Because of the music has been played during the time he was governor. You can go and Google it, pop out the music, download it. Very nice music. Because when everybody knew that the condition of Anambra, these old men that sang that music know the kind of trouble we are passing. And he was even advising people, it's not every time that somebody want to contest, somebody like you want to contest, you will be building posters everywhere. Allow this man to finish his work in Anambra State when Oba Brothers was fighting him.
So Ekene, if I understand you, you are telling us to listen to a praise singer and listen to his praise singing, and then we should believe it. Okay, I understand.
Whatever
now.
you want to. I would have wanted to see any other governor that got that praise in the southeast apart from Peter Obi. That's what I would have wanted. Check it. I would have wanted even okay, let's say in Anambra State, Mbadinuju, Obiano, even Soludo, even Ngige. Ngige is a performer because I'm not denying Ngige is a performer. I love him when he was the governor. The little time he spent in Anambra State.
Don't worry, I'm going to pay Wasiu and Ide to sing for me. Then you know I was
it's
the best
not
governor
like
of Osun
paying
State.
anyone. We
No,
think
the
with
one
the
where
people that
Wasiu
it's just like when you talk about an individual like Bishop Nozoblo. You talk about him and you talk about the music of Ayako Zoblo on his behalf. The projects are there. It's not just music. The road he built for Zoblo people is there. The hospital he built for them is there. The schools he built for them is there. It's not just praise singing.
Okay, we don't hear.
So anybody that performs well, we generate that love. So it's because of the personality of it that made him sing that music, and the music generated him a lot of money. Because everybody in Anambra State love Obi. Not everybody. People like us, the common man like us, that knows good things.
Hold on. There's a topic you're going to speak to. Yesterday we were talking about your brother. For Abia State, all the road he beat have been washed away by flood. So we were expecting you yesterday. So you will speak about it later.
Who will that? Babaja, who will that?
Your Abia State governor now. I've been waiting to be named. Unless all the road he beat, when we flooded last week, all of them have been washed by flood. So. But
I don't see the news, but I didn't see the news now. Is it
you're not gonna see that one now? But you saw
no, the one I'm always online now. I never see anything like that.
The one for your state that happened. You people were campaigning against Solude. Oh, look at all the road he beat. Look.
No, they would have brought it out now for us to discuss it now because it's only here that I'm hearing.
Why una they hide down? Why una not talk about the one for Abia State?
No,
all the road has been washed away.
Hold on, Ajale Koko. Can I 2 minutes?
This is the second day. We reported this the first day. Another one has happened today. Look at the main road. Look at the main road. Look at people's property. The water entered inside this place, inside this shop now. Look at it. Look at it. Even this yard, that's where people are coming inside. Look at it. Anya report wala. Look at it. Look at it. Ihe abu mmiri patara na yard ndị mmadụ. Ihe a mmiri bukasicha ụlọ ndị mmadụ. Anya report wala ihe a. Ọ bụrụ na e nwere ụzọ eji mere anyị ihe a People's Road, ndị mmadụ gatara ozi mmiri ka area ga ebe a. Biko, look at it. Look at it. Look at it. Look at it. Na ihe mmiri mebisiri property ndị mmadụ and their building. Nke a mmiri zoro na the second day after nke yesterday. Na ebe dị mmiri shi. Ihe a mmiri zoro today. Nke a mmiri zoro today. Look at the road. Na ebe dị mmiri shi. Look at where the rain is coming from. Look at it. Look at the new gutter. Look at it. Look at it. There is problem. There is problem. Here about the new road. There is problem. This is People's Road. There is problem. There is problem, Governor. There is problem, Minister of Health, Minister of Works. There is problem, Minister of Works. There is problem. Look at electric pole here about to fall. There is problem. One after the other. It's bending down. Electric pole is coming down. Look at where the problem is. They ignore it.
I like that guy, oh, governor. There's problem, oh.
But Babaja, Babaja, in all this video, I was listening for the guy to call the local government and the governor's name. He was only shouting, and the people put a capture, Alesoti. You understand? Because what I would have wanted to hear, to know that this is a real video, is not a propaganda, is for the guy to say, our governor Lesoti, this is what you did, or this is the location of this, what happened here. And he also said that the road is under construction. You understand? But I didn't hear anything like that. I just saw a tag of Lesoti. Or is there anywhere that he mentioned the Lesoti name or the name of the location that I didn't get? It's just like Soludo own. The name of the place was mentioned. Soludo name was mentioned. But in this place, you cannot be doing a video and not saying the location or call the name of the governor, because this might be in Enugu state or in Anambra state or in Abia state or in anywhere. But with this kind of video now, I don't know the location. I don't know anywhere that this thing happened. Okay. So how can you call it a video? Okay, can't you say that it's a propaganda?
This one is propaganda, but that of Anambra state is not propaganda.
This one is a propaganda. What makes a real video? No, what makes Babaja, you like this now?
Now I don't hear you.
You cannot be making video. You cannot be making video and say, Governor this this road is washed off without even mentioning Governor Lesoti of Abia State, or this is the location this thing is happening. Just as Soludo own is.
Okay.
Let Ajanle carry on, because I don't want this to be a long session. I'm going to be shutting it down.
I've answered him now. That's what he wants me to answer. So this video is, to my own understanding, this video is a propaganda. Okay. That's it.
All right, back to Ajanle.
So the one for Obi. So if Obedient or Obi himself did not come out to mention the name of school, Obi can come out now to challenge this guy so he can win. Obi can create a how do I describe it?
A platform.
Not a platform. Obi can respond to it in order to disgrace Omokri if Omokri is lying. You understand? Come out, disgrace him, mention the school you start from the scratch, and you finish, and tell Omokri, I need that $10,000 to build borehole in the north, or maybe in Anambra, wherever I want to build, because he is a borehole project manager in Nigeria now, presidential borehole district. So he can take that money to go and build borehole. So if Obi has really done well himself, he really build, school on its own, and not a renovated renovation of existing school when he was there, he can come out and challenge and take that money. And I believe that will send a signal to Omokri that, look, it's a propaganda, and he should keep his mouth shut, and that will make Obi very popular. So, but as far as I'm concerned, I think where I saw contradiction in Obi's campaign on education and what he said during the interview, presidential interview, that when he becomes the president, he will scrap Ministry of Education. That showed to me that this guy, he doesn't really know what he's doing. It sounds like Badue to me, because you are using education to campaign, your performance on education, what you did on public school education, and where you met, your the state of education in your school, and where you brought it to, as at the time you left. According to him, he said they are number one in WAEC performance. And then you are saying when you become the president, you will scrap Ministry of Education. That is contradictory. It's a contradictory statement. As far as I was
No,
concerned.
Babaja, it's not contradictory. Let me tell you why.
Oh God.
No,
Okay.
we are here to. Let me tell you why it's not contradictory. He did it in Anambra State. You understand? The ministry didn't do well with him. He had a lot of argument with them, and that is why it took him too long to solve that issue of education and all these things. So what he did was to be going directly to the school. Then that was when he brought out the idea to give back the school to the churches. Then now start to fund them directly instead of using ministry. Because what happens is that he said it in his interview that when this ministry collect this money, before this money will get to them, that money will become little. Maybe if you give them 10 million naira, before that money will get to the school, the money will become 2 million or 1.5 million. At the end of the day,
Ekene, please, can you give me 30 seconds? One man, please, don't mind me, please. I'm on break. Yeah, just even what you just said now, it doesn't make any sense. You abandon the ministry that the federal government or the state House of Assembly has constituted to carry out things. You abandon them. You are going to them directly. Where
yeah,
is
that's how he was
accountability? Let me
able.
finish
What
now.
matters is what matters.
No, Ekene, you must let people talk, please. Let me land. You can't be going to states directly. As if the same thing they say this guy you say is paying for fuel at the filling station. You can't do that. You must go through the ministry that the state assembly has appropriate to do things. Where is accountability if he is going directly to the schools doing things himself?
Okay.
Who is he accountable to?
What's the job for commissioner
Okay,
for?
okay, Baba. Okay, let me
All
respond
right,
to you, Tamos.
Ekene Ajanle Koko has the floor, so make it very short.
I'm still
and then-
interjecting now. I asked him for an interjection. Then Tamos took over now.
What do you mean you've been interjecting?
I asked Babaja for interjection. Then Tamos took over.
But we've not heard from anyone else for about. Okay, have that interjection and then let Ajanle Koko have the floor back.
Okay, thank you, Waman. God bless you. So what I'm saying is this: if you are doing the same thing every time and it's not working, the best thing for you to do is to change strategy. That ministry is not working. So the best thing he could do is to change strategy, which is, first of all, he went to the schools, collect the number of all the class prefects of the schools. They call him directly. Every class prefect call him directly and they report to him the need of their school whenever the need arises. You understand? Then he now fund the school directly to the principals. The principals are involved in building those structures. He gave them the money, gave them the check, then he come back for inspection. That's how he was able to achieve it. You understand? So you can't continue to do the same thing every time, getting the same, you want a change and you continue to do the same. You must change the strategy, and that's what he did. And the most important thing is that he got the result, that at the end of the day, the school that is not achieving anything educationally, 26 or 20 something in education, was taken to first position. And everybody applauded him. A lot of video was circulating. Many principals say it in their testimony that it never happened like this before, that the principal will receive money direct from government. And they enjoyed it, and he did not even give them the money. He monitored the process of that money, what that money is being used for. And at the end of the day, the result was achieved. It's just like Ministry of Humanitarian Affairs today that is messing up. I don't think that ministry is working. Today, government, you say they are sharing 50,000. Who is sharing it? I have never received anything, but maybe some people have received. Maybe the government is now directly crediting people because they find out that Betedu couldn't do the work. And that's what he did. It's all about the people, not about the ministry. Thank you, Babaja.
Even for the answer you just gave, it just showed that Obi believes in one man show. He doesn't believe in due process. He doesn't.
Ajale Goko, sorry, 30 seconds. Can you imagine this guy stripping so low, collecting class captain number? Who does that?
Well,
This guy is so, I don't even know what the qualification I will give him. It's Ajale Goko. Just continue.
well,
Sorry, before you continue, Ajale Koko, what you just said there, that when they were trying to impeach him, one of the things that they leveled against him was that he does not believe in due process. It was bypassing due process to award contracts and all of these things, essentially running the state like a one-man show. So you are quite right. He doesn't believe in due process. He believes in his instincts, and he doesn't really believe in following the processes laid down. So that and that led to him actually awarding most of the contract in Anambra State to his business partner in Next International. So the guy is but carry on.
Well, man, when you bring propaganda, I will interject. He never awarded any contract to any business
One man,
person.
can you give me just a minute if you don't mind?
You understand? So he didn't award any listing to anybody.
Enigmatic, I'll give you my spot. I'm next after
I'm even within 2 minutes. I'm out again. I just is Ogbeni still on the platform, please?
He is still. Okay.
Amen.
Ogbeni.
Enigmatic, you don't come.
Baba, I don't miss your number. No, I won't follow you talk some kind things. So I beg.
Okay.
If you see get my number, just hold out me. I beg.
Okay, no, if I don't get that, I'll go ask one man.
Okay, I feel even drop out for one man, make it give you safe.
Okay, I'll prefer that.
What do you mean you feel drop him? You text me virtually every day. So is it a different number still?
I'll drop it. I'll drop the message that I will. If you ever get.
Okay. Carry on.
Yeah. So I've been listening from. It's like today's platform is a Kenya and Co platform, the way it is, and everybody is there just laughing. When you have Ogbeni is a lawyer now. Evidence, fact, figures, and data. They do not lie. You don't need to sweat over nothing when you have
enigmatic. Let me round up now, so I will give you a chance to speak. I want to go and do something, but let me round up quick. So this guy did not believe in due process. The person he even appointed as commissioner of education, he did not believe in him to carry out transparent. Hello, who is that? Can you hear me?
Okay, yeah, you got more on there. Yeah.
One man.
Mama, don't go tell your story for all.
One man.
All right, yeah.
One man.
Okay.
One man.
Okay, all right,
one man.
In the conversation.
Hello?
No,
Thomas. It was Thomas actually. Thomas was telling me, I don't have to shut down the session anymore. That Mike is here, so they got us off in here.
Okay.
All right, carry on.
So he didn't even trust his own commissioner to carry out the job, the person he appointed. So why must he be doing the job by himself? So that was very ridiculous. But where like I said earlier, I didn't believe that he's really serious on education is when he said he will scrap Ministry of Education at the federal level. So when you scrap Ministry of Education, that means all the universities under the control of the federal government or being managed by federal government, that will be gone. That means education, public education at the higher institution will be gone. And that means we'll be paying through our nose for education at higher level. So what Tinubu is doing now concerning this loan program for education, all of that wouldn't have been in existence. It would have been more difficult for the poor people, children of the poor, to have tertiary institution in Nigeria. So This guy with his ideology, you can't understand it sometimes. You know, he would have done good for that state if he has created, you know, container school of technology before he left in Anambra State. Maybe that will have
Container about
container school of trading and technology. That would have been better. I mean, that would have shown that he built something. For his failure to build that, I think he failed. Omokri is right. So let somebody come out and challenge Omokri. Let me leave it there, one man. And enigmatic, you can continue.
Elimati, please, before you continue, let me quickly say something, just a few seconds. Babajale Koko, I agree with you. That last part of your observation, and the last part of your concluding statement. What I was expecting, that the obedience or Obi will roll out immediately. Reno Omokri said that, and what I was expecting from Obi is that if Kano, for instance, someone like Concourse focus more on where Concourse thought, oh, these are our strengths: agriculture, health. We have to use there. We need more practitioners. We need more nurses. We need more tech
Hello?
people. We need more,
Hello,
technicians. We need more
oh,
health
okay.
technology. Those are the areas he believes, technical colleges and co, which he believes these are low-hanging fruits that I can quickly, cash out and get my people out from the streets, and traders will be able to have this done, adult education, and let me increase the literacy of Kano and everything as a visionary leader. So I was expecting, okay, Anambra, what we know Anambra for, at least what our Southeast guys will always pride themselves in, we are industrial, we are industrial. We all know everyone in Nigeria is industrial, but that's what they always flag for you. Oh, we are industrial. You think that the industrial, nobody's even industrial in Nigeria. They are the only industrial in Nigeria. Now, if you want to pride yourself in that, then I'll be expecting the minimum. I'll be expecting from someone like Peter Obi for you to be able to be putting yourself in the same pedestal as someone like Concourse is that. Maybe there is even a University of Technology, or at least maybe it's a it's a state polytechnic that you even create in your state, or at least maybe it's a college of technology or something that we know your people. This is their strength. This is their area. Maybe something on automobile college, or something on aviation college, or robotic, institute somewhere.
consumption to production university.
Go and check Oko
Hey,
Polytechnic and what they know for. Go and check Oko
Container
Polytechnic.
technology.
Oko has been there since now. How can
Yeah,
you be
Oko has been
mentioning
there. We
Oko?
have a lot of them now. If the
Is
best the
Oko
best
not
the best
federal? Is
Chinese
it state?
the best Chinese student we have in Nigeria last year was from Oko. She got an
You
interview
don't
from
understand what I'm saying.
international television.
The Polytechnic
So
Oko is it state
you
poly?
go there, you check the technology that in that school and the model, the infrastructure he brought in that school to
You
equip it.
don't
So
know.
that school is more of
At least
technology.
it's a federal
He
poly
equipped it.
now. How can you say Obi build federal poly again? Ekene,
Everything he
federal
equipped that
Polytechnic
school, he
Oko
helped them. He helped the school.
help what?
You understand?
He help federal
So the school,
university.
even the school, that Oko Polytechnic you are talking about today, go and check their
That
standard.
that Oko has
Check their
been
standard
Ogbeni,
of
there
education
Ogbeni,
since.
may
today.
I come in, please? Ogbeni, just for 1 minute.
All right. I think Enigmatic wanted to come in as well, but
Yeah, I don't want to disturb
No problem.
Enigmatic's flow. That's why I want to jump in before Enigmatic comes in.
all right. Let's do it this way. Baba then Enigmatic, but Ekene, let them speak. Baba.
Enigmatic
No,
jọ mo fowó àti ọmọ díẹ̀
Godman, I will
lẹ́nu.
be interjecting now. I'm the only voice here now. Should I be interjecting?
Enigmatic mo fowó àti ọmọ díẹ̀ lẹ́nu jọ. Just give me 1 minute. Be patient. I just jumped in. I decided to do a listening and in-depthly analyze what's been said here. I came on this platform first because the months I spent in listening was profitable for me because I learned a lot of things. It was a teachable moment for me. And I decided, okay, let me join. Maybe I will have something to contribute because what life has taught me, I like to share with those that are willing in caps to learn. You see, I don't like propaganda. I don't like outright lies. First, Omokri, I could read a lot of things they've been saying here. He comes with a high pedigree. He's a product of both British and American universities. He has a master's in law. He worked in Aso Rock, close to a president of one of the biggest countries in Africa, if not the biggest. An author, a businessman, Obi's friend, a PDP stalwart, Atiku's ally. So when he speaks, nobody should come here and rubbish and say he's a bad guy, is this. Why should we trivialize everything because you just want to rubbish and prove a point? A point that is even not even valid in the first place. I hear people do challenge, they do dance challenge, they do eating challenge, they do this challenge. He has come up with a challenge, a quiz one. Show me receipts and I'll drop $10,000. Very simple. Very, very simple. Just tuck the receipt in his nose or shove it down his throat and let him chew it. And everybody's gone gaga for over almost 48 hours. Talk, and no receipts. For what? And the other thing, a TIOSA is nothing close to a Papa local government, a much more Ojo local government. A TIOSA is Ibeju Lekki, Kuramo waters of Obalende, and on. That's where a TIOSA is. It has absolutely nothing to do with a Papa local government, not to talk of Ojo that is far away. These are facts. These are facts. So we have to be very careful because all I dwell on, what I chew and what I pour, basically facts. Grounded in facts. That's all I have to contribute. Enigmatic, carry on, please.
Baba, please, with all due respect, nobody's.
Let people.
Just once a few seconds, one man. With all due respect, Baba, nobody is spewing propaganda, and nobody has. It does. Reno Omokri, whoever he is, doesn't mean that he has the power to control everybody's mind. He can control whoever he wants to control. Anybody can believe him. If he's a businessman to you or to anybody, I don't care. If he's a professional to anybody, I don't care. If he's an ally to anybody, I don't care. I choose to believe who I want to believe. I choose to follow who I want to follow. You don't come because you work for former governor. That makes you a high profile or a god to the nation. It never qualifies. After all, we have governors today that have been running around chasing by EFCC and nobody is talking about them. Their sons are insulting their House of Assembly members. People are still defending them in our country today. Nobody is saying anything about it. You understand? So the people defending those guys, they have the right to defend them. So when I defend what I know, it's not propaganda. After all, we are in this platform, we talk about a TIOSA. I gave you an example that these schools were rehabilitated, not necessarily started. One man blot out the headline. I read it here. So how am I spilling propaganda? Is it not a TIOSA that he brought out the headline? So you choose to believe what you want to believe. Me, I speak my own fact.
I heard you say a TIOSA is close to a Joe or Sita woven with a TIOSA.
It doesn't take me anything to get a TIOSA. As far as this Lagos is concerned, it doesn't take me anything to go to a TIOSA. Anywhere I want to go to Lagos today, I wake up tomorrow, I go there. I drive my car and go there.
Of course,
it doesn't take me anything.
Free state.
Oh, what are you? Am I not living in Lagos? I'm living in Lagos. So that doesn't make it a propaganda.
I'm correcting,
even the Reno is talking about
is nowhere near a Papa.
The Reno that brought the argument of a TIOSA doesn't know a TIOSA. The Reno that he's talking about, because if he knew that school was rehabilitated, he wouldn't make that argument.
And people will not make that argument here. That a former, a House of Assembly member accomplished more than a former governor. He wouldn't make such argument if he knew that that school was rehabilitated and refurbished.
That is not my
So I'm
issue.
not making a blind
That
argument.
is not my
The headline
issue.
is here.
My
We read it
issue
here. One
is
man read it. One man brought
my
it out.
issue
We read it here.
is
That's my
not
argument.
is the fact that Etiosa is nowhere near our Papa local government, not to talk of Ojo that is far, far away. That is a fact. Because I heard you talking about Etiosa close to Ojo or interwoven or the interests overlap themselves and things like that. That is what I came to debunk, that is not true. And those who are commenting that Reno is a loafer, and I'm here to say Reno is nobody's loafer by international standard and standing, not even Africa standard or standing. So we don't because we want to poo-poo somebody and we just got to rubbish it. As for Obi or anything, it doesn't concern me. If you say, Yoruba say, if you say your body is not paining you, onto you. Talarabara urung. What's my own? I also say, nah. It's no skin off my nose, off my teeth. I mean, so, but time will tell for everybody. That's all I know. That's all. Enigmatic, carry on. Can anyone hear me, please?
Yeah, yes, we cannot hear you.
Yeah, Enigmatic can carry on. I don't want to take
Enigmatic, if you're ready. Enigmatic on D. All right. I think Enigmatic may need them. Hold on. There's an XXX. Let me see your face before you. I want to see who that is. You are in the dark, so show your face before I can let you on, because we've been having some funky XXX. No. Can I see your face? Can I see XXX? Oh, right, there it is. So I think we may have our guy back, but yes. Who's up? Who's up next? Oroyo, do you want to go next?
It should be Dewale now.
Oh, Dewale.
When the master is pushing it to the subordinate, what would people like Kulata do? You say it's to me.
If nobody wants to speak, I still have something to say. One man.
I was. You know,
Ekene always has something to say. Anyway,
Ekene, go and sit down, I beg. Go and sit down.
My goodness me! I think I've got to have some trauma after this one. One
man, you know, before I stayed up till now, I have something to say now. I didn't just come here now. I have something to say. So if anybody want to speak, let me speak now.
Ekene, wait. Since they say it's my turn. So you'll be interjecting and talking all day. Let other people have their view. Okay?
They want to speak to us. My respected senior brother, speak to us. I
give you the credit, the fact that you're able to at least face these people heads on by telling them, what you believe about your principal. The excuse I would give on behalf of you and your principal is the fact that when he was a governor, it was a very common thing for governors not to, build school, but rehabilitate what they made, or perhaps some of them that return some of the public school to their rightful owner, the missionaries, or to the mission, to the school, or to the churches. So, but some of them decided instead of building new school, they are going to, expand the one that they met and, pump money, build those school, rehabilitate it, and some of them focus on the WAEC payment. Okay, so that's why I won't really condemn your principal so much. But you see, one thing is certain: what Reno Omokri put out there is the fact the man did not build any new school at all, and Ogbeni was trying to. I won't say enlighten, but trying to let you understand that the name from University of Anambra to
Anambra State University to Dumegu Juku. You know, it was just a rebranding and changing name. Yes, campuses are built. I mean, during Tinubu, Lagos State University was building campuses off campus, off for joy as well. You know, they were building campuses everywhere in Lagos, and they were even extending beyond Lagos State. So it's there. It was a common thing then during the tenure of Obi. But you see, when you put it in a context and compare it to other governors, your principal, I'm sorry to give you a bad news, Ekene, it was a failure. It was a failure as a governor. It was a failure as a politician. It was a failure. As a matter of fact, it has not shown me, you know, what it takes to be a patriotic Nigerian. Because what he did during the last election actually made me to, you know, I had a very good, to a point I was a little bit, you know, bias and try to see at least if it can be. But when I realized that the party chose to become a president, well, it wasn't something that goes down with me. So, and you know, one thing, how you judge a leader, it's not even about what he studied in a school. Forget about the educational qualification, because leadership is not about the educational qualification. Leadership is ability to harness, you know, great mind that can help, you know, as you know, to build, not you even possessing or having the know-how knowledge of everything. Okay. And he hasn't showed me that he's capable of doing that. I mean, if you mention Atiku, Atiku was an accidental, well, I won't say accidental, but he has been in that space trying to become the president of Nigeria for a very long time. But you see, when he was the vice president, at least he was out there. All right. Today, he still commands some respect among his followers, and he's an household name in Nigeria. For how many vice presidents do you hear their name? Do you hear Sambo's name? Do you hear? I mean, Oshibaja has gone quiet now. How many times have you heard Oshibaja in people's mouth to tell you the impact they have on people?
Sorry, Dewale. Mike, are you there? Sorry, Dewale. Carry on. Let me see if I
Okay.
can.
So that tells you that the man must have made some impact, whether politically or economic wise. And but you see, the rest of the contestants, and they've shown their pedigree and what they've done in the past before they ventured into politics. But you see, the bone of contention is that when he was a governor, he, when in the other show I watched, I think Dr. Damage's show, when he was invited, I was taken aback. This man dedicated almost maybe one or two of his show to mock some of the efficiency of his administration. You know, pointing out those things that went wrong when he was a governor. But now that he's contesting for the presidency, you know, he was more of the savior. And some of the questions they asked were, you know, but he didn't want to delve into what actually transpired during the election, but wanted to project and also to position himself as somebody who is capable of taking Nigeria to the next level. And to me, it's like somebody who is and Nigerians have this amnesia of forgetting that what somebody did. You know, luckily for him, when he was a governor, that was when the social media was becoming the in thing then, but it wasn't in the forefront like we have it now, where everything is documented. You can actually revisit what somebody put out there in the space. So to now say that, you know, I'm not saying that he didn't achieve some things, but most of the things that he claimed to have achieved are something that are not necessarily, you know, tangible. Those things are, you know, some things that are, I mean, compare it to, I mean, I could, you know, when I think it was Kwata that was making reference to what Kano State Governor did, establishing higher institutions, and even Jonathan built federal schools. I think there's one federal school, federal institution in Ekiti State. I'm not so sure, if I'm not mistaken. Uh, but I can't take account of those.
Jonathan
Those
built 9 federal universities.
Now you can imagine, but let's even assume that that was done based on the federal might, federal capacity. But it tells you you have to have a political will and the gut because it doesn't take more. It takes a lot of money, a lot of capital to, establish those schools and build it from scratch. All right. Even though those who are rehabilitating school, do you know what it takes to rehabilitate school? I mean, I could remember during the Tinubu school, you didn't just rehabilitate. Some of the teachers too were also, went through some trainings and retrainings, and then he also paid their WAEC fees, and I remember that was when he introduced the 1 day governor of the thing. You remember when the likes of Israel, the youth leader, whatever his position, AC now, became the popular, right? And they usually pick the best overall student in the state. So just to encourage the students to be able to face their study, and so Ekene, I will give you you and your principal the excuse that it wasn't something that was common then. Majority of this, I mean,
Adewale,
they didn't even have much like the
Adewale,
present governors. Yeah.
sorry, I think one man you must have been calling me, right?
One man, you there?
Correct.
Yeah,
Eh?
several times. I called you several times.
So Emma Binu Musai Lokiruni.
Yeah,
So that's the problem. Inshallah.
Okay, so the two voices I wanted to hear were yours and Mike. So that opens the window for me to build. Let Dewali land his point, and then you take the floor. Let me acknowledge the super chatters, or Bosun, and then severally Ayo. So that's Ayo, and Ayo again. So of course it's always Ayo. So thank you to Bosun and Ayo. And Mike, I think we may have our spammer back. So if any new name wants to come in, I have this is our spammer right here. So that image on your screen right there, that's the person that spams the platform. So if any new name wants to come in, you have to see the face fully. And if it's this person, then of course make sure it's banned. So thank you everyone. See you tomorrow.
One man, I don't really have much to say. I just wanted to reach out to Ogbeni real quick, but that's it. I'll be leaving too. But I really appreciate everything there.
Well,
No, you can talk. Dewale will yield for you, maybe for the few minutes you want to use.
I know.
Are you not going to give us a little something on Reno? Are you not going to? Yeah.
I'm about to
I
wrap
mean, we
up
are
anyway.
comparing Obi and
Really...
the SCDA chairman in Lagos State. I mean, that's ridiculous. Somebody who wants to be president. Well, and then he says he was. So it means if you're a president of the country now, you will be going through all the schools and be collecting the numbers of all the school prefects. I beg, you
know what I would say, enigmatic. You know what I would say? Ekene, I need that money if you don't need that money. If you are sure of the example that you cited.
Is Ekene telling us that doesn't need money?
Let's go to...
He doesn't need money. He said he doesn't need the money.
Send the list to me. I will attach it and send it
I
to
don't need
Reno.
Reno money. I've given you, Adewale, I've given you an expo on how to collect the money if you wish.
No. You see, no, I can't collect that money. You are the one forwarding the list of the school that they built, right? So
I'm a very contented man. There is nothing that will attract me to Reno.
Ekene, you don't need $10,000.
Are you on?
I don't need it. Even if I don't have it, I will not collect it from someone like Reno. It will never happen.
Are you on?
I
Are you
cannot
on
sell
Twitter?
my prestige for such.
Are you on Twitter?
Yes.
Okay. Send it to me. You see it, my online name, the mogul, right? Send it, attach it to me. I'll forward it to Reno. I'll claim the money.
Don't stress yourself. Obi no build anything. Forget just
I will tell you, forget enigmatic. Forget what enigmatic is. I will tell you. Don't worry.
Right?
Don't worry.
Hold on. Ekene, you've been speaking for 3 hours non-stop. Let people speak. You need to respect people's platform sometimes. I mean, you are not here because of Peter Obi, and you are not here as a spokesperson for for an entire nation. Just hold on. Don't be agitated. What I'm saying is enu opuro ki sheje. When you are sweating, when you're over sweating over little things, right? It becomes so it becomes so so clear that you don't really have much. You've been saying the same thing all over. And I don't even think you were even probably you lived in Anambra State when Obi was governor, because I lived there, right? But we have gone through this already over countless time with irrefutable data and irrefutable facts. But you people want to be, we guys want to reduce every conversation to the pedestrian level of a a certain ignorance idea. I mean, people should understand the fact. Oh, this guy said $10,000 is on the ground. Instead of actually going to tackle the $10,000 with those facts, Reno is gay, Reno is girly, Reno is this, Reno is that. No, I mean that is not that is Kwakwanso. We just mentioned what Kwakwanso did, and the guy was so specific. He said in the list of the presidential front runners, this is the least qualified in by every stratum of all the qualifications you can talk about, and he mentioned them. Then the thing was that bring out what Reno said about Obi praising Obi. Okay, can you bring out how Obi was praising PDP and all of a sudden he turned against PDP, campaigning against PDP? Would you bring how Obi how he swore never to leave Abga, but he left Abga eventually? So we can say that about politicians. Politicians, they know how to switch their games. So we cannot say because Reno was championing the cause of Obi being the vice president because they need electoral votes in the southeast, and then all of a sudden he says he doesn't want Obi again, and then he becomes a bad person. What about Obi when he was PDP, number 2 PDP guy? And all of a sudden, less than 4 years, he turned around against the same PDP, and he was calling PDP a structure of criminality. And if there's a chance that if there's a chance for him, he'll go back to that structure of criminality all over again. Was Dr. Damages not using his platform to air, to view, and to say so many things about against this Peter Obi? But today now is using the same channel, the same structure to champion Obi's cause. So you cannot be you guys cannot be trying to depart from the fact all the time. You'll be here 3 hours or 4. Everybody here just laughing. Just show the working. Don't be talking too much. Now, waiting people they talk for here. You are saying this. You are comparing Obi and LCDA chairman. I mean, that is ridiculous, man. Somebody wants to be president, and I will just leave it like that. I'm not here to. Ogbeni, I'm answer later. Good night, everybody. I beg.
No, Allah.
Bye bye. Good night. Bye bye. You don't talk your own finish.
Just come here, come laugh.
You don't talk your own finish. What do you want to make a response? You don't say what you want to say now. Bye bye.
Who was talking? Somebody was saying something.
Again, I go to Lagos, Juno. They prepare for me.
I pay for you now. What you go? I just come back from club now. I go carry you go club.
I know they go club now. You know, say me. I know.
Then no call me now. No call me.
Yeah, they go mama put well now.
Me, I know if you want mama put there, but we go club. If you're not there ready to go club, just relax. No call me.
No, I know they go club. But I go see you for June.
Again, I go come in. They tell us things hard. But you see, they go club. You go spray money.
No, I no go. Na me be the Tinubu government. I beg, I gotta enjoy myself.
You talk Tinubu, they suffer you.
I know if you reduce my standard because of the policies and all these things. No, if it happen, I gotta chop my life. Life is all about contentment and happiness. You understand? So I don't need to have all the money. What I need is just to be happy.
Say, Kumuyi sabi say the go club.
What it concern me, concern Kumi. Kumi in a word in the teach me. I pick the ones I want to pick. You use the ones I want to use. Choose the one that make me happy.
You go talk say me Christian with this one. We go still do things with
Yeah, you
against.
know the type of floor why they go. What think cause you Mike?
Una Christian, una today. I don't understand una. Would they
Forget
crazy?
that
Na
one.
Christian,
The
na
only
Christian
the
church, na
only
Christian
Forget.
club they go.
everybody bad.
Christian club.
Now they do against everything when they
Baba, you
preach.
want come face me? You want face
Na
me because I
Christian
want
club where can
I
they
don't talk my
go?
own
I
there.
beg.
Eh?
Na
You want
Christian
face me
club
there?
they go. Eh?
Eh? I beg, go ahead and leave me. Oh. This and anything where they make us happy now they do. You understand? And the most ridiculous thing that in this platform today is that the thing that is happening in Nigeria, nobody is talking about it. El-Rufai's son is busy as insulting House of Assembly members in Kaduna State.
That guy na sports brat now. Who get time to
Yaya Bello is running about wanting to escape from Nigeria because of 80 billion that he squandered.
They don't pick am.
APC is busy supporting them. Nobody is talking about it. It's only what Obi did and what
APC
Obi
dey
did not.
support Yaya Bello.
APC government that squandered that. You start from their state governors to their president. Everything is all about bad thing, corruption. Nobody is talking about it. It's whether Peter Obi build school, Peter Obi not build this. Peter Obi when I say no go be president, then what is the headache? When I don't talk say when I never go vote him, you know go be president. Then what is the need of discussing him? You keep him aside, discuss the national issue, which is Kaduna State governor, former governor, who squandered the resources of Kaduna State. Then Yaya Bello, who squandered the resources of a lot of them, many APC states.
Let me ask you one question and be sincere. Out of all the 4 candidates that contested this last election, the only candidate that is still campaigning as we speak today is Peter Obi. Yes or no?
Obi is not campaigning.
So what's the meaning
Yeah,
of all those?
is campaign open in Nigeria? Campaign is not open now. So as a private citizen, you are not allowed to do things you are capable to do. What is the campaign there?
All those borehole here and there, a government will say this thing tomorrow. Today is saying that thing.
And campaign.
It doesn't a campaign now. Waiting be all those
Now you use your mouth put campaign there. Did you see any Labour Party flag there?
I don't ask waiting they call. Waiting if you go call them. Waiting they do.
Charity work now.
You know get work again. Next you don't.
Now charity work now. The man don't make money now. He they spend the money anyhow.
On what? What's the name of his company?
I don't. He owes a lot of business.
Company now?
Yes, go to his supermarket in Abuja now.
I
You will
don't
see
know
it.
what now next. Is that his company?
Google Obi company now. Obi is a very big billionaire. Before the day he was announced, governor of Anambra State, he has a 200 something containers in DC. The day they announced.
In the name of which company?
It's importation business now. He has it in the 200 something containers. That's what he was. The day he was announced the governor of Anambra State, that day his consignment, the what he has on this is more than 250 containers. That's what he has.
Personally or his company?
Personally, that's his business. So you don't this Amalula, all this what are they? A lot of them check those drink. Who is involved in it? You think Obi is your everyday? You think then all this one when they get anything if politics fail them? That's why you see they kill them. If politics fail somebody like Wike today, he has no business to do. A lot of them just count your politicians. Check if they have anything to fall on if politics fail them. It's not about Obi. Which professor? Which school he don't teach? He don't teach any school. Tell me where he has teach.
He's a practicing.
You understand? Check all your even this year Yabelo. Check all of them. If politics fail them today, they don't have any profession.
I know you understand. That one get truck for Abuja now.
Even Kaduna, all this on a Kaduna governor, all your politicians. The problem you have is that you don't take the profile of people you want to elect. When somebody comes to politics without having built or managed people or manage any company, definitely that person will have nothing to offer.
I've
How is
asked
it?
you what's the company of Obi. You never tell me company. You don't know your candidate that much.
Next International now. I told you one. I told you all his. I told you one of his products.
Next
Amalula.
International.
Yes, go to Abuja.
Okay.
Ask for his. Ask about his supermarket. So what he supplies.
I
So
know next.
the hero beer that Reno Omokri talked about what he invested in Anambra State that is not yielding. The guy no get sense. If you come to Nigeria today, Hero Trophy is the highest selling beer in Nigeria today in the south. I don't know about the north. Nowhere where you go to Nigeria where you no go see Hero. 9 people they buy. Go check
Wait,
them. And this one will
where,
come on national TV. They speak nonsense.
Kenneth, where do you think Trophy came from? Who do you think started Trophy?
I'm talking about the two selling.
I'm asking you a direct question. Who do you think started Trophy Lager beer? Or where do you think they started Trophy from?
I don't know about Trophy. I'm talking about the Hero.
Okay, let me tell you about Trophy. Trophy was started in my hometown by Dr. Lawrence Omoli,
Yes,
1979.
but I'm trying to tell you that the two
International
beer.
breweries. So why are you
Yeah, that's
mentioning
what I'm
Obi's
trying.
name with Trophy?
In Ilesha now.
No,
They started
I'm
in
saying
Elisha now.
I'm talking about the two moving beer in Nigeria. We talk about Hero. We talk
I
about
thought you were attaching Obi's name to Trophy. Don't.
no,
That's
that's
my
not what
town.
I said.
That's my town's pride, though.
I said the two best selling beer in
Okay.
Nigeria today is Hero and the Trophy. Go and check
Okay.
it.
I don't know
Then
about that.
you have
I thought you were attaching
no, I'm
Trophy
not
to Obi.
attaching Trophy to
Okay,
Obi.
sorry.
I'm
Okay,
saying
continue.
the two best selling. Yeah,
Continue.
you understand. So that's why when that guy speak, I don't see him as somebody that reasons very well. You know the kind of industry that has built in Anambra State. How many employers he brought up in those trucks that move it and every people that work in it. You think it's a small company and do big malt and the Hero. You understand? So I don't know what is happening to this guy. Very big investment. Is it because some people say they don't drink beer? People that drink shit enjoy it. So you don't make it a nonsense investment. A lot of you here take beer. If you don't take it, it's your choice. Me, I don't drink beer. You understand? But I know that it's one of the movable products in Nigeria today. When you talk about beer, Hero and the Trophy. So when that Reno is, how many people buy Gouda or Heineken? If you go to any shop today, you see before you count 20 cartons of beer in that shop, you would have 17 of them will be either Hero or Trophy before you talk about Heineken or Gouda. And this one is saying that the investment is nothing. I don't listen to those guys. If you know what is business, you know that it's a great business he has done for Anambra people. And go and check Soludo today. I was striving on this his legacy. Go and check the last comment he made. He said that we are using this model of education plan to build our educational system. He has now started giving money to missionaries, to schools directly, just as Obi did it. That's what he did last time. You don't commend it. This Soludo, he has now started to give money direct to schools because he wanted to follow the former roadmap. It didn't work, so he has to follow. He said we are going to follow Obi roadmap in terms of education. So the other day, CKC in the world came out on top. Is it not? Do you think it's a small achievement? Go and Google it. Just few days ago.
You
In
said
this
in
month.
the world. In the world.
Yes. Go and check it. CKC.
In the world.
Yes, Google it. I'm not lying to you. CKC. Christ the King College.
In the world on what?
Babaja, Google it. I'm not lying to you.
Tell me now. You say is they did something on what?
Yeah, there is a competition. Yes, what competition they went for? CKC. You come here, you talk as if we don't know what we are talking about. It's not today. It didn't start today. A lot of schools in Anambra State has been going to world competition, African competition, and they're coming out on top. It started in his own administration. It started in Obi administration. And they're still competing. They're still winning. So you can Google it. How many award schools in Anambra State, public school in Anambra State has won compared to other states in Nigeria? So we know the man we are talking about when it comes to education. So we know what he did. It's not all this that Reno Omokri comes to television to talk nonsense and go. What has he managed? He's on Twitter generating followers and all that. What business has he built? He's just using people's mind to be creating content. Receiving, you saw him say it in that interview, receiving $5 from people, and they reach. So anything that goes, anything that he wants to trend with, he will attach Obi because he know that people must comment. If he didn't attach Obi, then people will not comment. So he needs to be doing that. But it's only the people that's why I don't follow him. I don't read his nonsense write-up. It doesn't make any sense to me. You understand? So whatever if he wants his argument to trend, he must attach Obi name. If not, why? Check all his comments since last year election till now. Everything carries Obi because he knows that Obi is the one trending. So he has to use that name to gain his own emotional side from Agbado people and be getting his own $5. But I blame people. I don't blame people that follow him. Maybe people still learn something from him, but for me, I don't learn people from I don't learn anything from hypocritical people. You understand? So Reno is not a role model to me. He can be to some people. Today I know what if I'm telling you, Babaja, Google it. It's in the wall. CKC. Google DMJ. Check their position in the educational system of Nigeria. Check their position. Christ the King College. These two schools, they are one of the most powerful public school in Nigeria. One of them. One of the most powerful public schools in Nigeria.
The performance of CKC now, you don't want to give it to Soludo. You want to give it to.
Why should I give it to Soludo? It never started today now. I cannot give it to Soludo.
Hold on. When did CKC went for that world competition that they won? Hello?
What did you say?
When did they go to that world competition that they
it's just few weeks ago now.
And then you don't hold on now. And you don't want to give the glory to the present.
I will not give it to him because they have been going and they have been winning.
When you talk like
so
this,
when Obi tweeted about it.
Hold on.
Yeah.
When you talk like this, you make mockery of yourself. You understand? Because it doesn't make sense that the person in place, the person managing the thing now, you don't want to give glory. You want to give glory to somebody that already left the place like 16 years ago.
No,
I mean,
I will not give it to him because yes, I will not give it to him.
Do you know improvement? Hold on. We are not babies.
Yeah, welcome back to The Breakfast on Plus TV Africa. Now, that story about the Nigerian mathematical genius I told you about. A 15-year-old Nigerian, Faith Odunsi, has won the Global Open Mathematics Tournament, defeating participants from Europe, America, Asia, Australia, and other African countries. She's an SS3 student of the Ambassador School in Ota, Ogun State. She won the competition with a margin of 30 points at the finals, with the first runner-up scoring 10 points. That means she got 40 points. She says her school's extra classes helped her prepare for the competition. Let's now take a look at Ms. Odunsi as she answers about 19 questions in a minute.
Cowbellpedia, 60 seconds of fame starts now. What is the
64?
Correct. Multiply 1/3 by
5/6.
Correct. What is or are the prime
2.
factors? Correct. The cost of price of a gas cylinder is 8,000.
24,000.
Correct. What is the 7?
28.
Correct. What is the sum of the prime numbers between 1 and 5?
10.
Correct. Convert 70% to
7/10.
Correct. Express 0.000.
2.4 times 10 by minus 5.
Correct. Convert
0.8.
Correct. Approximate 5 to 5.
530.
Correct. Simplify terms by minus 4.
0.00001.
Incorrect. What is the square root of the product of 4 and 9?
6.
Correct. How many hours are there from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. on the same day?
6.
Correct. Simplify minus 17 plus minus 8 plus minus 10.
Minus 35.
Correct. How many prime numbers is
1.
Correct. Find the value of 60 minus 70 minus 40.
30.
Correct. Find the HCF of 8.
8.
Correct. Evaluate the square root of 6 bracket
6
plus 2. Correct. Find the product of minus 4 and minus
24.
6. Correct. Evaluate 25 minus minus 30.
55.
Correct. Wow. Cowbellpedia.
Wow. Just wow.
I could do that.
Just wow. Oh my God. I don't even know 1 + 1. Please don't ask me. But look at Faith.
It's easy stuff.
Usagi. What was 1 +
Anambra win every constitution. Only Anambra they win everything. Anambra
I said only Anambra they win them.
You
I
just say
didn't say
that girl
only
are from
Anambra.
Southeast. We don't go down here.
You praise the one you have. Now I'm talking about my own now. The one
You tell
are
us
we
that
doing
only Anambra they win everything. That's why I brought it up.
No, that
Which Anambra girl don't
God,
win that kind of competition?
which
Now
go
they
and
make
check
mouth,
now.
man.
This is
Google
global
it, check it
mathematics
now. Which is
competition.
making mouth.
Global mathematics competition. Global. And you
This
can.
is the
I
whole
never
world.
see
The whole world. The whole
I never
world.
see this kind of performance before.
I beg, let's leave Ekene. Let's Ekene
The guy
enjoy
come here,
it.
they tell us, say, Anambra, I know they win everything they want. No, that state, don't win
The
anything.
government,
Which
you
when I
go
don't go
bring
anywhere, win anything like that.
you go bring one girl video. One girl video when Papa don't pay his school fees. Come
Bring
here,
your
come
own
there.
now. We see now. Which one?
Mike,
You go bring one girl video when Papa they pay his school fees.
Bring the one where the Anambra girl win the world competition. Bring one.
Mike, and the most
I said
ridiculous is
TKC.
that
This one is
let's
a
even
general
agree.
competition, not only one girl.
Hold on. Let's even agree that yes, Anambra, that KC school won the competition 2 weeks ago. The most ridiculous thing that Ekene is doing is that he doesn't want to give that glory to the present administration who prepared this student to go to that competition to bring this glory to Anambra. But he want to give it to a OB that have vacated that seat for over 16 years. About many years ago, he vacated. I mean, why are you doing this, Ekene? You can't do this to yourself now.
No, I'm not doing anything to me. OBM Soludo has not done anything to our public school to end that.
He has not done anything. Somebody that higher. Hold on. If you know improvement that this guy have done in the areas of education in that school, with regard to hiring of teacher, competent. These are teachers that went through screening.
We always have
Hold on now.
teachers now.
Let somebody speak now. These people went through rigorous screening, including tests to show that they are qualified to teach. He hired over 5,000, maybe 5,000 or 15,000, one of the two, I can't remember, in order to bolster the educational, institution in that state. And yet these people don't want to give glory to him. They want to keep fixated with Obi that have vacated that place for 16 years. I mean,
Because you continue to talk about Obi even when he has vacated office for the past
forget
8 years.
about it, man.
You still talk about him. So we still.
It's ridiculous when you speak like this. You can defend him. You can talk nice about him.
Babaja, let me tell you.
Don't do this.
Babaja, let me tell you this.
Ridiculous.
It doesn't sound ridiculous because you continue to talk about Obi. Even you jump the administration of Obiano and you talk about Obi's administration. So that's how we'll be doing it. And when you check our educational system in Anambra State, when did our educational system started to do well? It was during Obi time as a governor. And until he left office till today, our educational system has not gone down. No matter how bad a governor is, our educational system still remain what it is.
But Canada, that's not true. I told you in my secondary school days, I went to a missionary school, one of the best in my area. When I say my area, I'm saying Ekiti, Ondo, that my house is, okay? When you remove probably Oyo and Lagos. But in that my hinterland, I went to Christ Kwado Ekiti. Christ Kwado Ekiti used to be the best in the 90s. Over time till that 90s, right? And I tell you, I remember vividly that there are 4 schools they used to mention to us that missionary established almost the same year. Okay, CKC, Anambra is one of them. Then that Christ Kwado Ekiti. Then the other 2 they used to mention. I think one in Oyo and one in Lagos. They used to mention to us. We used to travel all the way from Ekiti to come and do competition with these guys. Sometimes we'll go to Benin, we'll meet them there. So just to tell you that all these schools have been Ivy League over years. It's not Obi. CKC that they established since 1930, I think 32, 30, because my own school was 33. I think that CKC should be like 31 was number 2. I think that Oyo one was number 1. Is it Oyo Ijebu? There's one school like that, very old school. But the alumni of those schools, they keep those schools as Ivy League, like my school.
You are not lying, Ogbeni. That
I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that those schools were not established there. It's just like what.
So how can you now attribute everything to Peter Obi? Which Peter Obi? Somebody who came to school here 50 years after establishment.
Ogbeni, that school, that Christ school at Ekiti was very popular in the 70s too. You know, in Lagos back then, it was one of the highly rated secondary school that, at least in the West, we can say, okay, if you go to that school, you know you have the best of education.
Education, same thing with that CKC too.
It's not like that. It's not like that. You know, these are public school. When you go, what the point I'm trying to make, Ogbeni,
that now renovate or build or give value to CKC. Abba. This zero worshiping thing. Let's be
okay. The only I think the school that was established in 1930 something or so.
Yes.
Until he became governor. You know the state of that school. The school was almost. Let me finish now. You have made your point now.
They kept those schools intact. Like my
but I know what you are saying. I'm not disputing the fact of what you are saying, that those schools were there those days. But my point is this: check his record. These schools were on strike for almost 2 years during the time of Mbadinuju. Non-functional, nothing is happening.
That's all public schools now. Don't single out CKC now.
It's almost the worst in Anambra then. These teachers are not being paid salary, pensions, and everything. The schools are down. For closed schools in Anambra State, both the CKC, DMJS, closed for almost 2 years without people going to school. So the ones that has money were taking their children to nearby state like Abia State, Enugu State, and Imo State. Then we don't have any public school functioning. So unless you have money to enroll your child in private school, how many private schools do we even have in Anambra State then? It is not that we have private school very well. That time, Merchant of Light. Merchant of Light school. No, let me finish. Let me finish. Merchant of Light school.
During Obi time, teachers did not go on strike in Anambra. Teachers didn't go on strike during Obi time in Anambra. Is that what you are saying?
No, the only people that is had difficult to solve their issue was the doctors, which he later solved, and after that they didn't go on strike again. So, but teachers, when he came back, he was able to resolve their own quickly. So, and paid their pensions and everything. Then the school started to work again. Then most of those schools were dilapidated. That's why he went on a very big mandate of refurbishing and rebuilding those schools. Especially this case, if you see it, then you will not enter there. This DMJS, I know it very well. If you see their structures, but they are, by the time he started investing money in those, that CKC and those DMJs, all the structures, very giant structures that he put in that school when he was governor, were still standing, and the school were revived.
Do you know that Reno Omokri has won sometimes in either 2022 or 3? Reno Omokri said that Peter Obi, that the school was closed for more than 7 months during Peter Obi time. They've not issued any disclaimer to that thing today. You know.
No matter the schools, the point I'm trying to say is this. Yeah. Those schools were closed for 2 years before he came as it was a difficult issue. So when he became a governor, it was a difficult task for him to start rebuilding those things. So whether it took him 7 months, the only thing is that for a just period of time, he was able to solve that school issue. He was able to solve it, and the school came back alive again. All the public school. And most of those public schools, since he left office, all the investment that he made in that school, we are still standing, and we are still helping the schools.
There's a new challenge. Somebody just throw to us anyway that we should mention which bridge Tinubu built in Lagos during his time.
That's another bad year now. That's another bad year.
Ekene can help us
He
with that
want to
one.
give 500,000 to one man platform. Bad year, Buruku.
Who is this person?
Man, and then the bridge now.
He's a bad year
I don't
agent.
know. That he called himself Tonio. He squeezed his pocket to get $5.
Answer him now. Give me, I'll give you.
$5 to 5,000, 500,000.
Ajale Coco. He went to borrow $5 from his wife to super chat. I'm just joking, though.
Nigerians are very funny, huh? I love Nigerian people.
Baba Ajale Coco. If you see the way
Baba,
they
yeah,
are
this one my challenge.
That's
You man,
why
tell us
they fear us all over the world.
If you see the way they are dealing with Reno, they say Reno should go and use that money to buy good shoe for himself first.
Baba, yeah, which charity work as this guy did here? What is the name of this your candidate? What charity work or what has he ever done to the public as an individual to earn people's?
Why are we going to Showore again? What do you think
I'm not
about
talking about
Showore?
revolution. No. I'm not talking. Don't tell me he started the revolution. I'm not talking about it. That I'm saying, what has he, at least as an individual, he would have maybe.
Do you know how many people that you already give scholarship on yearly basis?
That one about now. Now they talk about something we can see.
Because you don't know.
Talk about what we can see, because a lot of people give scholarship.
Hold on. Even in his village, he built school. He built school personally on his own in his village.
What's the name of the school? Call the name. You should know the name. Call the name.
Obey did not even build any school for his 8 years using the government.
No, call the name. Tell us the name of the school he built.
So look,
Ajale Coco, even though he has the government money, can't even build one from scratch.
With all the government money, can't even build one. So whatever with his own personal money built. So what are you talking about? Don't let us even go.
You never name the school name now. The school not get them. Baba, yeah. No be to say him build now. Tell me the school not get them now for Pluto. Now for Pluto I'm building school.
It should be on Sahara Reporter. I don't just add that for guy. I said, are you sure Showore build any school? Because it should be in.
Oh yeah.
Which school they build?
It be school for a village now. I mean, to help his village people, and it's giving.
Baba, yeah, the school not getting them. Now the problem is that the school not getting them.
Doesn't make noise, but we know, so we don't need to be making noise. They make noise as a way of.
If she already build school, the way she already make noise, he go publish them.
Campaign point now.
Nah lie.
So we are not going to use that as a campaign point. This is not
lie, Baba.
Don't redirect this discussion.
Even Rufai Oseni get record pattern. We dey see Rufai project. We know where the project dey. We don't see where your own candidate own dey. Rufai we know the contest.
We don't see the borehole that Obibi, that graduate borehole. Can you build such a borehole for yourself in your own house? If you are building borehole, is that the way you will build borehole in your own? I was asking one of you the other day, man of Prestige, if you are building borehole in your house, is this the way you will build? This one that will be built for the public use? Is it the?
Ajale Coco, the guy has answered you. Check your screen. Check your screen. The $5 guy has answered you.
What did he say?
Ajale Coco, tell us the bridge. Tinubu build.
But true now, Baba, tell us the bridge now. No, we are the defender.
Ajale Coco no be Tinubu man now. Why will you be asking Ajale Coco? Ajale Coco, are you Tinubu?
Let Ogboni tell us now. Ogboni, where the name of the bridge? I beg. When know the name of? Even me, when the Lagos, I never hear the bridge. Call and make I go check out.
Do you ever see me talking of Lagos?
Why you they run now? Tell us the bridge.
I'm not a Lagosian now. I'm a Ekiti man. I'm proud Ekiti man, born and bred in Ekiti. I don't be Lagos.
But you're the supporter now. You're supposed to know at least one of the bridge.
You know what? No, I've told you why I'm supporting Tinubu now. I've told you first and foremost. Now to be repeating all these things every day. Summary.
You talk about the economy. You know the economy, not the economy today. You
Yes,
understand?
now.
It
Summary.
just
Let
are
me
the
tell
way
you summary. Let me tell you summary of why I'm supporting Tinubu. First and foremost, me, I'm an observer of regional politics in Southwest. I don't know of Obi. I don't know if people talk a lot about him, but I'll talk about Tinubu because I know I was part of student union and I was very active in student union when Tinubu was governor of Lagos State. And I remember from 1999 to 2007 when he left office, Tinubu always claimed the best governor throughout his time. Nobody has this day that is criticizing Tinubu today. This day is the owner of Arise TV, if you want to know. This day was they kept giving Tinubu best throughout his time. And back then, if anybody will use any model in Nigeria from all the 36 governors you have in Nigeria, is Lagos.
They follow Lagos template.
They follow Lagos.
Follow
Was just
from BRT from every.
Okay. During the Obi time, you know they collect the best governor.
No, Obi was during Tinubu's time now. Obi came in Tinubu's they were governors together now. That second
No, Obi came in 2000 and either 2 seasons. When Tinubu was about finishing his time. That's when Obi came.
No, Obi came in at the middle of Tinubu's time now. So
check
they were
it
governors
now.
together. Obi came
Obi
in
is about.
when
did Tinubu finish? Is it 2007? That was when Tinubu finished.
Yes,
Obi came in that 2006 or so. So it was about finishing the time of.
No, Obi came in second tenure now. It was 2003 election Obi contest now. Peter and Obi
and then he wasted 3 years in the court now.
Then
Came back in 2000
and came back and come back. So my point is that when Obi was the governor, throughout Obi's governor, this day and all these people is not Obi they were giving. They were giving many governors. Throughout 8 years of Tinubu had best or true. Every state in Nigeria, you see them referring to Lagos.
I didn't see that too. I didn't see that. But you know that Obi also claimed the best governor in his own time. The best. Even recently, he still claimed the best.
In polio in Southwest, in Southeast.
Not in polio.
Ekene, please let people talk, please. We've treated this thousands of times.
Number of times.
Became the best governor in polio in Southeast. Not even the entirety of Lagos State. No, I know what I'm talking about. We treated it here.
You don't know what you are talking about. Go and check it.
I know what you are the one that doesn't know what you are talking about.
I know what I'm talking about. I can Google it.
You don't know what you are talking about. It can be the best governor.
I don't try for this night.
On polio eradication.
So Ekene, I've told you those reasons, and my major reason back then, one of my major reasons is because of Tinubu was he had always belonged to the side of the progressive in terms of fighting the military government. He was part of Nadeco, even when Peter Obi was hobnobbing with Abacha, and he was the one heading Apapa and.
But Ogboni is Nigeria progressing within 10 months or 11 months of Tinubu government? Is Nigeria progressing?
We are on the right track, and you can see everyone.
Tell me what has progressed in Nigeria since he became governor. President.
What is progressing in Nigeria? First and foremost,
tell me what he has. Where Buhari left everything. Tell me what he has improved on.
That's why I want to tell you.
Left.
As I when Buhari left, we were using.
If you let him talk, Ekene. If you let him talk.
Ekene will not allow you now. I go just struggle talk the one I want to talk my talk. By the time your
Ekene don't go club, you don't go shark.
Let me give you just few ones. I think we're on the right track. And the first one is this: by the time your Buhari was leaving the government, record statistics show that we're using 1.6 billion to service our Naira dollar exchange rate on a monthly basis. That now is gone. Okay, our naira is being floated. We can now understand what exactly is the value of our naira. That is a big achievement. You may not know the implication now. Just wait. With time, you will know the implication of what that man has achieved for you. Secondly,
Are you no? Before you continue, are you aware that the dollar has started going up again in the past 2 days?
that is the true. Whatever whether it's going up now, is going down, is the true value of your naira you are seeing. So as it stands now, nobody is giving Dangote money to go and be stealing our money. We'll be collecting our money, and then people will be suffering to get exchange rate. Now, I remember during Buhari's time that there was different exchange rate everywhere. Here to have his own exchange rate. Those who are coming to school abroad, they have their own exchange rate. You go to BDC, you have another exchange rate. Exchange rate, different exchange rate. Now,
pilgrimage go to Hajj.
They have their own exchange rate. Everybody different exchange rate.
Dangote has his Jerusalem.
Dangote has his own exchange rate. Bua, all of them, they have different exchange rate. As it stands today now, they've tried to a reasonable extent. And if you could achieve that in the Federal Republic of Nigeria, where there are so many sadists everywhere around, even when you have good policy, people read different meanings to it. If somebody can have that boldness to stand and say, look, I will do this and it's achieving it, it's a big achievement as far as I'm concerned. I'm not an economist.
Okay. That's an achievement to you. That's an achievement to you. Okay. What has that come to do with the? How has that impacted to the purchasing power of the people?
So this is how it's going to impact you, which I've started impacting you. But
no, it has to tell me how all these things in the past 10 months has impacted into the purchasing power of the people.
Okay, so this is how it has impacted. First and foremost, it has made people to realize now what exactly is the worth of the naira you have in your pocket, right? Secondly, it's going to get to a stage where you know the exact value. Once you get that exact value, then it's going to stabilize your business efforts. For instance, if you now, you are going somewhere to go and purchase, let's say raw material from Malaysia or so, you're coming to Nigeria. The respect and the value they will give to that your money in Malaysia will not be the respect and value they give to your money last year. Do you know why? Because now they know that your money is only funded on something that is reliable. It's not funded on government policy where they are paying for the margin. So they know exactly what exactly is the value of your money. So it will be able, you as a businessman, you'll be able to forecast and say, this is the exact amount I want to sell this because I know that this is the value of my naira.
Listen, you are just talking about what we still. I'm still wanting to know the impact of all this thing you explained to the purchase. Because let me just come in a little bit, Oboni, so that you will answer me very well. Because as far as I know, from the one of this administration up until today, the purchasing power of the people has been reduced to nothing. I can give you example, because economy is not about. I used to say it. Economy is not about addressing issue with all these nice grammars and all that. The economy is about what you see on the street, how the people feel. Once your purchasing power, once that your 5,000 naira is not able to purchase you what it used to purchase you before, then automatically the government has failed economically. You understand? So, and from what I understand from this administration, starting from when they came in till today, the purchasing power of the people has reduced to nothing. You understand? So what do you used to get? What you used to get for 500 naira before, you get it for 1,300 now or 1,500. You understand? Which means that your 500 naira don't have any value again to what it used to have value for before. You understand? Before he came in, you can get maybe a tuber of yam for about 2,000 naira or 1,800 or so. But today, you can easily get the cheapest you can get is about 3,000. For people like us, the one we eat is about 4,800 or 4,500 just for a tuber of yam. Do you understand? So that your 2,000 naira before has been nothing. You have to now find another 2,000 something to add it to be able to get what you used to eat before. Do you understand? In the current administration.
You can let me
So
explain.
I still want to understand the impact of all this grammar you are speaking to me, Obeni.
If you only see it as if you only see it as grammar, you may not be humble enough to understand this. But if you don't see it just as a grammar and you want to reason along with me, you will understand my point. This is my point. See, for every price you see in the market and those things you're talking about, there are foundations underpinning it. They don't just happen. There are things under it. Those are the ones you call that grammar. They are the things you should try and understand those things that underpins it. So one of it is this, which I'm trying to explain to you. As at the time you are buying that your tuber of yam, for instance, for £200, your government is suffering because that is not the value of your naira. As at the time you are buying it at that amount, your country is broke. That is the reality. But because the government of the day back then would not want you to get that reality because they don't want people like you to paint them as bad. Okay? Somebody somewhere is borrowing money everywhere around, jumping from China to everything to bridge that gap for you. Okay? Just like you have a family, you have your landlord, you have your dad in the home and you have children. And the children are just eating anyhow in the house, not knowing that daddy's salary is no longer there. And daddy keep borrowing everywhere around to buy those things at home so that you find you just have food by all means. But your dad doesn't know where to get tomorrow money, but he will keep buying, he will keep borrowing. That's the best analogy I can give to you. Now, what is the present government? What has the present government going to do? You may not understand the impact of that policy, but look at it from this analogy I just gave you now. Now, the government now came on board and said, look, we can't continue with this, not sustainable. A day will come when all these are debtor will come and take over this house from us. And if they take over this house, they remove the shelter from our head, then everything will be gone. So what do we do? Now, before we will get to the point where we'll be able to stabilize things, all these things that you have wrecked for the past 16, 20, 30 years, let's find a way to put a stop to what you are doing. And he said, okay, let's put a stop. Don't bridge that gap any longer. Whatever we have in this house, we make do with. Okay, so what do we do in the interim? What we do in the interim is when we remove that, we'll try as much as possible to cushion the effect. But while doing that, we'll stabilize daddy's income and find more income on how daddy will be getting more income. Now, how are you finding ways for your dad to get income? Okay, first and foremost, let's start repairing our oil refineries. Do you know how many donkeys of years they've abandoned that Port Harcourt oil refinery that you see now that they've revamped? You may not understand and appreciate it, but you will understand and appreciate only if possibly you have an idea of what the oil and gas industry of Nigeria was before, then how it became moribund, and how you now have a government of the day that feel, let me go and revamp this. Even though there are many people with divergent opinions, some people believe that we should build another one from scratch, some people believe that there is no way to revamp, we shouldn't even revamp it. But we have it revamped, right? You have a government who is saying that, see, another way we should look at this thing to be able to sustain this thing and be sustainable is that let's encourage the private industrialists among us. Then let's ensure that they go deep to their business and ensure that they operate and then solve the issue of oil and gas, which is our major resources to the whole world. Let's encourage Dangote. Let's bring him on board on time. Let's encourage Boa. Let's bring him on board on time. And they are projecting that by the time we have all these refinery on the way, then commodity that is common to everyone, which is affecting this price we just talked about, tuber of yam, all those things, petrol price and others are the major thing affecting it, not your exchange rate. Now, they are saying, okay, by the time all these things come on board, we'll be able to balance that thing and it directly will be having impact on your purchasing price. And they say, okay, but in interim, let everybody understand that this exactly is your strength of your naira. And that is the shock. You see, the abandonment of donkeys of years is the shock you're having on naira now. So don't place it on a government that have come to say, let us understand what exactly is the strength of your naira. Don't blame it on them. Blame it on government that have abandoned that duty for donkeys of years without doing it. And a man now has come and say, let me clean your house for you. And you think that man is the one doing you bad. Do you understand my point? Okay? I think that's the best way I can
Well, but
explain.
too much explanation doesn't speak fact to my belly. So that's my own understanding of what you just said. So when your explanation start to speak fact to my belly and to the value of my naira when I go out there to purchase
There's no
some food
fact
stuff.
we appreciate as long as it's not
So that is when I will begin to appreciate your effort to praise this government. But Oboni, before you go, because I know you want to run, don't run. This government is still paying subsidy. From the analysis of the IMF, what they told us is that they told the government
that's what
no, it's not El-Rufai. It's not El-Rufai. I'm not talking about the El-Rufai allegation. I'm talking about I'm talking about what
you guys now.
Yeah, I'm talking about what the IMF said a few days ago.
What did
that
I miss?
The reason why they told this government to remove the subsidy is because the rich are benefiting from it, so that these things will go to the poor. So now we see they say that the subsidy is being removed, and in that claim, IMF is still believing that the federal government is still paying even more than what they used to pay before in terms of petrol subsidy. So why that? Or are you not aware of that? Or do you have any defense that the government is not paying petrol subsidy?
No,
So if you have any defense that they are not paying petrol subsidy, you can just analyze to me. And if they are paying subsidy, then why should they come on board to remove subsidy and still go at the back and be paying subsidy with the taxpayers' money without making it public to the people to know that we are using your we are using your money to subsidize your petrol? Because
Agbani,
yes, sir.
Give me an answer.
Agbani, please give me a few minutes.
All right.
Yes. Ekene, you are saying why would they have to remove the subsidy? Are you aware that before Buhari left the administration, they've already started borrowing and be paying for subsidy?
I'm not saying why they should remove subsidy. I say why should they remove it and still be paying it at the back without showing accountability to it? That's what I mean. Because I'm not against anything they want to do to improve the life of the people. I don't care. Even if they have to pay subsidy, if I buy petrol 50 naira, it's to my own gain. You understand? But if you come out to say I remove this, you show the accountability. At the first month, they say they have been able to save some trillions of naira in subsidy. Some months they say we have billions in our reserve. Some months they say we have something billion in our reserve. Some months they say the reserve is now 2 billion. So I don't understand. I don't see the accountability there. So if you say that you are no longer paying subsidy, you have to show accountability. Then if you are not paying it, won't you be able to tell the public now this subsidy we remove is not good for our governance? That's why you have to come back and be paying it. Because with not even the accusation of El-Rufai, but with the IMF report, this current government is paying more than the last government in terms of petrol subsidy. So if you have any defense on that, you can tell me. Why should they be doing that without letting Nigerians know about it?
Before I speak to that, what is your evidence? How much have they paid?
I've told you my evidence now.
No,
on the IMF.
you say the amount. You said they are paying more than the previous government. How much have they paid now?
I cannot give you specifically amount, but the report says they are paying trillions of naira in terms of petrol subsidy. You understand? The report are there. I read news every day.
Cannot be
Ekene,
coming here to be reading. I'm not a mathematician. You know, I didn't go to school to Ogbeni.
Ekene is very
Yeah.
simple. You see, all these news you just talk about now, they are Rufai Hosseini news. And
IMF.
there is Rufai Hosseini news. You are just telling me. I've seen it on his, I follow him on Twitter, so I've seen him glutting and winning and dishing out all those falsehood on Twitter, and I've seen him also on, I think, his Instagram. I follow him on those two areas. Now, my answer to that. My answer to that is very simple. I can excuse Rufai Hosseini, and I think you too, because possibly you guys don't know that there are legal framework on subsidy. Subsidy is not something they just paid without it being in your what do you call this now? In your supplement, in your budget, right? In your operational budget. For this year, Tinubu has submitted his operational budget, and in that budget that Tinubu submitted, there is nothing like subsidy inside. No provisions for subsidy inside. There is no money you appropriate outside that, outside what Tinubu has submitted. Now, if you say IMF is talking about Nigeria is bringing out subsidy, first and foremost, me as a person, I'm not pro IMF, because I've learned something from MK Abiola that whenever you see IMF trying to attack any policy from developing country, it means that policy is working and then it's hitting IMF. Then they want to hit back. So what I will look at is operational bill, and I will look at it. If I realize that it is not there, then I will believe my government first. If later anything shows that they kept paying that, I will lambast my government. That's the answer I will give to that. But I
Okay,
won't
for now, you
let me learn
okay.
now. I allow you to learn. So for now, I won't follow Rufai Hosseini and Faroti means sadistic tendencies and the peddle news as long as it suits their narratives. I don't do that. I remain patriotic to my country. I'll believe in what my government says first, and I'll use my legal knowledge to look at, is there any legal basis for this thing? If there is no, then I leave it at that and I believe my government. That is one. Two, I don't know if you are aware of the fact that our reserve has risen to $34.16 billion. If you don't know, go and check. And for me,
that's the former report now, but the last report said that
it's just
about
last
two. They use it to support the naira, and the thing dropped to about 2.something billion or so. That's the last report now.
No,
and even when
the one you are talking about is not to support naira. They've cleared $2 billion of forest backlog, and you don't.
Yeah, that's what they. That's what they.
You see where the problem
comes. That's what the CBN governor said. That's what. No, let me clear myself. That's not what. That's what the CBN governor said. I use it to clear backlog of. This backlog is for. He said it's remaining about 2.something billion. So he said he used it to clear the backlog. That obligation. Then, in that also interview, he made some sort of statement that this is a time of people paying school fees. There are some sign of some of support, so that people can be able to afford school fees. Those that are kids are studying abroad. So from that statement, it shows that definitely there is a support to the naira, because he just said, you don't listen to an interview and just take one side of it and be saying it in the public. So that side that he said, yeah, there are some support because of education.
I've not mentioned
and
support.
all those things.
Yes, now they are supporting. That's what they said now. So
is that not anything support? Is it not subsidy?
That's not, who told you that subsidy? You move now from oil subsidy to currency subsidy again. Where is
the currency subsidy now? Everything now support now. They are subsidizing because of the interest of the rich men that their kids are traveling abroad. Then at the detriment of the poor masses suffering here in the country.
Can I stop all this? Everybody knows that there are two major seasons. Schools resume abroad. particularly in America and US and UK, everybody knows that it's January and September. So where is the season you're talking about? Is rich men people that are traveling. And who told you that a majority of the people japa these days now are rich men children? Where do you get out your statistic from?
Now rich people now. I mean, I feel japa for this kind of situation. I get money to japa. Now I still in Nigeria.
Okay, let's stop all this joke now. You know, get money to japa. You know what japa now your market. Now your market, you know, go leave your market now. You know. So again, you see, when you see 2 billion forest backlog cleared, is not a good news to you. 34.1
No, it's a good news. Oh. No, I commend the CBN. No, you know, Oboni, let me tell you what I observe. The CBN governor is trying all his best. I cannot lie to that. He's doing what he can do. But the physical side of our policies are not matching up with the monetary policy. And that is a very big effect. And that's why you see the dollar coming down for some time. Then the price of commodities are still going up. You understand? So that's my simple understanding of what they are doing. The physical side of it is not matching the effort of the CBN governor. Even though there are some wayo stuff in that in most of their policies. Because me, I still believe in one thing, that our export is still low. Because you cannot all these policies are just temporary policies that is trying to put just to alleviate the suffering of the masses for some time. You understand? But with what I understand, with a permanent solution we need, because with what happened 2 days now, is that dollar just added about 90 naira in just 2 days. So, and I wouldn't want that to continue. If that continue again, it will affect business.
It will continue.
Do you understand?
There is nothing you can do.
That means they need a permanent solution to it.
No,
which is to increasing our export.
Yeah. You are too used to the former traditional way of Bajwe style of the Buhari and all the Jonathan and all those days. You are too used to it. Here, for instance, in UK where I am, today I can go to, they call it Euro FX there. They have their shop, the Bureau de Change. I can go to there today and they will tell me that, I'll tell them I'm traveling to the US. Okay, what's the exchange rate? They can tell me dollar to pound today is 1 point something. If I get there tomorrow, it may have increased by another 5. Next tomorrow, it may be decreased. That's how it fluctuates everywhere in the world. There is nowhere, you see all those ones we've been doing, and you now fix it on a point that everybody knows that this how much dollar is, this how much is the old way that is now gone. So you need to now get used to this new way. Now, and I'm not saying that I'm not saying that it fluctuates so okay.
Even few in this Australia, you may see $2 in the afternoon. Before another 30 minutes, it is $2.50. It's only Nigeria that is enjoying fixed price of petrol.
Yes.
It's dollar change every second in this country. Every second. What did I say? Every minute, every second.
Ogbeni, can I add something, please?
Yeah, I think Remy wants to comment.
Good morning, everybody. First and foremost, we must understand willing buyer and willing seller. And we must understand how countries all over the world, they do their exchange rate. There are 3 models. I think the first one is floating your own currency against any other currency of the world to the demand and supply analysis. The second one is you peg your currency, and that's what China have been doing for so many years. And the last one is the one we have been using before. We do not know the actual value. We continue to, today we subsidize it, tomorrow we do not know what to do. So, and when the last 2 I mentioned, when you are using that one, there is tendency for the rest of the world not to understand the true value of your currency, because you do not leave it to the analysis of demand and supply. So what Ekene is trying to say here, or maybe he does not understand it, first you must understand what the government has done. So when they said they leave it to willing buyer and willing seller, that means the price of your currency might not be the same every day, but the differential might not be much. Maybe today the differential is 20 naira, another day can be 30 naira, another day can be 19 naira. But the work of a CBN governor is to continue to bring out policy to make it stabilize and to not make it to just go haywire like it went haywire 2 months ago. That is his work. And if you are saying on the monetary policy, so that one, of course, the price of product are coming down, but maybe at not what you expected. You cannot tell me that a 50 kilogram of rice you are buying 2 months ago, because I bought for my people also at home. They are buying at a rate of 85,000 to 90,000. Last 2 weeks, they bought it roughly 65,000. Today, I asked, no, that was last weekend, just Saturday, they say it's now 60,000 naira. That shows you the prices are coming down. And you know Nigerians, everybody want to exploit the situation. Some of you guys from your old stock, or maybe your new stock, you still want to make that abnormal profit you are making. That is human being for you. But when the government start to enforce their law, you will see the price will continue to come down as the dollar is coming down. So when you throw the coin, things that have been bastardized for a lot of years, you cannot see an improvement just like that. It will be gradual. But at least we now know today that we're on the right path. It's different from 7 years ago, or maybe even 1 year ago, or one year to maybe 2 months ago during the election, where you do not even have the naira to even, you have money in your bank, cannot even withdraw it. Do you ask yourself so many questions? Why are those things happening? Are they happening now? So a lot of people die because they have money, they cannot withdraw it. We are in serious mess that time. People should have let you understand that what we are doing that time is we are borrowing money to pay salary. We are borrowing money to subsidize our naira. We are even borrowing money to help you because you are importing. And while you make this abnormal profit, you live this kind of life of not only you, I'm talking about every Nigerian, that everything is so cheap. Yeah, we have it. But we cannot continue to go that route. Things are becoming so unbearable. The government cannot, if we still continue to do that today, I'm telling you, Nigeria will have disintegrate. Everybody will have gone their own way. It's either we are in a civil crisis, or maybe by now, if to say it's still that way, during that Buhari continue to go this way, every region would have said, okay, it's high time we go our own way. But this man, they came with it. They know, maybe they don't know, but when they see what is on ground, it's a big mess. How do we survive? How do we find solution to this? Yeah, understandable. There's a lot of pain. In fact, Nigeria did not suffer. If you ask all these developed countries, how many years is their great-great-grandfather suffered before they come to this? You'll be amazed. There were countries that they have to share 1 Congo of rice between 3 families. That means at the end of the day, you only got maybe 1 cup of rice for you to survive for 1 week. They push them to the ground, push them to the land, go and farm. You that you are a lord in your Alaba, they will take you to Sokoto in the Sahara Desert to go and farm there. Maybe me, I'm in my Ibadan enjoying my Malane with you. They will take me to Anambra to go and farm in the in arid land, erosion land. They don't care whether you're a professor or you are this. So first and foremost, instead of this propaganda, sometimes I understand you, but try to listen to others. They are breaking it down for you. I know that sometimes you get your news from every source, maybe from whatever source you get, but sometimes have an open mind. I always have an open mind to listen to others and learn from them. So sometimes you do not understand it and they're trying to break it down for you. You yourself calm down and understand what they're trying to say. It's not everything they are saying that is against your principle or is against your own idea. There are so many times I will listen to so many people here. Like I listen to virtually everybody and I will learn from them. So I will rest my peace now, and other people can talk. Thank you.
Remy, thank you. It's not about it's not that if I don't have open mind. If I don't have open mind, I will not be having time to listen to Benny or asking him some question. The reason why I'm asking him is for him to give him his, maybe the government is making it difficult for me to understand, but maybe for him to explain so that I will understand, because I know where my mind is when it comes to what I should see. Because when the government
Most times you often say that this is the way I see it. I believe this, and this is what I want to stick with. I've several times.
Yeah, because the reason why I said that is this. Let me respond a little bit.
Just
Let me
give me
respond
10
a little bit.
Give me 10 seconds. I just want to tell you the impression that people will have. When you continue to stick to your brand, and a lot of people, you are not the only one here. There are so several people, maybe they were listening and they are commenting, or some people are listening here, and they will know that it's like you did not grab the situation very well. So if you
You have in terms of economies, everybody have their own style of economy. You understand? So for me, I know how my style of what I believe to be economy to me. So what I believe to be an economy, working economy to me, cannot be the same thing to you. You understand? So, and when you are discussing your own policy and how it is working, I want to see it being a permanent solution or different from what the last administration has done. But when you condemn those things, just like when you say you are not supporting the Naira, but when government tell you that we are selling Naira to you at the rate of 1,100 or at the rate of 1,000, definitely they are supporting the Naira. There is no two ways about that. You did not open anything for market forces or whatever you call it. So, but you can defend it here.
Just like I said
you
before,
can defend it.
we do not understand the policy. First and foremost, the people or the person that have authority, or the organization that have the authority to make policy and make sure that your Naira stabilize is the CBN. And
the CBN, that is what I'm telling you. Is the same CBN that come out and let me finish. The same CBN came out to say we are floating the Naira. Now the market forces will now determine the price of the Naira and all those stuff. Then then the CBN still come out and say we are selling Naira at the rate of 1,000 Naira. Or because of school fees, we are giving a little support to the Naira or whatever, however they want to put it.
No, I think you don't understand.
You understand?
If you come
so
down,
that's how for me, if unless the same, no, because for me, I believe what I hear, you cannot be more than what I hear from you cannot be more than what I hear from Kadoso.
Let me ask you a question. If they float your Naira, who is going to tell you this is the amount that you should exchange for? At least there must be a starting base where you have to start. Who is going to tell you that? Is it you or I or Benny or Mike? Who has the authority to tell you that this is the starting base for you to now say, okay, I want to buy dollar, or I want to exchange my Naira or dollar to Naira? Who will tell you that? Can you tell me who has the authority to give you that information?
The CBN now.
Thank you.
So that's what I'm telling you.
Okay,
what I hear from the CBN, from their monetary policies and all, is what I believe they are doing.
So
you understand? Because at the first instance when they start to make policies, they never say that they will sell Naira at this rate or whatever. They said that we are floating it, which means the market forces will demand how much the Naira will be with the exchange of dollar. So, but let me finish. But in the past few days or few weeks, they're telling us that they're giving them Naira, or they're giving them certain amount at the rate of either 1,000 Naira or 1,000 something. You cannot give the BDC at the rate of something when you have floated the currency.
Oh, that's why you are wrong. Because I asked you that
No,
question.
I can't be wrong in that.
You are
Because
wrong.
I have seen government, they passed starting from the many administration did that, both
You
good
are
luck
wrong.
and all those stuff. So when you do that,
You
the
know
only
what?
different they will now give them the mandate to sell maybe at the rate of when they give you at the rate of 1,000, they give you the mandate to sell at the rate of 1,020 naira or whatsoever. You understand? So it's understandable to me. I've seen government do that. So if this government comes and continue in that trajectory, it's better to come out and say it open than to be doing things underground
Do you
and
know
still
why
do the same thing you condemn.
this
That's my
one?
point.
This one just for people to laugh. Do you know why sometimes some students we classify them as very brilliant and they are good, but they also fail the examination because they do not follow the rules and ways of doing that exam. That is why they failed. And I think the way you are doing is that this is my mind and I will never change it. I'm already fixated on it. I asked you a very good question in the beginning. Who set the base? You say it's the CBN. And then now, when we're talking about currency, there are some people who want to gain the system, just like market women, we also gain the customer. And I will give you an example. If I am selling rice and I know that Christmas is coming, I can deliberately hoard my rice, not sell to people, in anticipation that if there's people are finding enough rice, so no enough supply in the market, automatically the price will increase. That is, I'm gaining the system. So for me, the CBN or the Nigerian government as the authority, I want to make sure that you guys, you don't hoard your rights, you don't hoard your product, you don't just put any price to your product you are selling to the final consumer. So they are the regulatory body. They must make sure that they have enough policy on ground. So what they did is nice. They follow all those bureau de change all over Nigeria. They are speculators. That is number one aspect. There are some people that also deal on forests, and that is why the Binance also come there. If you are in Nigeria, you will discover that there's a lot of young people in Nigeria. They became millionaire without even because they deal on currency, and these are the speculators. And you can see all of these young guys, they are showcasing them all over the world. I mean, on TikTok, I'm 26 years old. Every day I'm making 100 million, I'm making 10 million on Forex. How do they do it? So these are speculators and so many other things. That is what the CBN stopped. And when they stop it, you will see that your Naira will continue to stabilize little by little. At the end of the day, everybody will be happy. They are still churning out this policy, but that the government, any government of the world, especially developing country like Nigeria, they cannot hold their hands and just say, okay, we leave the price of gas to anything they like. This is not an organized economy like Western world. Even in organized economy, the price of your gas can change 4 times in a day. So talk less of Nigeria, where we did not plan, we did not organize, we did not do nothing for several years. What do you expect? So sometimes I just want you to if I were you, I'm just an advice. Sometimes do your own little research by yourself. Don't let us follow whatever these people on TV or because they are our party or something like that. You can dig, you can learn more. The world is for us to learn. And luckily for all of us, Google is there. Bing is there. So many research platform, what do you call it? Websites are all over the internet that you can search
If
for.
I don't read the news of IMF,
What
concerning the subsidy, I will not be talking about it. If I read something and say it, you feel as if I'm okay. The one that I read is not it. Is the one you read that it is. So I read something concerning IMF with the subsidy. You said I don't read.
So what they are trying
If I
to
read
tell you,
if I read an article, if I read an
what
article concerning something and
I
I
can
come out to say this is what I read, then I
I
don't
know
read.
you read it.
So I read something. I told you the
Did you also
IMF
listen to the
made
interview
comment
of
about
the
the subsidy and all those stuff. You
Did
don't
you
want to believe that. You want me to believe the one you read.
No. I'm not asking you to believe.
The point I'm still making is that the naira has added about 90 naira. Let me finish. The naira has added about 90 naira in the past 2 days. It should not be so. Even if the naira has to add money, not up to 90 naira, just 2 days, and the market is now beginning to shake again. People, businessmen are beginning to shake. What is going to happen? Maybe this week we are entering. what is going to happen. You understand? So you can now see that the economy is not stable. They are not They are not doing anything permanently to find a lasting solution to all these things, because it now still goes down that what we need is to increase our export. Because you cannot tell me that if Nigeria start to generate about let me finish. You cannot tell me that if Nigeria start to generate about $300 billion, which I think some smaller countries do it. Why can't we do it? If we start to generate about $300 billion in a year, we'll have enough forest. All this, speaking of grammar, will stop. The only thing that determines the stability or is to increase your export. Increase your export. You know our oil export has decreased in the past few years, and we are not doing anything to increase it. I don't know why. We are still at about 1.4. Let me finish now. Our major export, which is our Remy, at least I give you. If I want you to speak, I give you like 2 minutes or 3 minutes before I respond.
Okay, thank you. I will not spend 2 or 3 minutes. Okay, so don't worry.
So if we are our major export, which is oil, has reduced to the barest minimum since Buhari took over government. Today we are still about 1.4 million. When Goodluck was there, we are doing about 2.5 million a day, and we have enough forest. Even if you have to defend Naira, you don't need to borrow money to defend it because you are generating enough effect. You understand? So if they can do that, I believe this will go where it is to be.
First and foremost, the production from the NMPC as of today is 1.6 million, not 1.4. So get that one right. It's not 1.4, it's 1.6. And if you have listened to the interview of both Edun and Cardoso together after meeting the IMF, I don't know whether you listened to the interview, maybe over the weekend or maybe it's happened on Friday. If you listen to them, you understand much more better. When you talk about economy, it's not only export that is about the economy. There is service industry, and the service industry of Nigeria has been improving over the years. It's not only petrol or crude oil that we are exporting. We are also exporting agricultural products. We are also selling services, which you cannot see because service is intangible asset that you cannot see, and people can also make a lot of money from it. And there's so many ways that you can generate money. It's not only by crude oil and sell to America. It's not only that way. Several ways that you can make money. There's so many ways. Why does the government sell treasury bills? That is another way to make money very quick. And when you buy your government treasury bill, the interest on it is very high. That's why a lot of people become rich also. So sometimes it's not only that I have a shop or I'm exporting something from America. That is not the only way. Several ways that government make money. I don't know whether you check the book of account of Nigeria by yourself online. Go and check by yourself. And then when you look at under export,
the major exports we have today is crude oil. And if I check non-oil, if you check our non-oil exports, starting from 2015 to now, it is nothing to write home about. It reduced to about 60 or 70% or so since we already took over, and up until today, it does not increase. Just our non-oil export, including and the worst part of it is that we are exporting raw materials, not even finished goods. When other countries, if they want to export a non-oil export, they export finished goods. You understand? We don't process these things. So when you export raw material, let me finish now. Let me finish. Let me finish. When you export non-oil finished good raw materials, you will not generate enough forest. But when you process these things and export finished goods, the price will rise, and you will be able to receive more forest. Then combine with your oil export, you boost your export now. You boost your forest. That's how it is. And it baffles me that today, a lot of us know that these things is needed in our country to improve our production and our forest, but we keep on defending it as if it is nothing when
So
other countries are doing it.
first and
Other
foremost,
people that don't have oil in their country are doing exports, not only exports. A lot of countries today that don't have oil are exporting a lot of things, finished goods. But we that has a lot of things to even the other day I was having an information that even date is required in many countries today. I couldn't remember the amount of billion that you can generate date, and Nigeria is only country that you can plan date 2 times in a year.
It's a lie. It's a lie. That is a total lie.
That's what you call it. But when I was in the platform and we are discussing it, let me finish, Remy. We are discussing it on a platform, and the people Google it, and we saw it. It's only Nigeria that you can plan dates 2 times in a year. Other country cannot do it. It's only Nigeria. But we are not putting. We don't have critical thinkers. We don't have thinkers as leaders. It's just the same policy all the time. Tinubu come. Buhari come. Jonathan finish. Buhari come. The same policies. Tinubu now the same policy. We're not trying to think out of the box to know what we should do to make our forest better.
Let me
I don't know what we are defending. We have it, but we're not doing it. That's my point.
First and foremost, there is a value chain along the line of when you have a crude oil and when you explore them, it is not only petrol that you get from it. So even plastic, you can also get raw material for making plastic from crude oil. You can get it from it. So Nigeria is not our refinery have not been working, but we are exporting crude oil. Well, if you can remember, we also have large quantity of gas that we also export, and we also get a lot of money from gas. And for now, we are talking about value chain. Most of Nigerian industry, we still have manufacturing base. They are still producing in Nigeria, but maybe not the way it used to be in the 80s or 90s because of so many factors, mismanagement, corruption, and then you guys turn from manufacturing to religion, turning all your factory into churches and mosques and doing other kind of worshiping God, which that one is another thing entirely. But as of today, whether you lament from today till time immemorial, the date you mentioned, China is one of the highest producer of date. And when you talk about cash crop or maybe any product, there are some people that have cost advantage more than you. It's not only you that will monopolize that area. So when you talk about anything like cocoa now, Nigeria produces cocoa, but Cote d'Ivoire is the #1 producer of cocoa in the world. And in fact, they are the #1, but they are not the one dictating the price. Why? Because they do not control the financial institution of the world. They do not, because the financial institution of the world is not in Africa, it's in Europe and in America, and they know how to play their politics very well. Even if you are producing the best dates in the world, and people that consume them are outside of your own country, if they don't want to buy from your country, what is your date about? Then they force the price of your date. Then they reduce. You'll be forced to reduce the price of your date because you don't want them to go bad. So there's so many factors that are into it that sometimes you don't understand. You only think, okay, I have power, I can produce date, then everybody should buy from me. It's not done that way. When we talk about international trade, this is what I have. The other person says what I have. How do we now exchange it? How do we buy from one another? If I'm buying this particular container of dates from your market, this is what you should also buy from me. It's not that you have the monopoly, everybody just buy from you. It's not that way. Like, for example, now, when you talk about in terms of war equipment, like armor tank, guns, and the rest, the Russia and America and China, they are big players there. Nigeria is not a big player there, so you have to buy from them. That means you have to their terms. If they're okay, you want to buy oil from your country. So what are you buying from China? So sometimes I don't want to argue too much here because sometimes it's of no need. So I think another person can just talk because I'm tired of it.
I don't think anybody is still there. Me, I want to go and sleep. Remy, thank you for your explanation. And I'm still looking for change in our economy. The real change I want, or I thought that this government would do in our economy, I'm not seeing it. That's what I know. So if I begin to see it now, nothing will make me not to say it out. That is it. So our economy is still backwards where they met it. So you cannot just meet Naira at the rate of 6 something and took it to almost, now it's about 1,280 Naira at the, as of a few days ago. So, and you expect me to say that they have done anything to improve the life of the people. So what, if it start to affect my belly, I'll start to congratulate them. That's what I want to say. Thank you.
Now everybody left. Well, let me go ahead and hand the show then.
No, well, if you have something to say, but if not, maybe you just end because I think Koleta is not there and Adewale too is not there. So it's only me and you. Adewale, are you there? It's not there, and Plata probably sleeping. You can go ahead and shut it down.
Yeah.